Good afternoon, you motley lot. Who's ready for some epic Age of Empires 4? Because we've got you lock, stock, and smoking full for the entire weekend. And we've got new sponsors. Opera GX, meet HelloFresh. Look at that. Firm handshakes. You guys will be working together for a little bit longer. So yeah, hashtag !HelloFresh if you guys are thinking of checking them out again. They have got some new deals in. They've got some new products in there. We will be going over that a little bit later in the stream, probably towards the end. I'm gonna make my order actually. Like I've already picked out, but I'm gonna flaunt it in your faces, right? Make you salivate a little bit spiciness, a little bit of chicken, a little bit chorizo, maybe some risotto. Even say it correctly, I know. I'm just elegant like that. But before that, we've obviously got a lot happening. So we have got the Elite Classic games, which are going to be starting shortly. But I want to kind of give my predictions here. So we have got our top 8. Vortex versus Beastie will be a second series day. B versus Anatan will be kicking us off. What are my expected outcomes here? So I think for playoffs, honestly, really impressed by the way that in particular Wham played until that very end, man. It just took one series to unravel it and get him that perfect placement. I think my predictions here, Vortex Beastie, I'm going to say 4-2 Vortex. I think Beastie's had some solid games, but also we've seen the slips here or there, right? Just to be expected. Not anyone's perfect here, right? But Vortex, I think some of his performances did impress me, and I think playstyle-wise, with the way the meta has kind of been leaning at the moment, we're not quite in 2TC era, we're still in like very aggressive era. I kind of give Vortex edge. B versus Anatan is another interesting one. I think Anatan, this is like probably his best shot in a while. I feel like a lot of results recently have favored B quite heavily from what I've seen. I would expect this to potentially be another 4-2 in favor of B. That leads you through to what? Vortex versus Lucifron? I'm going to go with Lucy this time, man. I mean, he's my dark horse. So I have to back him all the way. Would not be surprised for it to go 7 games because of the playstyle and the familiarity. So let's say 4-3 for Lucifron. Wham versus B is tricky, man. I think that is probably going to be a 4-2 again. I could see B getting a game here or there, but I think Wham is just playing some of his best Age of Empires 4 right now, which gets you the Canadian showdown. Dare I say Wham's year finally, him versus Poppypaw in a best of 7. I think that's another 7-gamer, and I think that will go the way of Wham. So he'll be towards Grand Finals. Poppypaw, you know, pipped at the post again, because obviously Wallalaw was Wham. Marine Lord versus Lucifron. I think Marine Lord had a slip or slide here or there, but he quickly reminded us of who he is in the final day. I don't think he's going to drop it that easily in semifinals here. I think Lucifron's going to take some games from him. I'm tempted to say 4-2 again, but to make it a bit more ballsy, I'll say 4-3. And then the grand final showdown. Wham versus Marine Lord. Is it finally time for Wham to frost a trophy? I think both of them have shown they're not perfect. And this in particular looked very dominant, which is what concerns me. Wham will probably learn, but I feel like Marine Lord is going to be back on top. The expected score, 5-3. And then third place would be between Poppypaw and Lucifron. I would say that's probably going to be like 3-1 Poppypaw. Playstyles matter, right? I think Poppypaw's playstyle does work quite well against Lucifron. I say that. Didn't he win in the group stage? I'm pretty sure I recall that. Yeah, 3-2. It was tight, though. Do I say 3-2 again the other way? I think Poppypaw is going to learn from the mistakes. And that's no discredit to Lucifron. I think Lucifron's on fire at the moment. Nah, I got to back my boy Lucy, haven't I? God damn, fine, I'll say it. I'll say 3-1 Lucifron. There you go. That's the ballsy prediction. All right. Not for predictions, though, guys. Draft should be getting underway momentarily. We already have the map picks coming in. Looks like they've had the players hold back on doing the Civ draft, so it could be done live. That's a lot of pond play, actually, from these two. So we're getting Lakeside, Kawasan, Four Lakes, all in the same. What? Also, chill Nightbot. What the hell? That was pretty hefty. I think I need to find a better chatbot. I want one that where it will basically allow me to have longer than 16 minutes between. Also, I have got a little Ezra here, so bear with me one sec, guys, because I don't know what month. Hey, guys. Hello. Hello. There. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. What are you doing? I'm back. Just had a little baby. Mix Up is a fantastic desktop-based chatbot. Interesting. I might... So I have got this one here called Streamer.bot, but I need to modify it more. In fact, like, yeah, I've got it sitting right here. This could do everything I need. So I should probably just update my... Because I use this for this. This is the chat integration. So it's how I get all your chats together. But it can do a lot more than that. So I should really just use Streamer.bot. I've got it sitting right there. Bot. Are we meant to be starting now? Are casters doing that thing where they, like, talk? Kappa? They always just talk and make it about... Nah, I'm kidding. They're underway. So, bans coming in. Going to be, what, Ottoman's first priority ban would be pretty obvious, pretty expected. Outside that, but these two, Malian should be very high priority, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a Macedonian ban. Oh, that's an interesting... Well, in fairness, we have got a lot of water maps, but this is already getting a bit weird, right? Malian and Ottomans haven't been banned in Mirror in Sync. Sushi is going to slip through, which is a very powerful and popular pick right now. And then first pick material, well, B, I mean, Ottoman's got banned away from him, if I'm not mistaken. So I would be expecting him to snatch up Mali if that's the case. Or vice versa. It's either Ottomans or Mali in first pick, right? You could try and dangle it. I just think B high wait, what? He high values Byzantines beyond his basically two most popular civs. So one of these is gonna like this can just complete. I guess the argument is that if I can't have Ottomans, he won't have Mali. So Chinese, that's a little bit more expected to come out first. Macedonians is a seemingly likely ban, you'd think, but no, they switch it around. Ottomans available for B. He gets French. He's got Macedonians if B doesn't take Ottomans into Macedonians. I'm wondering if something's changed in the power play of Macedonians, right? Like, have they just D-ranked that hard? Or is it simply the map pool? Because it is a funky map pool, remember. We've got Kawasan, Four Lakes, and Lakeside. That's a lot of water play. Like, you wouldn't be seeing Knights Templar banned like this, I don't think, if it wasn't for that, right? Like, maybe there's a flavorful ban in there, but both sides and the way it's been done here, 100% because of the map pool. Wrong chat window? What do you mean wrong chat window? He's literally talking about the stuff we've been talking about. Get with the program, Camian. And he does snatch Macedonians. Okay, pretty sick. So follow up from this. I mean, Golden Horde, Iabids. He's banned Ottomans away from Anno, so you can leave that to the end. You don't need a Pry ban it now. A Pry pick it, rather. Sengoku's still fairly popular, but that is the most B pick, isn't it? Lancaster. He had the most memorable Lancaster game of the year up against Beastie, if you guys remember, on the final day of the group stage. Iabid's a solid pick. Roos has been growing in popularity. I don't see it as a dominant pick, but it's a nice midfield pick. And there's the Sengoku plus Chuklak, because right now, like B's draft, he wants a bit more flexibility towards water map. So Lancaster plus Chuklak pretty strong in unison. Shushi Anatan has to the very end, so he's going to bolster his water there. Golden Horde, just an all-round reliable. English, maybe? Four Lakes, Chaos on Lakeside. I think you can play English on Lakeside. I wouldn't say it's like a god tier pick, though. HRE and Order the Dragon seem much higher priority. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised at an HRE pick right now because it's very good for the map pool with things like Kawasan in there as well as Lakeside. Kamin slacking? Dude, we're going to have to fire him. He goes, Order the Dragon. Okay, yeah. So, same idea, slightly different, but like the same kind of notion of where you can pick it. B snatching HRE would be pretty solid here. Usually, like, it's a pretty powerful position to be in when you have Order Dragon and HRE with this type of map draft. Gives you a little bit of omni flexibility. Like, you can just pick both Germanic civs into Lakeside, as it proves to be quite powerful with the early economy into Relic Grab. So, HRE plus, like, Mongols here. Mongols is pretty solid. Mongols the most successful civ of the entire tournament, by the way. They have a higher win rate than any other civ currently in this tournament. Boo. 85% win rate. Powerful. And boom. We were right. He does go for it. So that leaves you with what? Delhi's been doing okay. Jean seems a likely pick. He's still got his Shushi to round out. I'd say probably Japanese Jean. Japanese has kind of fallen a little bit in terms of popularity, especially with certain players. Like, Delhi's still got Hill and Dale they can play towards. Gorge is okay for Delhi. And, okay, he gets Abbasids. Has been growing in pick rate, but I don't feel like it's been delivering very well. And B does snatch up the Jean. That leaves Ottoman Shushi from their ban system. So, draft-wise, I think they both got a slice of the pie. I don't feel like anyone got outdrafted hard here. I do quite like B's draft, though, for specific maps. Like, I think Lancaster's a signature pick for him. Marlians obviously didn't get through, but he got his Ottomans, which is pretty nuts still. And then you've got, what, Atri, Mongols. Tends to be a very good, powerful, versatile pick for maps like Kawasan, Four Lakes, Lakeside. Comes to mind, mainly for the HRE. And he has still got the Byzantines. I mean, Anatan has good generic picks all around. French, very powerful practically anywhere. China, very powerful practically anywhere. Golden Horde, powerful. And this map, Paul, not on many. I'd say Gorge, Dry Arabian, Coastal. You could run them on Hill and Dale. I think we've seen a few players doing that. And then first map is going to be Dry Arabia. They both pick their best tiers, Byzantines and Chinese. Probably going to be French from Anno. No, we go Shishi, okay. And does that mean Ottomans then for B? Ottomans, maybe House of Lancaster knowing him. I don't know if that's a little bit too slow against China Shushi. I feel like you just get fast castled, but he does it. Okay, so like I'm assuming that Anno is now going to ban Byzantines and B will ban China to force like an all-in ape click. No, it's slightly different. He actually allows Byzantines through. Now that is interesting because I think isn't Byzantines a little bit better at holding off the Shushi Horde than Lancaster? Because Lancaster tends to just do 2 TC and kind of bulk up. But like Byzantines, you get a few outposts going yourself, you get a few longbow groups together, you get very tanky spearmen to kind of hold the front line. And you get a boosted economy much easier than Lancaster. I don't know, I think this is, I'd say decent for B. There is always a world in which Anno just fast castles though. Keep that in mind. The Jiangnan isn't just good for feudal ins, it's good for fast castle builds. So it's not a cut and drive, oh man, he has to do this, and B's just gonna like trounce him because of it. Because the thing is, if Anno goes for a rapid castle timing, he can have it like 6.5 minutes. B won't be ready to go castle at that point. He'll probably be on like level 3, level 4 cistern, and starting to gather up. Level 5 just about coming in, just afterwards. Like, I think there is a way that Anatan can make this a very annoying game for B, unless B attacks. Alright, so let's get that bad boy spun up. Trying hard to get unmodded? Don't worry, you're already on the list. You just have to take you out. You know too much, you know? All our top secrets. Can't let you spill them, bro. Okay. So let's get ready to roll. One sec. Just got someone pinging me about something in the background. Should be good. Yes. All right. What do you guys think, though? Do you think B won the pick here? I think I do think that the Byzantines have good answers. But it always comes down to that fast castle build. That fast castle build, it should be quite effective because you just go for the Shaolin monks. And it's very hard for Byzantines to spread out wide enough, quick enough, because they don't have that many lombos at that point. And, you know, the Limitane are a little bit more pricey. So, like, strong in a fight, but not strong in a split, is my concern. Or the Dragon nerf wasn't big enough? Nah, they didn't really nerf them that hard. B won the draft, but I don't think Byzantine can beat Shushi here. Yeah, I just think, like, fast castle splits you too thin, right? I think if you go all in feudal, Byzantine probably has a better chance. They'll just Zerg him. If he has the worst spawn imaginable, I can see where you're coming from. Like, if you have triple 4 berries, probably you're going to get Zerg, right? But if you have back berries and good options, I think you can actually bulk quick enough. And what's up, Neko? Appreciate the resub, buddy. Welcome back to the Swarm. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Remember, guys, Prime subs cost you nothing. You're just giving money to Bezos. Give it to me instead. And then while you're at it, give me more money. Go sign up for HelloFresh using my link. Use my code. Very confusing one. Killer Pigeon HFZW. I don't know what the ZW stands for. I didn't even ask. They did a video on this. Most civs can't match the timing they have. But, like, what was his conditions, right? Because, like, you always have to be careful about making these ultimatums. If you, like, are you considering all maps? I mean, Dry Arabias are pretty standard, so you'd assume what he's trying to hit at works. Like, rather that it blocks him. But I feel like if you get a good berry option, there is a way. All I don't really want to see is Hippodrome, but I feel like I've seen a few Byzantine players try Hippodrome against Shushi with not great success. Damn, that's nice, nice goal. You gave them a 10-minute gambling window? Oh my god. I mean, in fairness, it's their own faults for not gambling enough. Like, what are you doing with all that free bird fee? Like, maybe one day KP will add in a get a free PlayStation 4, 5, 6 option. No, I'm not doing that. I'm too much of a cheapskate. I think Anno wins this one, but B won the whole draft. I mean, forcing the situation to, like, Byzantines being used up this early is pretty good, though. Like, even if you feel like he won the draft, like, he's just lost one of his most powerful picks, too. Bro, you're just... Man at Farms, you're actually disgusting. It's the summer, and you're doing push-ups. I'm going to have to, like, fine you more for that in the future. No, I've got no space. Ugh. Alright, there we go. Pretty Beal in prime right now. I mean, he hasn't been clean, right? I think his LAN performance was cleaner. He's been a little bit sloppy at moments in the group stage. Whereas Anatan looks more in form than he was on LAN. I think LAN Anatan needs some work. LAN Anatan is not there, man. But the interesting thing is, like, recent matchups between these two, I think B's been quite heavily favored, if I'm not mistaken, statistically. The last several times they've matched up, I think B is close to stomped him each time. Yeah, so... Oh, wait, no. Anno flipped it around the two most recent matchups. 2-0 for Anno, 3-1 for Anno. And then you had the free little pigs, 3-1 for B. Then Anno in KPMM Season 2... Actually, yeah, no, he did beat B there, didn't he? What am I thinking of? I could have sworn there was some other events recently where B had his number, but apparently not according to this. Maybe Liquipedia is missing some statistics? So Anno's actually favored when it comes to, like, online performance. Low latency B, is that what we're calling him now? Oh no, I'm too high. All right, I think we're good. Hype it up. It is time. The CIS showdown. That honestly feels like a CSI investigation because there's so many deep details that you need to analyze twice when you watch these two go at it. Anatan and B in the arena. B in the green as the Byzantines up against Anatan's godly pick. The Shushi make it through a draft once again and get picked as a result. In the yellow for Dry Arabia. Interesting matchup, actually. We're just speculating this live on stream. If you guys weren't there, you should have been. And the interesting thought is, like, apparently there's been a discussion in the community that Shushi's timing all in is just a bit too strong. I'm a bit more skeptical. I wonder if Byzantines is actually the type of defensive CF that can benefit from a feudal all in. But I think they have another weakness, which is if Shushi goes for a fast castle build, I don't feel like Byzantines have good answers to prevent the follow-up plays out of Shushi. That being said, spawn-wise, kind of a sucky one. Anatan got 4 Deers. Kind of looking like the type of game where you want to go pro scouts here. Meanwhile, for B, he gets the back berries, which is great. Follow-up berries plus deer stacked are behind a double tree line. The deer's not ideal, but I have seen some builds more recently from Byzantine players where if they rush Castle Age, they just rush Cataphracts. So there is value to be had. Overall, it's an okay spawn. I wouldn't call it crazy good just because the third berry is actually really far ahead and exposed. And the secondary is, like, in the opening minutes, very hard to secure. Let's see how these two play. In terms of sheep gathering, it looks like it's neck and neck, so 13 to 14. No clear big advantage being gained on either side. And predictions. Anatan the favored. I mean, we're just talking about that as well. As Lanatan, kind of underwhelming, right? He did not have a great time when both him and B were on the same LAN. B, of course, won the entire thing. But online events, it's different. Online events, B is not favored, actually. Statistically, he's at a disadvantage compared to Anatan over the last several meetings. In fact, looking at the last 10 matchups, B only won one of them. Yeah, Anatan, even back when we still had the KPMMs, Anatan had B's number time and time again. Like, he had statistically more wins in Season 2. It wasn't even close. So Jiangnam's coming in with one. This doesn't mean fast castle. A lot of the time we see people go for just one on Jiangnam because Shushi has crazy build speed for reasons that will never be disclosed to us. I can tell you the reasons right now. It's pretty obvious. Basically, someone very high up in the Microsoft office is Chinese. And also they realize that they sell 3 times more copies in China than they do anywhere else. So let's just keep making China good. Okay? Yeah, it's a pretty powerful element, honestly. It always has been. It's why Shushi and China tend to have some of the best economies in the game. Because they don't have to drag as many workers wasting time on build-ups in early game. They get their build-ups quicker, so it's less like time wasted, not just villagers, but time wasted doing it. And then obviously on top of that, they always have the taxation plus the supervision. It's just an all-round powerful economy civ. Trying to think if that's the best place for the HelloFresh banner. I don't know. Let me know if that gets obnoxious. It comes and goes. You guys get seen. It's like a little magician act. Like, it appears, and then the HelloFresh man reveals what you guys have said. So, tier 3 already coming online. He's moving out towards the berries. He's already insulating himself nicely. Brown Winery not too much further behind, but with Jiangnan, there's the Sables drop. I think we are looking at Pro Scouts. He's got 2 on gold still. There's no other reason why you keep 2 on gold, right? Unless he's planning to add in Wheelbarrow right now. Has queued up the first Horseman. Which makes sense. Your opponent's still gathering on the stone. He might want to move out for the berries. And also even the gold is just unguarded. So 1 to 2 horsemen isn't a bad idea. It just forces your opponent to start building into spearmen early. Which could set up for like a Palace Guard strategy here. And there's the follow-up scout. So it is indeed going to be the Pro Scout. It had to be with this spawn, guys. Like, let's be totally real. He got double 4 deer. He's got barely any food behind his base. Also, his opponent has a wallable area in the mid-game. So, if you slow Pro Scouts or whatever else the plan is, like your opponent, he's going to get this deer you own. It's a huge loss. You might not think of Byzantines for deer gathering, but honestly, if you go for cataphract timings, it's quite valuable. And quite often in this matchup, I feel like we do see a few catas, right? Because if you get into that deep castle age, there's a high probability the Chinese player is going to start adding in siege. And cataphracts have always been that natural sniper against them. Okay, so win conditions. B's adding in Limitane. Naturally, you want to try and slow down the Pro Scouts play, but also you need to prep for the reality of Lance of Fast Castle. I think win conditions naturally going to be for Byzantines to hit Castle Age off of 5 systems and start pumping up mercs. For Anatan, he's looking to push now. Now look what he's building. Chugnu getting added in alongside the Horsemen, so this is going to be an aggro build. Probably just going to stop at the 4 scouts. Don't really need more than that anyway. And then you just focus on getting armies out as fast as possible. So Zergs are coming. He needs to be fast to get those mercs online. House already coming in. So we'll be able to start producing that first group of longbows momentarily, right? He's got enough olive oil now. Remember, they changed it so you get 1 less longbow per grouping, but that makes them cheaper. So technically, you're getting them sooner. In fact, I feel like I see this a lot where the players haven't still, like, optimized for it. Yeah, he's practically the old number that was required because the timings for these build orders. I don't think they've fully caught up to the changes. What's up, Sugar? I haven't followed this game for a long time. Are tier 1 players still same as 2 years ago? No, I'd say there's some new tier 1 players in there. Like, B has risen up the rankings a bit. I think, like, he won't mind me saying, you go back, like, over a year ago, he wasn't quite seen as the guy who's going to make finals or even semis. Now he can. Anatan also has that same potential. The Canadians have caught up. But yeah, there are a lot of familiar faces. The Spanish Bros, Marine Lord, Beastie, and the Canadians. So similar with some sprinklings of upcomers. Spears retreating. Nice micro there, actually. Yeah, a lot of damage done by B. Gets away 1 the Horseman. Chugnu now scaring Bab. Of course, he does have Lombo grouping. Lombo's very good at dealing with Chug. Not a great look for a dive right now. No, the walls, they're going up already. Sick read. Yeah, so this is kind of rough now. So to pro scout out, you either need to break the wall or go all the way around. And I don't like the idea of breaking the wall because Lombos are so strong in the defense. He is already moving over there. You can actually see a creep in. Might be worth B just adding a small wall here to make sure he's always pushed towards the town center. Yeah, because anytime he comes in TC range, it's just free damage. But, like, you just can't bone through here, right? Like, not unless you have 20 torches, let's say. Because Lombos will be able to react quick enough to start hurting before it. Is the annoyance. Level 4, level 5 systems now coming in. B's economy going to be feeling quite bloated. We have got Palace Guard littered in now in the formation. Interesting thing about PG, though, they tend to suffer a little bit more against range units. If you guys remember, when Shushu first came out, like, English was seen as actually a classic counter because they could beat Chug with Lombos, and Palace Guard weren't quite tanky enough to deal with Mass Lombo either, because Lombos have 1 more damage than the standard archers, and 2 more range. Yes, they're slower, but who cares about being slow when no one can get near you without dying? It's like if someone goes, oh man, you should totally use this pistol, right? Because you'll be able to move around. Or you can have this minigun aimed at the one door that people can come through. Like, if they get through the door, you're not going to be able to move. You're going to be in trouble. But you can probably kill them before they reach you. I think I'd take my chances with the minigun. I actually might make the HelloFresh thing smaller. I don't know if that looks better or worse. I was trying to, like, make it part of the chat. Let me know what you think of that. Okay, so Anna's pretty committed. No, he's actually teching. He built quite a few tubes. B did get baited, though. He went into Horseman. So I feel like Anatan got what he wanted out of it, right? Like, he's still going to get his deer home. His opponent wasted more time building extra crap that he's not going to want when this goes castle. And of course, with Shushi, rather, you get up so much faster. I'm trying to slip in. Not going to be that simple. B has got 8 on gold. Shifts over to the new berries. So I think you're going to start to see him priming for a tech up too. And it's going to be Mount Lu Academy. So we're not going to be seeing the Shallow Monks. Makes sense. We're past 10 minutes. I think Shallow Monastery gets less value once you're past the 10-minute mark. When you build it at the 7-minute mark, the value is in the fact your opponent simply can't have enough units to beat those monks. But at 10 minutes, you know, if you walk a monk out and this group of spears plus Lombos finds him, he's going to die. And they are expensive at 200 food a pop. Extra wallage from B. Only 1 entrance left into his base now. So you know he's in camp mode, right? Like, just build, 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 tech, tech, tech. I don't know if I like how many horsemen he's building, though. This feels a bit unusual now. So here's the tech up. Did he cancel the horse? I don't think he canceled the horsemen. No, they spawned. And he's paranoid right now. Check this. He's got textiles coming in already. Horseman, not going to have a great time here. Pass guard upgrade is already in. Yeah, this is kind of weird now. And honestly, the horseman is a big criticism point because he built, what, I think 7 horsemen in total? Well, that's already, what, 850-ish resources? Then you got the stables at top 150. Like, there's the difference between already teching and not. The stables plus horsemen slowed him down a lot. And this does feel like your atypical B experience. Instead of just going for a tech play now, he adds in a lot more army. And in fairness, what choice do you have? They're knocking at your door already. Ranged armor still on the way for the pass guard. Spears, Lombos have to retreat. Villagers will move away. That's going to be a full dive underneath the town center. Formation shuffle gets him away. Can't really dive too deep, not with the Chug. The Chug is a liability here. So overall, not a bad trade there for B. He lost what? I think 2 Limitane, killed a Palace Guard. Idled it all as well, of course. Bumped on the wall. Cheeky idea. If he keeps distracting, he breaks through there. That's so much more food to work with. But the horsemen are Rohirrim riding out. And he just sends 1. Okay. So he doesn't want to overextend. He doesn't want to fin himself on the east side too. Elbows. But slow to retreat here. Got to be careful of those horsemen. Spears. Beautiful in the front line. Lombo fire coming in towards the Chug to try and protect his spears. Chug that are vetted up now, by the way, so do a lot of damage. Overall, trades aren't too bad for B, but now you kind of get the harassment on the side. Goldwalker's going to get found over here. He's got textiles, but despite that, still going to be losses. And the Lombos are starting to die. Chug seemed to be target firing them down. He realized it. He said, oh, wait. Why am I wasting time on spears? This is your DPS. Reduces him down to just 7 longbows now. Ah, yeah. And there's more Palace Guard coming. Like, Anatan's read was very smart on this. He didn't just flood Palace Guard pointlessly. He waited to confirm that it was going to be a continued feudal. And the moment he realized that it wasn't fast castle, he says, okay, Palace Guard is good. If it had been fast castle, then you're probably thinking more along the lines of lancers. Because men-at-arms can be counterplayed by upgraded lombos and a few crossbows. Or your opponent will. All burn through do get stopped. The scout sneaking in does get denied. I don't know, just forming up for the new wave. He did switch on the crossbows, by the way, over here. I think. I mean, he's got exactly 4 crossbows and a grenadier. So he chose one group of ranged specialists. Kind of glad he switched back, guys. Like, the problem of going 4 crossbows here is your opponent has no reason for you to need them yet. And you can preempt, but my worry there is it makes it easier for longbows to trade than if you have more Palace Guard. Monks now coming from Anatan. Goldenhorn Tower being built up with 18 by D. Only 11 longbows, not crazy. Can't prep the new wave yet, either. And what's up, Pilgrim? Appreciate the prime sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. This is a lot of Palace Guard. He's got, what, 16 here, another 5 on the way. And reminder, they've got the +2 armor, so the Lombos do 1 damage exactly. B, of course, because he's teching, he stopped producing armor. Punishment is coming. Horsemen do cut a few of the reinforcements. Actually, a good choice there. Outnumbers him. Dive in. Not going to work out. Lombo's spears pulled far enough back. He still hasn't done any real damage. This is odd. He has got the gold blocker, though. Yeah, B has limited gold. He's got enough for veteran Cs. He gets the Lombo upgrade. Is it worth adding in a few cats here? Cataphracts are very pricey, but he sees it. He wants it. He queues a whole 1, guys. Yeah, he has got +2 damage coming, though, which is a bigger deal. I think for Anno, the key is maybe not to overextend. Although the Lombos have baited him. Gets the charge in, gets the 1. Will be garrisoning inside the TC. Shuffles out the other side. Makes sense. A lot more DPS on Lombos than on Town Center Fire. It needs to be careful about that overextension. You see the value of Palace Guard. The default faster movement speed than men-at-arms, and then you add in the fact that they get a charge to speed them forward at 1.69. It's hard to stay away from. Only tanking up from initially. Dive past, though. Hello. Anno says, why am I waiting around? Like, this is my go point. Now or never. Dives in. Asgard just chasing down those Lombos. More Cataphracts are coming up for B, though. If the Cats get ignored, it turns into a good trade for B. Although if he's losing Lombos, Cats win. Problem is, there's already some crossbows in here. I don't think he noticed it. No, he's got villagers with accurate to it. Oh, God. I'm getting flashbacks to the Lancaster game. Every day of the week, it's the same thing with B. He loves arming the peasantry. And you know what? It's actually working. What? It cost him dearly. That's 6 worker kills so far in this game. So an eco lead for Anno, with relics also coming home for him. But this is such a B maneuver. Who else would have pulled villagers like that in that moment? Oh my God. Keeps the core group of Lombos alive. Starts to rebuild into Cats. Cats that are going to feel countered now by the 11 crossbowmen. Yeah, there's probably a better value point in Horsemen, weirdly enough. But the problem is you don't usually start scaling Horsemen at this stage when the food's beginning to run out, right? Like, we haven't got farms set up yet. And B, he's gathering a lot of stones. So potentially going to be seeing Manganellum placements soon. What a weird game. I mean, the weird thing for Anno as well is this is meant to be the free win game, right? Like, we talked about this with the draft. This is meant to be the one where, hey, Shushi is just very powerful, to the point that some people even ban it. But B, there is really a way here, guys. You have to remember that Anatan is not full power pro scouts. B has been leveraging the deer. right? He's had that lifeline. You don't often see it out of Byzantines, but he's a very smart player here. The boar is the difference maker, but Anatan will need both of them. Like, don't get me wrong, he's mathematically ahead on food available, sure. But I think to kind of break the strategy B's going for, right? Like, it's very obnoxious mass lombos plus cats. And he creeps the forward berries. Mango emplacements coming in. Outpost did go up over here. Spawn replacements there. So a bit of an ambitious fight coming in from B. He commits to the torches. Lombos pull back slightly. Mango emplacement about to complete. He does see the army marching. Villager going to get chased away here. Lombos. Oh, he A-clicked. He switched targets. Didn't get the kill. Burn's coming, but fortification's fast. The mango shots are going to hurt. He's going to need one round of repairs here, I think. He needs to draw fire, but it's not what B. He doesn't even try for the repair. Loses the tower. Cataphracts are now in. Lombos need to be target firing down the crossbows to have a chance of holding this for him. The crossbows, barely dented. Still 10 of them in the fight. Cats get wiped out. B hasn't been producing throughout all this either. No, his food income's just kind of getting out of control, right? 1,000 food in reserve. Switches to Varangian Guard. Torch coming on the second tower. He needs to be sniping the low PG. He goes for it. Nice micro. He remembers this time. Good split here just to minimize the damage from the siege shots. Villager repair crew. Not going for the garrison. A little bit late there. Buys enough time. Fortifications in. But B barely any army to his name. And now behind by 8 workers. Not just that, guys. Relics. 3 relics already home from Anno. Very easy for him to get the 4th. Maybe even the 5th. I don't like the look of this for B, man. This is getting brutal. He's running out of finite food to work with, which means a farm transition becomes inevitable. We can see Anno's doing the same thing though, right? He's going Meditation Garden, so he's looking for that pivot. But he has a lot more justification and ability to get away with a farm transition. Yeah, whereas B has a grand total of 0 farms. I think it was a valiant effort, but just kind of out of steam at the stage. It's kind of a shame, actually. If that Mango Tower had been kept alive, the first one, potentially game-changing, right? Like, you could just keep gathering Feradal. The army gets pressured a lot more, but they double Mango Fire. The weird part, I'm pretty sure B had the economy to buy Mango Tower 2 much earlier than he did as well. But this is what fights do to you, right? He gets drawn in. He has to keep flashing. Here's Siphon. Does bait the army in, so it gets a few mango shots out. What is the range on this thing every time? B's insane, plays like no one else in the scene. Pretty much, man. Always proves to be entertaining. These two going at each other proves to be one of historically the most entertaining matchups in Age of Empires 4. The way I've already just always rather described it, it's like watching a show match. Not even a show match, sorry, it's the wrong word. It's like watching a show. You know, it's almost like they're there to entertain rather than win. And he got the 5th relic. Talk about a big win. Wow. So Song Dynasty's allowed him to start setting up the farms. I imagine he'll be looking to prime into Yuan quite quick, so you can get the pagodas online with the relics. Lancers will be scared away. But all they need to do is idle out this area, right? This outpost is in range, guys. The spring can hit these. Yeah, villagers aren't safe. More mango towers on the way now for B. The torches, the burn. The burn's coming through. He knows! He knew exactly what the strat was. Hard commit for the burn, for the kill. Shoot, scaring away the Lombos. Trample comes across, but the repairs from B. He keeps it up and alive. Anno! Wait, what just happened to his army? Oh my god. I mean, he may have lost army, but he got worker kills for it. It's now a 15 worker lead. B holds, but now needs a push. Yeah, you can't just sit back and be comfortable now, right? Like, you took so many losses defending that area. Sick fight for him. But, you know, Anno, the farm transition, look at the progress. Just give him 2 minutes. It's going to be like that fight never happened. Yeah, because my concern now is B. He survives another onslaught, but his farm transition's weaker. Much weaker. Medigard in the center is just giving so much gold long term. Like, I don't know. I don't see how B gets out of the corner. It's so hard now. Nombo's also getting baited in. Hero Siphon's got some work to do. He'll eventually wear this down, right? But price gonna be. Lancers get the charge in. Will not wear it down. Hero Siphon is gone. Villagers, no, don't let guys. This worked before B. We cannot conscript peasantries any longer. It's like playing Crusader Kings and not sending your people back to work. You're eventually going to take a hit on the economy, dog. Like, come on. Oh, man. This just looks good. Sacred Site time is ticking as well. B's just kind of stuck fighting tooth and nail for gold. Good shout out from chat earlier that it would kind of come down to this. Giant ass B in it. Oh, wait. Hey, B. Oh, no, he's gone. Just like in this game. X-Line farms? I don't know what you mean, dog. Looks fine to me. Blame the moisturizing. Or did you mean this? Nah, this is just... It's kind of optimal. Kind of optimal. Yeah. B tries again, fails miserably. Villagers die trying to repair, and he's done. Game number 1. Anatan reminding us why he is the beast of these two when it comes to online play. Is he BO7 on the screen? No, but it's a best of 7. I don't have the fancy automated tools anymore, and I can't be asked to remember to manually retype everything. So... Alright, so game 1 gonna be a win for Mr. Anachad. Let's see what they got for game 2. This thing people might ask, yeah, but that's like how you get the chat metrics up. I'm like, wow, look how interactive my chat is. Like, wow, look how interactive my chat is. Clicking all the links from sponsors to pop up, so sponsors like you more. Okay, so game 2 is gonna be 4 lakes. Order the Dragon versus Lancaster. I'm not sure Order the Dragon's very good in this matchup. Not with the way Lancaster's been playing, right? Because Lancaster now does these like 2TC, sometimes mass outpost builds. What do you do against that? Or the other problem is the Order the Dragon, they're very tanky units, but so is Lancaster. I'd also argue that Order the Dragon is quite slow. And the problem with that is it gives more opportunities to heal for Lancaster. That being said, I haven't seen this matchup on water. Or rather, 4 lakes, right? I haven't seen it with the emboldened economies. Anatan, by the way, he had his Abbasid sniped away, and B's Tuflak was sniped away. Yeah, I'm worried like the only way you can break Lancaster here is with mass ranged. But like, kind of dangerous to build Gilded Archers into Hovelar, no? Because the problem is, like, you can have Gilded Spears, but then your opponent's building and scaling Yeoman a lot easier. And then I'm always concerned when you talk about cheap crap versus quality crap, when it's melee, right? And when it's a spear specifically, because spears rely on the brace mechanic, but the brace mechanic stuns them as well. It's like whenever you outnumber, you feel great against spearmen. They just can't use their DPS effectively. Or Dragon goes fast cast with Burgrave and just kills Lancaster with Crossbow Ball. But wouldn't Lancaster just... Would they just Yeoman, like, Earl's Guard to that? Or Yeoman Lancer, even. You just Yeoman Lancer against that, no? Yeoman kill the crossbows, Lancers kill everything else. I don't know, I think Lancaster has answers. Today is all best of 7s, and also KP can't manually type it. We've already got so much stuff on screen. Why are you asking for more stuff? I'm trying to declutter. I'm gonna get rid of the prediction bars if you keep sassing me. Comfort pick for B? I mean, he's the best Lancaster player in the game right now. I don't know. I don't think anyone should feel offended by that. I have not seen a single pro player show anywhere near the skill level B has with Lancaster right now. Maybe previously, but not right now. Vortex Lucifron? No, not this style. Not even this style at all. Like, previous style, yes. The aggro style, they got as good as be at. You know, the, like, all-in Lord's build. The Lord's Rush. But, like, this isn't what you do with Lancaster anymore. Especially on land. Like, on land maps, it's very different, right? And that's where B has made his mark with the 2 TC builds. Alright, let's get ready to go. Let me mark up the score. Yeah, I don't know what you want from me. I don't have fancy UIs anymore. I got those production quirks taken away, so this is what we have. Enjoy my little block score things. If you're looking to learn how to play Lancaster, there is nowhere else to go but to this guy's replays. 3D Clans B, easily the best House of Lancaster player in Age of Empires 4 right now. He's currently in the middle of an S-tier tournament face-off against one of his most familiars, Anatan. On the other side, as the Order of the Dragon in the yellow, we head into Four Lakes. Can B's S-tier Lancaster translate into water and give him a win? Or is the dragon simply going to rise from its slumber too fast here? Well, 1-0, welcome back. Game number 2. Anatan in the lead already with his Shushi pick. We now head into our second, where Lancaster, definitely a powerful pick to try and even this up. Map, of course, going to be Four Lakes, so you have got the pond spawns. You get plenty of fish out here. I know someone in chat saying earlier they're not a big fan of this map. I kind of vibe with where people's grudges are. I think it's very hard to do things early on anymore, bar 1 or 2 Civ matchups. And we've kind of just reached the point with the majority of players where they've gotten so good at buffering away annoying cheeses early game that you inevitably end up in this big fish boom in a rush. Shore fishing? It's actually not that bad. Like, it's not disgusting anymore. Shoreline fishing is kind of decent because a while ago, they buffed shoreline fishing for fishing boats to balance it out against deep water. The logic being is like, with how water used to work, if you got pushed off a deep water, you lost the game. But the idea they had is like, for these maps like Holy Island Archipelago, if you have to do shoreline, it didn't feel like it was GG straight away. And for Anatan, the value here was that in the early game, when he needed a little bit more food for his more expensive villages, that first boat being on the shoreline does help. Build a gazebo in the middle of summer? Ugh. Wait until winter. All right, predictions. How did you guys rock your votes? 100% on Anatan. Not a single soul believes in Lancaster. I am shocked and appalled. What? Nah. I've seen things, guys. Like, B has the best Lancaster game all year. It was him. I just can't really buy... I can't vote against this horse, man. Pond play's already setting up. Remember, Lancaster, similar to English, they get the slight discounts, so 10% off on all boats. Does allow them to inflate their count a bit faster. Obviously, early game, Boy the Dragon and starting economy is pretty nice with the extra gathering on villages. You start to balance that out as Lancaster if you start adding in manners. All gold players know All the Dragon's unbeatable. Well, tell that to the sheep. Booyah, baby. The triple kill. All right, so there you go. B, he gets 22 sheep. Anatan gets 13 with that club down. Now the run back. So we'll be looking to tech up. He's already set up on both ponds. Both players have, actually. Wow, look at this. It turns out Four Lakes openings is very AFK. I mean, it's funny because you're probably wondering why didn't B just Dark Age Rush? I think Lancaster can do that against a lot of civs, but Order of the Dragon is one of the more resilient civs because their villages are more tanky. Yeah, because their villages actually have higher base damage, higher health, they're better at combating Dark Age Rushes than other standard civs. Right? And like, even though there's a 4 gold, you come in here, you're going to take a lot of damage on those spears. If you just saw more value in out-ecoing, because when you get into the mid-game here, it's going to become a quality versus quantity. And Lancaster has so much quantity. Right? In general, any civ up against Order of the Dragon has quantity. Because you pay so much less. A shore bow rush? Hold on. Calm down. It's not that game again. I think you guys are missing Don Artie a little bit too much. He'll come back, right? Nah, he's gone. Okay. This should just be standard IVF Kings. I don't feel like they've done anything to make Lancaster Castle incorrigible. So, it's just a very weird landmark. The way they can make Lancaster Castle probably worth building is if it unlocked Demi-Lance production in Feudal Age. I think that's a reasonable change. But currently, the Lords are way too good. The scaling is way too strong. So, Abbey of Kings it is. Other side is going to be Mine Work coming through, which suggests that Anatan might be looking to get a bit more aggressive. I mean, Arhan loses value in Four Lakes because you've already chopped through so much of the tree line, and you're not likely to set up farms, right? So, Mine Work tends to get more credence because of that. And this gives them really nice timing, right, to try and get the armor upgrades, in particular against Lancaster. Man, I'm thirsty. Oh my god. That's okay. I hate summer, but pause. That is the one good thing about summer is that like ice cold drinks hit so much different. My work feels better on water maps, exactly because of what we said. Like the Arhan tends to get value, especially for Order of the Dragon as the game goes on, when you start to add in the farms. But if you got fishing, you don't really need farms. It's a different ball game. You know, you came to play football, they came to play baseball. A little bit lame on the deer. I guess B's just like, I got nothing else to do right now. Might as well vibe. Fishing count right up to 15. So Anatan falling behind in that department. But it looks like it's because he's priming a fast castle, maybe? Interesting. Oh, he crept a pond. No, B, no. He did. You greedy son of a gun. Oh, mamma mia. He sees it early, at least. But he done this to himself, guys. A popular play is to stick a fishing bow out on the side, like what Anatan's done. So that you see them coming. It doesn't guarantee it, but it increases the probability that you discover a rush before it starts to develop. B now going in for a springle ship. Fishing boats will just have the delta split. Oh, archer ship? Nah, you did, right? Yep, just in time. But still, it's going to be annoying on the idle effect here, right? Like, just moving your fishing around this much gets really frustrating. It's also just taxing. You know, when stuff's happening, it's hard to be good. It's easy to be good when nothing's happening. But small things like this, I say small things, big things like this, can cause small mistakes which ripple. And look at the way Anatan's using this. It's exactly what we expected. He's starting to save up a lot of food and gold, so Castle Age does start to become a realistic goal here. Has got the stables down with the horsemen coming at least. Sprung ship, now just chasing that archer ship away. Anno not adding in a demo whatsoever, weirdly enough. I say weirdly enough, it just confirms Castle. Like, he's happy with what he got out of his opponent. He forced him into a 1-1-1. B invested a lot to protect this pawn. Even the Lord, actually, it's kind of crazy. The Lord, another important detail. Instead of this Lord running across map and being annoying on Yellow's gold, he has to come over here to try and deal with the dock. What, Frank? She's telling me about Ezreal. Yeah. Oh, well, you go eat it now nicely. You know you're not allowed food in here. Not after spilling all those chips last time. Okay, so Scout, not going to be too annoying with a Horseman, actually. Showing up. Remember, B, these villagers can't defend against Horsemen well at all. That's why I like that Anatan has littered in a few. I'm a bit surprised by the addition of Gilded Men-at-Arms as well. I thought he'd just take the tech. But in fairness to him, building one or two of these, moving them across map, and then teching means you can vet them, and then you're immediately diving the base. So it does have some value props here. But B, man, he's even faster. Look at this. Bare bonesing his way towards Castle Age. I mean, makes sense. I think out of these two, if both were building units, right, the one that gets away with fast castle more easily is Lancaster. Because Order of the Dragon don't have a Castle Age landmark that protects you. Whereas Lancaster always go White Tower anyway. It would be nice to be able to do the King's College. But I think with the arrival of Men-at-Arms, he probably just goes for the safe option. Well, I know choose for age up. Bird baby. Gotta vomit out the troopers. You know what I think is kind of like an interesting and underrated play, actually? Is like when you tech up this quick as Anno, just adding in one Landsknecht. You build them quicker and cheaper, right? And like at this stage, your opponent doesn't have much to protect against the Lanch. He's trying to get more now. Spears. Get rid of the Scout. Go to Men-at-Arms, dive in. Lord's trying to contest it now, but the Horseman, ooh, he does get the kill. Somehow. What was that range? Men-at-Arms now going to try to retreat. Lords hit similar, remember? Yeah, 14 and 14. Of course, the difference being that Lords have a slower attack speed. But when you're chasing in melee, it doesn't matter as much. Because you're going to club, and then you're going to chase them for like, 10 seconds. Full count approaching 4. White Tower now coming through. Uses it to secure the gold, as well as to stop a full rotation around his base. Horseman will not be able to dive against 6 Spearmen. That would be a death sentence. Good Men-at-Arms could be a little bit more annoying here, but I don't think they're going to last as long as you'd think with the Lords here. Even less so when the Spears do that. Nice body block. Starts to pull back now. Spears have to react on the other side. Dive around the back. Good with the Horseman. Costs a little bit of idle. Not too much. Men-at-Arms now chasing after the same one worker. Wasted time here. And B, showing you just how valuable Textiles is. Still ends up losing a worker there. It minimizes the threat point. Kills the heavily armored units. And has age up. Mirrored with Anno. Anno, by the way, already now has the first units coming out. So we've got the first crossbowman. We've got extra Men-at-Arms, which are now upgraded to veterancy. And B is going for a mass Alsguard approach, which is kind of nuts, but I like it. Little fun fact for you. So someone in chat said earlier, like, Gilded Crossbows can just destroy this. And I mentioned at the time that, like, the Men-at-Arms, the Alsguard are very good for Lancaster. And here's why. It's the dagger throws. If you get enough of these bad boys, you can snipe crossbowmen before they get in range of you. It's still crazy to me that this ability has more range than a crossbowman. And Frey, leave that alone. No, do not touch the electrics. Because you don't know what you're doing. I'm being invaded by children. Which is hilarious. They're meant to be going. So army marching forward. He's holding a lot of reserve resources. Maybe just not quite sure what he wants to build yet. It's going to be crossbow plus Alsguard. We talked earlier about Yeoman. Yeoman is still like a pretty decent choice into the enemy crossbows, right? With the range. Obviously, the Men-at-Arms are threatening him, right? It's already up to 8, which is a pretty solid count. And wow, I know he just mind gamed himself. He's expecting something that requires spears. There's nothing that requires spears. There's no knight play here. There's no Hobbler. He just gets continuous push. Anatan, I think, has realized it now and isn't produced more. Now got kids trying to play ball games inside my studio. And wait, dude, oh my god, are you kidding me? So he was right, but then he stopped pumping. B's prepping Hobbler. You can tell these two still play a lot together by the way that they're reacting ahead of time, and it doesn't make sense because there's nothing to react to yet. Oh, bloody hell. The veteran Super Spears just came in. Relics are coming home quickly for Anno. This is the 4th relic? Oh my god. Up to 5 prelates already. That's crazy. What Hobbler? Those Hobbler. You don't prep veterancy for something and don't build it. Yeah, there's no advantage of doing that. Your opponent can't see that you've prepped veterancy. Fishing is equal, by the way. I don't see a quick break for either player here. Especially with Anno now going Inspired Warriors. Right, it gives him a huge buffer. Especially in the melee brawl. Two arrows on the way now. Hello. Whoop! Just about gets away. Alsguard can now deny the prelate, trying to return it. Looks like there is an attempt to burn down the docks, but there's 3 docks here. It's just not worth diving in and losing units for right now. And the spears are just going to throw themselves away. Okay, so there's still a few reserved behind this, but the thing is, like, Anatan still hasn't discovered the Hobbler. So if B hides the Hobbler mass until it reaches, say, 20, I wouldn't expect Anatan to prep more spears. So it could just kill him in an outright fight. So very dangerous territory now for Anno. But he seems to know something. He's prepping more spears. Okay, Men-at-Arms plus the crossbows now all getting buffed up. We've got a horseman switch coming from Anatan, and oh my god. Guys, one sec. I've got a disaster on the side because my kids are being silly.
Wohin soll ich gehen?
Alright, sorry about that, guys. Bloody hell. Got them traffic jam in the door, both of them trying to yank their bikes out at the same time. Which they shouldn't even be doing. I don't know where Emma's gone. They're meant to be going around her friends literally right now. But nothing's changed, right? Like, it's just kind of a stalemate stare down. The weird thing is Anatan... B's played this very well, but he just revealed his hand. Like, until now, Anatan kept building spears, not seeing anything, and he reached the point where he's like, okay, there's no point in spears. B finally revealed himself. Because unfortunately, this ability is toxic. Order the Dragon HRE, the extra vision that they get from relics is so strong. Hard to hide. I know he's prepping for Imperial, though. So he's just denying the outpost. So good map control from B. Like, Anatan's taking a much more turtly approach. And I'm assuming L's back drop on a sacred site here. Not a sacred site. He goes for the gold. Interesting. He actually plays quite defensive. I thought he'd be a little bit further up here because then he gets the double gold and everything else. No, one sec. Ezra wants to say goodbye. Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey, yeah. Bye, hamburger girl. Pray art, don't press buttons. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Alright. I finally have peace and quiet. I don't know if you guys could hear it to the side. Ezra is so wonderful. But when he gets frustrated, he has this very ear-piercing squeal. Like a piggy just got their trotter stuck in a door. Days Jeans had no chance on the dice when hair color was rolled? Are you kidding me? I was as blonde as he was at his age, actually. He'll probably go brown in a few years. All right, push in. This is a very tanky army. Remember what I said about this matchup being weird? Because of the Lords, not quite as tanky as Order the Dragon units, but it's more similar than you'd expect. Flash coming through now. Prelates just need to stand behind this, make sure to give him the buff at all times. But B, he's going for the Brute Forcer. Wall low trigger is going to be there. B has to retreat. But that was all wall lows used, right? So no backup ones now. And now a recommit. B, he's got this timing. Looks like he's got it on lock. I mean, these are elite men-at-arms. He doesn't care. But the crossbows might make him. Elite upgrade comes in for them too. Yeoman Mass is looking decent though. It doesn't look like we've got sync shot in from B. So no ability to snipe that backline, but it just doesn't matter, right? The crossbow count down to 7. Anno now just relying on men-at-arms to carry him through, and they are working. The are so beefy. Are you kidding me? With the extra armor, the golden cuirass, these things just don't die. Yeah, that was looking so good up until ... B lost his lords. The moment the lords started to die, everything pivoted the other way. Elite army tactics down the way, and guys, I'm starting to think Anatan's gonna wipe B. Like, this is gonna be a 2-0 lead already. That's when series get dicey. And it's not like B has thrown out weak civs. Game 1 was Byzantines, Game 2 is Lancaster, which is one of his comfort picks. B is definitely swinging hard to try and get a knockout blow, but so far, he's swinging at air. Nano now just able to death push him. B can't tech up, he reinvests. Gold gathering galore for Anatan. He's got plenty to work with over here. He's even now upgrading into archers. Death push about to be hella strong. Elite army tactics in just 40 seconds. Yeah, we reached the stage in the game where you could win too. Any of us could win. You just select all army in A-Click. That's how many men at arms he has. This is the equivalent of 70 men at arms. Now pushing. So fast. Lord gets sniped straight away by the backline. Prelate's coming in with a buff again. It's just so good. 10% more damage. Extra 2 levels of blacksmiths. And B is just being dragged across the map. Bloodied and bludgeoned all the way. Yeah, no hope for him. So 2-0 lead now. Reminder, this is single elim now. B loses this series, he's out. The reigning champion in S-tier tournaments would be eliminated in the round of 8. Gotta rally soon, because this is brutal. Yeesh. Looking like a piece of the pizza right now. I don't know. I wonder if B had to go. Could he have just played for Imperial instead? It's kind of a weird one. I don't know if I don't think Sync Shot would have changed things. But like, I think when your opponent gets 5 relics like that, you know that like late game scaling gets very difficult, right? So I can kind of see where he comes from on the double down of Castle. And it's a very B-esque move, to be honest with you. Yeah, now... Oh. Ooh. Okay. Delhi versus Mongols. Can Delhi just ford docks and not care? I think so because of the scholar spawn, right? Because he spawns inside the dock. So then you have your villages protected against early spears. You can like rush racks and you have short bow shots from the boats. What were the snipe outs? Okay, so B's snipe out. He lost Tuklak. Anatan lost Iobids. I don't know, guys. I'm kind of leading Anno here. I swear I'm not just doing it to cast a curse him. I think B has some very big problems now. 3-0 down. This was meant to be the closer series in my eyes. I don't know. A reminder, by the way, after this, we've got one more series, which will be Vortex versus Beastie. Might be a quick day, though, like 4.5 hours, 5 hours. Delhi and Kawasan, yeah, they're decent because they get scholars inside the docks so they can heal an early villager. But they also have got fishing boats that attack, right? So these spear rushes struggle a bit more. Oh, my God. The ice cool water hits the throat so well. Damn, at this rate, we might actually finish quick enough to check out some Steam Next Fest games, actually. Poogies? What do you guys see that has you excited? I really need to play that hide-and-seek game, actually. Mecha Chameleon. Sonic Mania? Yeah, that's old stuff, though. We want new stuff, man. New stuff. What's the new stuff? Like demos, upcoming stuff, that stuff. I want to try, like, I'm actually quite intrigued by, what was it called? The Space Scum one. Maybe we'll spin that up later. It basically looks like Battle Brothers in a sci-fi setting. And if you guys, if any of you played Battle Brothers, you're like, hell yeah right now. Battle Brothers was a very fun game. I think I had like 146 hours in Battle Brothers. It's a fun one. What have those devs been doing actually more recently? Overhyped Studios. What have they? Oh, they're the ones that made that Menace game that I don't think many people cared about. Yeah, rip for that, boys. I did not care for Menace at all. I looked at it, I was like, pass. Middlebury's good for Delhi. Yeah, but I don't think you play that. Like, there's only one civ that realistically plays around that goal, right? And that was Shushi because of the meditation garden, but they changed Medigarden. Like, Shushi was an interesting pivot here because Shushi used to be basically S tier on this map, and now it's still decent, but it's a completely different strategy. Doom Altman game was so good, I'm going to watch it again. Dude, that game was wild. I still can't believe he won that. Like, it's just... It should have been just an obnoxious GG, man, for real. Alright, sorry, I just had weird emails come through. Yo, who's hungry, by the way? You guys want to see my HelloFresh order in a bit? I'll probably show up between Series 1 and Series 2. I mean, dude, I'll like, without spoiling it, like, some of these sound real tasty. Take that back, Menace. Is Menace actually amazing? It didn't look that impressive from what I saw. Like, I haven't played it. Like I said, I haven't played it. But I kind of looked at it, I was like, eh. It looked like it was kind of trying to be XCOM, but scaled out a bit, was the vibe I was getting. All right, let's get ready to go. Who wants to speedrun and exit from S-tier tournaments? B does. Oh, man, guys, this is going bad. 2 games down, we enter the third, and it is Kawasan, where B has opted for a traditional pick. The Mongols in the green. Anatan on the other side is getting a bit crafty here, actually. He picked Delhi in yellow. And Delhi is actually not too bad against Mongols, interesting enough. I think Mongols kind of hate this matchup. They hit it on land, but even at sea, because the scholar factor, ever since they changed it so that the scholar spawns here now, it's much harder to punish the worker. Yeah, a worker that could actually hang around and wall in, actually. Like, Anatan got the perfect tree lines to just wall up if he feels threatened. Damn, okay, I'm not liking the look of this for B. He's gathered the wood up. Is it going to be a Rax Rush or is it going to be a dock? It's going to be a dock. This is, I think, the better way to go, right? Like, if you try to Rax Rush, you just get no value. He is going to close dock, which is interesting. Yeah, I mean, the idea here is you can kind of grief your opponent's fishing and also you can brawl very fast. Because, like, the reality here, if you have your docks these close, it's not going to be worth it for Delhi fishing boats to shoot your boats ever. And vice versa. Right, well, you can't do it vice versa, but you get the point. However, hold on. Can he get the... No, there's no way he gets the kill. Anna was thinking about it. The timing's just not quite right. He needed to be a little bit quicker. So crafty by B on the timing. Does take damage, but able to escape. Fishing boat's now on the way for him. I think the play here is maybe just fast feudal afterwards, right? Like, you can build 3 or 4 fishing, but I don't think you hang around too long. Because once again, the concern is, like, if you scale too much, you're going to have to move beyond these deep waters. You get to this point, your opponent's going to take shots at you at all times. The nice thing, actually, is, like, these 2 deep waters spawn far enough apart that you can't gather, shoot, gather, shoot. That's the really frustrating thing against Delhi. If they have the alignment correct, like these, they can sit here and then shoot you across here and then gather. And the timing on it can mean you practically miss out on no extra food gathering because you're barely turning the ship to shoot. HelloFresh have pigeon. What the hell's pigeon news? Is that actually a thing? Oh, it's French pigeon dish. I don't think they do. They had something that sounded very tasty, but it sold out already. I was kind of sad. Nano goes for a Dark Age. B can't fight this. Guys, B legit can't fight this. There's no play to counter this now. Like, if you go for a Dark Age Spear Rush, then the fishing boats participate. And you just kind of luck out. So he's going to end up losing his dog? My God, B, this is going to be a baffling way to just flop out of an S tier tournament for a guy who's the reigning champion in S tier tournaments. Remember, he's still got one more game after this at least, but you're in a best of 7, you're going to go 3-0 down. Not a great look. So he needs a recovery arc very fast. I wouldn't be surprised if B moves out to build another dock here while he's teching. Either way, you're going to want to be fast. Because once Anno's done burning this, he'll spread the spearmen out is the concern. In fact, look at what Anno already done. He moved the fishing boat out, so he'll see a dock drop in most places. He's even occasionally checking for it. Oh, this became so difficult. Damage has been done well enough, right? Like, the dock is low enough now, but before you get a boat out, it'll be on fire. So, Anno's hand at this point could consider just running the scout across to preempt what comes next. I know what, only 3 fishing boats soon? Yeah, so not strong on economy at least. There's a window where B can try to do something in feudal. Make no mistake about it, this looks pretty grim. Scout goes checking. He's gonna hear the tech up. I wouldn't be surprised if he just then moves across the other pond just to be safe. Khan's being a little bit annoying, just got a slight damage boost for feudal timing, right? But he can't really dive in, so once you move here, you're fine, you're safe. And it is going to be an archery range coming out from B. Is already patrolling across. They're not going to find anything just yet. I wonder if Anno pulls the worker for the second dock now. It would be nice. Skull's already on the way home because he wants to start getting those juicy techs. Plus, he's got some killing to do in the base. Stables as well. B is essentially playing a land build order. Well, I say that. He started trying to play a water build order. It quickly backfired. So now he's just pretty much without water for the next few minutes. You can already see that Anatan's patrolling. So that means that B has to have enough units to secure land around the pond before he can go for the pond drop. Definitely concerning, though. Anatan's economy looking pretty damn strong. Gets the final drop-off. And on his merry way to feudal is going to be a Dome of Faith, so no Tower of Victory build to be done. And he is going to be prepping the mosque as well. Yeah, like, that's one of the weird changes with this build order, right? It's like you have to remember to add that in, or you just can't build scholars because you'd be teching here. So you always need a mosque regardless. B, coming back to the villagers now. I mean, it's 6 archers. I don't think fishing boats stop this from coming back in. In fact, Anno, he could actually dive for a kill. Especially if B gets too greedy about this. He's going deep. What? What is he? Wait, no. This is an outpost rush on land. He's ignoring the fishing entirely. What? But the quick wall from the spears in villages. Anno denies him entry. Oh, that was sick. All right, so now we've just gone all the way deep. B is hard committed to a land aggro. Anno spears get away mostly unharmed. Dome of Faith now complete. He got the walls on the east side. It's going to be a 4 rats coming in from B, and the outpost drop begins. I mean, pretty good placement for an outpost, to be honest. There's still some gathering down here to worry about. I know, for anything he wants to do in this game, he's going to need wood now. And it's a smart read. Like, if you look at the spawn, it wouldn't have worked if Anno had B spawn. This tree line west and east, right? But both of them on top of each other is perfect for this. Now, tries to be a nuisance. He's going to have to back away. Barely survives. Catching Saucer now showing up. Ghazi production does begin for Anno. Kind of my concern. That's why I like the B added in the rats on the front side. Because my worry is if you build it back here, your rally point if you're selecting all army, it's going to lead you past here, and an archer ship can just kill your spears. So kind of necessary to have the production on the front. How did you guys predict, by the way? 21% you gambled on B? I have a feeling that 21% is a little bit worried right now. It's a shot. I'll give B that, but it's not what I'd call a reliable shot. Move your production buildings forward. It takes way too long. Are you kidding me? Without pack-up tech? And you don't want to go pack-up tech because that's minus, what? That's minus 1.5 extra archers in a game where you're now against fishing. I don't think you want anything to slow you down. So the villagers were here anyway. Even going to now build more outposts to secure it all. Fishing boat being a little bit annoying. We actually have Khan Hunters on the way. Ghazi's going to intercept that, actually. Well played. Yeah, so pokes him down. Khan Hunter should be able to get towards assistance quick enough here. That just scares the Ghazi off. So looks like Anno's just trying to cut reinforcements to buy time. Archer's trying to be a bit of a nuisance. They have got rotation now, but there's nothing for them to snipe currently. B. Now I'm just prepping the spears. Yeah, Anno doesn't need a crazy amount of wood to start getting Ghazi online. So just a few trees can get him quite some way. He did get the blacksmith too, so under mesh already queued. He can, by the way, still creep gold, which I don't mind the idea of. Like, scaling scholars is very good here. The alternative is you try and make a run for a tree line somewhere. But it's pretty gambly. Pretty sure every time you see Mongols do this strat, it's a fail. I mean, you don't have any other... Can we just be fair to B? There's no other choice after that weird opening. I don't think. He could have tried for the dock drop, but I think that's a gamble against 4 fishing boats. Is B going to build a dock? No, it's too slow now, right? Like, you've built such a big army, you kind of have to find some value. With the way he's suffocating wood, he could now go fishing. But I feel like if your opponent has no woods, is it not just better to all-in him? Because he's not gathering gold either. Anatan is flowing 1,000 food. No marketplace. I mean, you just got to take a risk, right? He moves in. Outpost fire begins. Has got textiles. Barely gets any wood here. Loses a worker for it. I mean, he got what he wanted, though. Look at this. He actually got enough wood there for the marketplace. Okay, so trading can begin. It's time to sell a lot of food. Just watch this number transition. Able to produce more Ghazi now. I just need to be careful. He has got the Yam, so it should be hard to catch them. Like, actually, I think the Ghazi just need to go deeper, right? Like, they're guarding the mid-map. Maybe it's time to hunt. And, oh, the dock sneak! B! He creeps in! The Ghazi. They actually go for commit onto the Keshiks. Interesting choice there, but the one Spearman makes it kind of alright. Like, decent damage done. Now, hard commit from both sides. Ghazi sniping down those Keshiks. Very low HP. Doesn't finish them off, though. B with the micro. Is it going to work out? Consider one-on-one exchange. He moves north. He did not stop the dock. He got distracted through that all. And they're now rushing north to try and punish the free workers. The boats are on the way. And remember, B has a big wood problem still. Let's snipe down one worker. Could maybe try for a second. Also force the Kesh to commit. Gets a kill there as well. And the tree line, I mean, this is just getting weird now, right? Like, this is so toxic because of Khan Hunters. Remember, if you go for the Deer Stones, the Khan Hunters can be built, and they have Falcons. So he constantly sees through this tree line, and it's costing him. Anatan, minus 2 more workers. Boats also coming out. Demo ship play to counteract. Does get the connect. Fishing boats need to fire, though. Nice play there. Denies the springald ship. Now prepping for castle, it seems. I know, this looked like it was an easy GG, man, but B has unraveled so much of that. We've got gold gathering actively, but archers show up, and oh my god, even more worker losses. Guys, this is Textiles Delhi, and he's still losing workers left, right, and center. Looking too great. Ghazi now mobilizing. I think he just noticed through the fog that, like, the deer, what's happened here, they're gone. So good strike opportunity there. No Yam in range. No Wheelbarrow, no textiles. He can lose workers like this. He's too split. Gazi, get the charge in. Workers do reform. Body block's going to come through. That should be -1. She needs to be careful. There might be a Shiv's moment. Oh, get... He's playing with fire there. Doesn't get a kill, though. Gazi aren't that big in numbers. I think if they clash the Keshiks here, they just die. Water side is about to get a lot worse. Hello. Burn comes through. Rax is down. Bagler comes out to play for Manatan. He's trying to snipe down the infantry. There is a cart player here as well. The fishing boat's starting to get a bit harassed. Gazi wave. Where are they at, man? They're going very wide. And oh my god, no wonder. He went all the way south side for straggler trees. And the deer. And desperation central. Boats are going to be sunk here. Nice play with the demo. But it looks like the dock for Anasana is most definitely in trouble. The Spiral ship... Oh, wait, what was it shooting there? It looked like it was shooting the dock. What? It's going to go for the garrison. Feeling harassed now by the archer ship. Demo ship going to come out too. Needs to pull back. Needs some healing assistance there. Repairs are going to come through, but it's going to cost him. Fishing boat's now low and being killed off. And the dock is gone. So somehow, some way, B pulls it out of the bag, man. He recovers water. He shuts down Anno on land. Anatan still hasn't dealt with those outposts at all. Some worker kills being found here or there, but man, is this a messy game. This is what I meant about watching these two. They are so entertaining for this very reason. It's like a lot of people are watching this probably going, none of this makes sense. The chaos is what makes this so brilliant. Guys, he's still trying to just be a nuisance, but getting more and more hard, I feel like. And not just that, I think he knows. B, he marches in, he discovers what's happening down here. Rotation now towards the deer. He's also looked through the fog. He sees the weakness. Archer's villages in trouble. And Anno now needs a miracle fight. Gazi, go for the charge through. Keshiks need to be body blocking. Archers can target the fire down the workers. Not finding the moment for it just yet. More heavy cav is on the way, though. And Anno tries to salvage a second pond. Land fight, though. Just like being game number 2. Anatan resorts to shivs. Workers just getting kited out by archers is the problem. Still, for now, it's at least working. The eco difference only 1 somehow. Use the push back. Keshik now on the front line. Flash looking decent for them, but Shiv's trying to overwhelm. Practically no archers left alive for B. It's only Keshiks. A lot of idle time for Anatan, but he does mop up the cav. Damn, the Shivs. So impactful here. I feel like, if nothing else, this game is a critical reminder to people about why textiles are so good. Yes, these moments have hurt both players when they've had to pull villages. Textiles is what made it even possible to begin with. Oh my god. He's still flowing resources like he's thinking about tech. Getting back to Keshiks again. Bagler comes out first. Fishing boat's now to follow, but of course B is ahead in fishing now. He doesn't want to run all the way home. Hangs around on the forward tree line. Goes to the berries as well. Oh, man, he is desperate. Ugly move from the Keshik there, though. B -1. Probably -2 if he's not careful, actually. Not ideal. I haven't liked this last minute of activity for B. Like, the moment the entire villager force gets pulled, you think he just gets away from it. No, it gets baited into an ugly affair. Some backstabs here with the Keshiks. Love the Gazi pull there. Remember, Gazi's super effective here. They hit for 14 damage. So 11 damage rather going through the armor. And still not teching, just more Keshiks. Anno also has the melee techs now coming in. That's actually a very important detail. You're seeing it from B. He's melting to archers because he doesn't have undermesh. He's trying to fix that now, but this is always the nature of the Delhi Beast, right? It's like they get these techs for free, and it can catch you off guard, especially when you're playing on maps like this, like water-type maps. Balls also now going up from Anno. I love how Anno's at -5 fishing, by the way. Wait, what? I swear every tournament this UI gets worse. Still B.
He should be pretty good for a fight now.
With the undermesh complete, the archers aren't that relevant. Spear production is a pretty cool idea from Anno, but he needs to start buffing them fast. Dude. This flash though, the Ghazi count. It's looking kind of okay, but like he needs to use the archers as bodyguards right now. Otherwise the Keshiks will just win. Like archers don't kill anymore, your Ghazi do. Instead it's gonna be a forced retreat. Full position lost. Outpost not likely to keep you safe here. Keshiks do dive past. More idle time ticking up though for Anno. He looks a bit cooked now, right? Because the villagers... Wait, the shifts again? No, come on. This can't keep working. Goes after the Keshiks again. They won it last time, but this time it's going to cost him too dearly, isn't it? Workers, look at the count. Stacking up the kills at the end of that. The Keshiks still winning the fight after all of those workers' effort. Means that B will not go quietly into that Dark Knight. He strikes back in one of the weirdest Mongol Delhi face-offs we've seen on this map. Oh, dear. That was such a weird game. And I love it. Oh, my God. All right, so 2-1. Deeper series chat. Pog it up. Let's see what we're getting next. Oh, God, keep yawning. Okay, I think this is Gorge, maybe? Anno picked Chinese Golden Horde. Chinese get sniped. B picked Macedonian Sengoku. Macedonians got sniped. Yeah, this feels to me like a Gorge pick. Because they've got Gorge, Hill and Dale, Lakeside, and Coastal Cliffs left. There are other maps you can pick them, but... I mean, this could be Hill and Dale, right? Macedonians has been fairly popular there. Golden Horde, surprisingly effective there. Moment of truth, right? Let's see. We should be getting set up now. Also, I'm going to run ads before we get in game. Oh, wait. No, I don't think I can right now. All right, I'll try and run ads before we get in game so you guys don't have to worry about those. People willingly playing Empire Wars? Wait, what? Empire Wars Migration. Wait, what? Hold on. We got to talk about this. That should be illegal. Where are they? Oh, they're not in lobby yet. Oh, sorry. One of them is. All right, one sec, guys. I'm quickly going to grab some more water. I'll be back in 1 second, okay? Burp. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to get some refrigerated water because room temperature water is just not going to cut it. All right, let's see. Where we right? Is it Gorge? No, it's Coastal. Okay. Ooh, Coastal Sengoku Golden Horde. Very manly. Ooh. I think that's good for Golden Horde, actually. I think Golden Horde's quite happy because the Uvu shouldn't get harassed. We talked about this matchup being a little bit like Japan's situation, right? They do run into, I'd say, quite similar similar problems, rather. What was it? Didn't we see a Golden Horde player solve it though? I know, as a Sengoku player, rather solve it against Golden Horde. Because remember, Japan usually gets stomped, with the exception of B, who done like that insane Japanese Golden Horde game against Beastie. Trying to remember what they done. I think it was like a small group of Yari into semi-fast castle, and he kind of got away with it. But I remember that game, not vividly, but like loosely. And it kind of felt like he got away with it because the Golden Horde player just didn't push advantage. All right, let's keep this in the fridge so it's nice and cold. Yo, anyone checked out HelloFresh yet, by the way? I'm legit curious because I've got some Americans. And I don't, like, there's different dishes, right? Different dishes, different weeks, different locations. So I don't have the benefit of the American menu. I'm also a little bit bummed out because they got a lot of tasty sounding things that I can't eat. Because I'm gluten-free. But we found some cool gluten-free options, which I'll go over a little bit later. But like, yeah, if your gut doesn't have problems, damn, you're lucky. Some of those things sounded so good. Because like I'm a lover of good like Italian pasta dishes, you know. But it's not instinctive by default for people to offer up gluten-free pasta, right? Because it is more expensive. It's not much more expensive, but percentage-wise, like if I told you that gluten-free pasta is probably about 30% more expensive, it sounds like a lot. But when you buy pasta's only like $1, right? God, I really want to play Oblivion all of a sudden. If only they bothered to actually update their remaster of it so it had frames. Sad. Your gut has issues? Yeah, but like mine I can't. Like it's not a case of, ooh, your tummy will feel a bit rough. It's like I literally would be damaging my body, sadly. Which I was thinking about this, it kind of sucks. It reminds me of like that situation. Like I don't know if anyone else feels this way. If I had to choose between being born blind or going blind, I feel like I'd want to be born blind. Anyone else there with me on it? Like, screw this stuff about it's better to have loved and lost than never have loved at all. Maybe with love, but I feel like it's very different with sensory things, right? So like, you know, having enjoyed all these amazing gluten-heavy meals and now not getting them sucks so much more. Like, the taste of bread being drastically worse because it's gluten-free. Like, if I just didn't know better, then that would just be my standard. It's like never having good hummus and then having good hummus. All of a sudden, it's very hard to not be annoyed at how bad cheap hummus is, you know? That's where I'm at with my gluten-free journey, courtesy of having celiacs. It's like, great. You know, like if I was born with celiacs, having, like, you know, I wouldn't really care about red velvet cakes and cheesecakes, but I do, guys. Like, you guys remember, I have my criteria for best countries. Like, I have the cheesecake index of like the best places to get cheesecake in the world. Well, that's now screwed. Doesn't matter anymore. Comparison to FIFA Joy? Exactly. Like, I'm still convinced we only give the better to have loved and lost than never lost at all because it's just written by Shakespeare. If it was a modern guy who said that, we would half of them call him an idiot and the other half agree. Because it's Shakespeare, everyone's like, yeah, Shakespeare's so smart, so inspiring. Even though he's according to Doctor Who, is probably controlled by aliens. So smart, so smart, so smart. All right, let's get ready to roll. And I need to change the scores around. Woo. Also, de-blur my glasses. I keep getting smudged. It's time! Comeback hero on the table. B finally defends himself successfully. You head into the 4th game. And it's a doom stack. Sengoku up against Golden Horde. Feels like a Civ sent into a firing line here. But B is the man. We saw him last week on this map up against Beastie on Golden Horde. B had Japan, and somehow he overcame the impossible matchup. He got away with a fast castle, but he somehow didn't die. So surely, Sengoku versus Golden Horde's got to be a cakewalk. Let's find out as we head into game number 4. Welcome back to your Daily Dose Age of Empires 4 action. B is indeed Sengoku in green. Anno with the yellow Golden Horde. This map spawns stone looser. It's coastal cliffs. And Anatan has got to be wiping his brow here, right? If this was Japan, it's different. When it's Japan, Japan Dark Age rushes you. They try to burn down your Uvu and punish you a lot. Sengoku aren't going to do that. Sengoku don't have the same capacity because they want these, the Yatais. So this is a little bit like, the best way I can kind of compare it is like when you watch Byzantines versus Malians. You guys know when you watch that matchup, like both sides just get their greed? It's the same notion, basically. Yeah, so it's quite a chill and beneficial situation for that reason, I'd say. And I wonder, is it going to be triple Yatai? Maybe 2? 3 feels a little bit greedy. But then again, he did get the backberries. Like, my concern about 3 here is you know exactly what Golden Horde are going to be doing. They're going to be scaling into Heavy Cav straight away. And Heavy Cav is the #1 killer of the hot dog stands. That's right. When you're going through New York City, statistically, more hot dog stands die to horseback knights than anything else, actually, in that place. Yeah. You would have thought it was cars, but apparently not. Golden Tent far out of range? I think that's because he used the Uvu worker when he was walking back. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter, right? Like, what's someone going to do on the Golden Tent? It's not like your opponent's going to build 12 spearmen and surround the Golden Tent. Shut up. No, that's not going to happen. It'll be fine. Probably going to be Khan and Tortugu coming. I think building carts still needs to be refought. It just doesn't work, man. I'm curious what the devs' thought would be towards building carts giving the ability to move your buildings like Mongols. Or your military buildings. What would be their reservations is my question. Because if a Mongol player can do it, what's the difference, really? I think that would actually make building carts quite interesting, strategically. Like, sure, you'll probably get some cheesy plays, but, I mean, everything has cheesy plays. Koka coming in on the other side from B is interesting. So he's not going to play Ryokan. I feel like it's weird, actually. We haven't seen many Ryokans on this map, despite the fact that Koka is devalued by the lack of Stealth Forest. Remember, Koka Township allows you to spawn ninjas in either Stealth Forest or next to a friendly building, but there's no Stealth Forest. Now, the devalue for Ryokan is that the map is thinner, so you get less time running away successfully, and Ryokan is out of combat healing, so it doesn't work if you're stuck in a non-stop brawl. But the cool thing about Shinobi here, pretty damn effective against the Tortugu. Like, actually, this is, I think, the edge that Sengoku have in Feudal Age over Japan. Japan can't play Feudal Age against Golden Horde because of the Yumi. The Yumi don't do anything against Golden Horde all-ins because the Golden Horde, they get extra armor with the Karash, and they have heavy cav. So Yumi being a lower base damage, Archer doesn't do anything. But the cool thing about Sengoku is you can scale up to 6 damage like a Yumi can, and then you get the grenade throw, which buffs damage by 40%. So you get about an extra 2.5-ish damage per arrow shot. That's noteworthy against even Tortugu. And even if you just play Yadi, kind of similar result, right? Yadi can trap Keshix and Tortugud, and then you heavy grenade them. All of a sudden, you're just out damaging the heavy cap. So Rats coming in from B. To be expected up against Golden Horde. What I have not seen, still, after all this time, is a Hojo build. Hojo Estate's quite interesting because it will give you the extra health on the Spearman, and then it'll allow you to give them extra movement speed, as well as an ability to kill workers more easily. But no one ever seems interested. I mean, in fairness, I think Tier 2 Hojo Estate's pretty bad, right? You guys remember what Tier 2 Hojo Estate does? It looks cool, but it's quite bad. It's the shot. I think the problem is, like, to make the shot good, you'd have to scale it in Feudal Age and have a lot of Samurai, which rarely happens, is the problem. Because in Tier 2, you get all Samurai shoot bows, and then the Tier 3 was cross-folded armor, which is pretty good, actually. Cross-folded armor is the one where you get extra ranged armor on all of your infantry units. Yeah, that's, I think, what kind of bums me out a bit about the Hojo Estate. Is like, if it wasn't for how ridiculously powerful mounted samurai are, Hojo Estate Tier 3 would probably be the best one out of all. Because the Oda Estate unlocks the Ozutsu, the siege cannons. Okay, so Archer's scaling behind from Anatan. He's taking all the boxes for answers. B does not have enough for an estate yet, by the way. He's going 1-1-1. He isn't actively gathering gold. Oh, sorry. He's got 2 over here. But he's not actively gathering stone. So it's going to be a bit of a slow timing because the estates require 1-2-5 stone. He's getting scared back. Tortugud going for snipe. Archer's arriving now. Weird step up there for B. Not a beneficial trade. Archer's just milking it, right? Yeah, baits him. Trip Archer just having a field day. That's double spear almost dead. Gets one of them. And Yatai is going to be left alone for the time being, but wait. Really? Okay, he doesn't go for snipe. It takes quite a lot of hits, right? But getting rid of that is big because it stops 50 food and it stops a buff on the eagle. Daddy does get sniped down. You just see how tanky these Tortugud are. This is the thing that seems to kill every player. It's an obnoxious unit to have to deal with. B doesn't really have DPS to utilize Shinobi still, but if you dive, like that's the way I think Anna needs to calm down. Because remember what I said, that Shinobi, if they hit you with a grenade, you take 40% more damage and you move slower. Now, the reason that's important is if a town center's garrison, you know, base damage is going to be increased by like 3 damage on the first shot. The garrison slots are going to be like similar increase, right? They get an extra 2 damage. They will melt you. Overall and all, though, Anatan looking pretty good. He's up to 14 matches. All right, did we do predictions? I'm curious. 88% for Anna. Yeah, I'm kind of there with you guys. This game looks bad right now for B. Yeah, because like the difference between doing Japan and doing the Sengoku against Golden Horde is Japan actually does something. There's a Dark Age option. There's a potential. The Sengoku, like, yeah, look, it's the Hail Mary grenade. And if it's not good enough, the game is just over. And guys, guess what? It was nowhere near good enough. Oh, God. Underwhelming. Tortugud just simply too strong. Turns around for the hot dog stand kills now, which will easily find with Archers backing him up. Shinobi are marching out to use their final grenades, but I don't see it. And I know even prepping spears now against the Yadi. Just feels like B is 2 steps behind on what he needs comp-wise now, right? Because you need basically a lot of Yadi or a lot of Yumi. And you still need your Daimyo as well, which he didn't get because he chose an arrow in place. Guys, he doesn't have estates. I'll dive in onto the workers. Tortugud leading the charge, allows the archers to go deeper. Backstab coming from Yadi, 1 already down, and this just looks chalk. B's road to recovery is not going glamorously. He is 1 game away from elimination as the reigning champion, and that is a demoralizing way to get there. Dude, it took us like as long to get in the game as the game. Not great. Really not great. So Anna with a win. Puts him up 3-1. I don't know. Like, what do you do now? I mean, he's still got some strong picks, right? So let me just update. So Byzantines was an L against Shushi. House of Lancaster was an L against Order of the Dragon. Delhi lost against Mongols. And we just watched Golden Horde annihilate Sengoku. So you've got Atri, Tughlaq, Macedonian, Ottomans. Maybe Hill and Dale. You've got Macedonians, but your opponent's got China as my worry. Okay, so Snipe is Rus, Jean. B gets Macedonians. Anatan gets Abbasids. That sounds kind of like Hill and Dale, actually, weirdly enough. Like Abba, Ruse, 2 TC type civs, right? Let's have a look. Reminder, by the way, we got a second series after this. Also, in the break while they start the second series, I'm going to make you all salivate by showing you the amazing meals we got coming from HelloFresh. And then maybe it'll inspire you guys to grab a box yourself. Because my code does give you a pretty nice discount. I think it's the 50% off one, actually. So cheap. I like the HelloFresh when done last time as well, because they give you the little recipe cards, usually laminate, I think. And you just slot them somewhere. You've got the recipe, the way to do it down the line. So big shout out to them for that. Where's Gam? All right, they're in lobby now, so they'll be starting. There we go. Yep, Hill and Dale. Oh, I know my maps. Camels against Ridari. I think Cam Riders are actually good enough with like eco back in them. My worry is that like your opponent's not going to fast imp. He's just going to fast castle all in you, which is pretty damn worrisome. Like if you do free TC. Yeah, this one's a bit tricky. I think we've seen this once already. I think, but that was Corvinus versus a higher ranked player, so it doesn't really hold the same. Oh, I'm gonna run ads now. By the way, let's do 2 minutes ads because I think you guys have been getting them in game, and we got 4 minutes until we're in game anyway. So grab yourself a snack. When we're back, we're rocking into it. Woo, 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 woo. God, this is refreshing. Best of 7, yes. So Anno's now a match point. He wins this, it's over. And we go home. Actually, no, we go to the next series. Because we've also got Vortex versus Beastie. Which I'm expecting the game average length to be quite fast. Oh, did you guys hear, by the way? London is the esports capital of the world. Or rather, it's the fastest growing capital. Dude, that's so just cringy crap. It's the mayor of London made that statement. And there's literally there's no statistics to back it whatsoever. He just talked out of his ass. And I love it because a lot of the esports people in the UK that I know are like retweeting it and calling it out. I'm like, we don't want cheap unearned wins here, man. I don't know why people think that helps as well. Just basically like dude, it's like, you know, I am the best player in Age of Empires 4. Source, I said so. Crapper? Think Pro's just figured B out since the last tournament. Yeah, I think that's part of it. Like, I think this is just a bad matchup for him as well. Anatan is familiar with the crazy. Remember, Anno's like this weird mid-ground between a B and a Marine Lord, is the way I describe him. I think it's one of the best ways to describe Anatan between two players. So he's just more aware than most. set, just double checking something. That's one way to find out. Turns out there is a event that I was waiting to hear back on. But I might have been working. And I found out that I'm not working it when someone else came in to the chat as the host. I mean, like, it's not... You're never guaranteed anything, right? It's just, like, it's weird when people, like, they'll let you know things, but then they don't let you know things. I've had those experiences in my time in esports, though. I think the ones that suck the most are the ones where people tell you you have the job, and then they just kind of go quiet. And then you find out you don't actually have the job when they announce the talent. And it's like... I think my frustration with that has always been... I know it's busy for you guys, but also as a freelance person, I know sometimes stuff just changes, but it takes you no more than half a minute to just let a person know that the job that they like were assured you wanted them for before, that you don't want them now for whatever reason. You don't need to make... I think most people just hate confrontation, so they're worried it's going to turn into, why didn't you pick me? It's not... I don't even want to get to that. It's just it's nice to know. I think the one that was the worst that happened to me was back in Dota 2 when they were switching to the league system. And I, before Christmas, was promised that like they wanted me. It was a verbal agreement they wanted me, right? We didn't have contracts, but that's classic esports. And I went over Christmas getting no responses. I was like, they must just be on like holiday, I guess. It'll be fine. Then after Christmas, I still didn't hear nothing. And then they announced like towards the end of January, and then I see I'm not on it. But like the sucky part, especially in that one's case, is I had stopped pursuing other leagues because like we had a verbal agreement. It's very weird. But it's like, I can tell you as a freelancer, I have a lot more respect if you're just straightforward with me. Because like I get that conditions change. But as a freelancer, it's nice to know so I can either find other work, or maybe I can go, oh great, I can just have a holiday with the kids. It's always been one of the weird things to balance for freelance working, by the way. Like, Emma tries to shoehorn in these holidays, and I still to this day get paranoid. What if work comes up? You know what I mean? All right. Let's rock it, folks. Game number 5. Let me flip that around, though, because actually it is Anatan on the verge of crushing the reigning champion in tournaments for Age of Empires 4. That's right. B's record is going to be one S-tier tournament long, it seems, at this rate. Unless he can pull out a miracle. But this could be a good one. Macedonian Dynasty into the hills of Dale. While Anatan in the yellow has chosen the Abbasids. That's right. He drafted it. He actually picked it. There seems to be some value proposition when you go onto a defensive map like this. We've seen it once in this matchup already, and it looked flaccid. They went for free TC Eco Wing, I believe it was. And their opponent just all-in rushed them with... I think he maybe didn't even go Castle Age on Macedonians, actually. I think it was just Bog Mafur and Spears for the dive. Let's see what they're going to try this time around. Predictions should be up, I think, on twitch.tv/KulaPujin. 74% predicting on Anatan so far. Yeah, some people believing in ABBA power. I mean, I'm a little bit more reserved. I've seen it kind of fall flat. I think there's interesting power dynamics, right? Where Macedonians can be stronger early, and then Abbasids are stronger in the mid game, and then Macedonians are stronger late game, right? And it depends how you define late games, right? I'm doing it from not a timing, but a teching. I think in feudal play, Macedonians are pretty scary. In castle play, Abbasids can be scary, but their challenge is often they get their second, and there's a lot of Radari already. And then if you get to Imperial... Macedonians get to Imperial much quicker, again, and they go with the Cataphract spam, which is pretty brutal to counter unless you've already got great economy and, you know, 15 plus Camel Riders. A little bit deal aiming here to make things more frustrating for Anno. But I actually think that worked out perfectly for him if he wants a TC. He did go melee wing, so it's not going to be a free TC strat, which I'm a big fan of. I'm a big fan of you not doing it. I think free TC is maybe a little bit too slow against Macedonians. 2-town center does seem feasible. Hasn't moved for the stone just yet, though. And Hippodrome coming in on the other side. great comment. Your mom. Really, really like out the park with that one. I do indeed have a mom. But don't worry, Timmy. You'll also be back from the gas station soon. Let's go. So, deer gathering already boosting B up a little bit. Sheep distribution is neck and neck, so 15 to 16. Anno, still no signs of switching over to stone, so it looks like we're probably getting the 1-1-1 build where you go for the stables to complete the triangle. You could argue just going actually spears, though. Like, you're going to be up against Hippodrome beginners, so, you know, 2 Dark Age spearmen shouldn't really fare very well. Not once the Hippodrome Scout comes out. But typically, like, when you see Military Wing, there's 2 options, right? One is all-in scale for attack, which can begin with things like the stable play. And the second is bait to cover town center, which is where you send the 4 units forward to distract. And then you use that space to get a good town center placement. Let's see if he does go all the way, though. 7 on wood still. No switch onto stone just yet. Does suggest we're probably getting an all-in. Varangian already coming down. So Stronghold will protect him, remember. He can get arrow slits on there. And also, he can start scaling into archers. Could also go spears, actually. I think archers is a little bit more trustworthy. And there you go. Horsemen plus Bogmuffer. I.e. the archers of the Macedonians. I know, only 4 on wood. Interesting. So it's not rushing towards the next production building, which means we're probably getting a lot more horsemen. Horseman's pretty nice to scale for Bassids because fresh foodstuffs makes it so affordable. Because you're only spending 30 food per worker instead of 50. So that's 60 resources saved compared to other civs already. Horseman, nice pin there. Spears get good value to begin with. Backs away before he takes additional damage. Is there anything exposed about the spawn? The Ford Gold looks rough for B, but I think it's not too bad. By about 8-9 minutes, if you feel like this is a long feudal, you're probably on double Varangian Stronghold. And that's when the defensive arrow slits becomes very profitable. Remember, that's the one that makes these buildings shoot. It becomes a very hard area to dive at that point, unless Anatan wants to hard commit into Mass Horsemen. Which does sound a little bit insane against the Macedonians, if I'm being totally honest. As Macedonians have better horsemen, right? Once they get the second Hippodrome unit, the Hippodrome Horseman, which is coming out in 90 seconds, they'll get +2 damage to all ponies. And then, of course, there's the scaling of the armor and the health from the blacksmith levels. Right, now getting added in. So Anatan just hard committed. I wonder if Anno would always hard commit like this against any player, or if this is something B specific. Because we know that B is, compared to most players, a more aggressive all-in player. There's some exceptions. The rule, Vortex, Kilyadi type of players comes to mind. But I think what makes B different is he can almost match that level of aggression, but it's very polarizing. It's very confusing. If you ask any pro player who's faced B, his build orders just kind of thrive on anarchy and chaos. He's a master of the unknown. If B was a chaos worshipper, he'd be a Zenith follower, 100%. For those who don't know, that's the god of knowledge, but like the way that he acts, he has a grand plan that like nobody knows. Like they were talking about the type of chaos god that kills his own guys as part of the grander plan. A lot of archers from B, by the way. Anatan is going for castle. What? Okay, I did not expect this. Fast castle of Bassids. Is that legit? Admin wing? Surely not. Culture wing, maybe. I mean, what do you get out of admin wing that would be good here? Not much. Culture wing sets you up nicely with preservation and knowledge, because everything becomes a lot more affordable, i.e. getting into composite bows. Like, Anatan's just left himself no wiggle room. He didn't scale into archers because you don't want to against Hippodrome Horsemen. He doesn't have that many units to defend with. That being said, the archers are showing up very close to base. If the horsemen rally round and the new spawns go for it, he can smash down a lot of these guys. Be a little bit careful with lumber camp placement, though. B already driving deep with the Hippodrome Scout to see. He gets around the other side, so we'll have full vision here to snipe the woodworkers. Target fire already shifting. This is so annoying. Anno doesn't really have much in the way of production. No, he's got enough wood to like build into a house, and he is actually going admin wing. What? Okay, so in fairness, let's talk through this. This is the first game we've seen the Elite Classic where someone's doing admin wing. What does it do? You're seeing right there, 50% more effectivity on all Golden Age bonuses. That means instead of having a 15% eco buff, he'll end up with a 22.5% eco buff. And it just gets better and better from there, right? The villager construction speed is really nice. Camel Riders plus 15% damage, I think, is like your gold standard against Macedonians, because then you get effective Camel Riders against Ridari. Outside that, the techs, I don't think city planning's anything to shout home about. It just basically increases health and work rate of coinciding buildings. So if you have a bunch of stables grouped together, they work much faster. And then the second one, it only affects bonus damage for siege and the construction speed. Not really something you're likely to do against Horseman Bogmather straight up. Yeah, so, to be honest with you, a little bit of a weird game for Admin Wing, actually. But let's see how far it can go. Speed production continues from Anatan, more Horsemen as well. But he's starting to save up for Castle as well behind this. He's going to be quite a bit slower, though. Yeah, probably about, what, 40-second advantage for Anno? Depends how quickly B wants to scale the tech up. I imagine he wants to fort Golden Horn Tower. The problem is, with this timing by Anno, I don't think you can get one. Very risky. Up completes. Scout getting scared away in the meantime. Wall did go up, so no backstabs anymore. And do we have Lancers? We do. Double. They get triple Lancer now queued up. Yeah, he stacked the stables pretty fast here. What is weird, though, is like, if he built these close together, he could have been prepping city planning for the increased production speed. He didn't do that at all, right? What's the range? I thought you have to be adjacent, right? So if they're not right on top of each other, they shouldn't provide that buff. The Golden Horn Tower coming in. Looks like B is going to get a deep one. Yeah, these Lancers. First ones to hit in the field now, but they've got some work to do. 17 is the correct call, by the way. B will get this up in time. Lancers are going to end up being probably about 5 seconds too late. In fact, even longer because of the Hippodrome Scout. Waste all their time. So kind of no opportunity at all. But one thing I want you guys to be really just switched on to here. This Golden Horn Tower protects one thing. And one thing only. This screen. Meanwhile, this screen is a little bit weak. So if instead of trying to headbutt the Golden Horn Tower, Anno instead just goes around. Right? You see where we're going with this? Then B has an unguarded economy. More than half of his economy is in the base unguarded. He has 17 here, and then he has another 21 workers on the high ground. Nano agrees. He shifts target. Building scaling also begins. Lancers are going to be creeping in. Adgira Mafar not really being produced quickly here. And Lancers already arriving. B is going to have to go idle. He doesn't have a tower, remember. Yeah, this is meant to be your tower. You didn't get the upgrade, though. Lancers with the smash in. That's going to be -1. Make it more. Textiles might be his saving grace, though. Yeah, gets away. Bogmather do scare him back into the base. Horsemen are expecting a breakout soon. Also, he always keeps that opening. By stopping this being walled, he always has an escape route. Stop the calf. Goes 2 different ways. More Lancer spam on the way behind this. We haven't got to play for relics just yet, but that's about to change. Anatan will go for it first. Yeah, no mirrored play by B. Lancers. Don't really want to be wasting time on Ridari there. Very tanky unit. Keeps running. Level 2 upgrade coming in from B, so it's going to get the extra armor and extra health. He really doesn't have many Ridari, right? 1 plus the champion. Lancers, ooh, they are waiting. In the dark, in the shadows to strike. Good reactions by B. Pulls away. Frustrating on the idol for sure, but has to be done. Loses the Hippodrome Scout. Lancers just keep rotating. Second wave now coming in. Ignores the Ridari champ. Or maybe not. Actually goes for him. This is fine. Yeah, 2 versus 4. I like that math. North side. Looks like the Spearman are actually going to get a great trade there. -1 knight. I know. Wasting a lot of time running through spears instead of finishing them off. Start to deal with them. The spear spam is starting to escalate. Archer follow up now from Anno. Now this is sick, guys. Archers from Anno is very smart because look at B's comp. He has a few Radari, but he's having to lean into quite a few spears now, and he has archers. If you get to vet archers 25 with composite bows, erase. Just erase. So B has to be aware of this and just make sure he keeps skinning Radari to be safe. Relic gathering now. Looks like both of them are snatching them up. B gets one home first. Anatan walking one home now. Looks like B is going to get a 3-2 split, actually. So in his favor. Doesn't feel to me like Anatan has found the necessary hit. I felt like his Lancers were going to find a few kills at least, but they really haven't achieved anything. No, and now look at the Radari scaling. +3. This heavy cav strat is not really paying off for Anna. It just feels like you're playing a inferior version of a Castle Age Knight Civ. Villages. Oops. Loses one there. The rest of the army's now starting to show up. No emplacements on the outpost, and that's going to be a burn through B. He knows it. He's going to get a -5 here on Anno. Crossbow's also in the mixer now. The pair crew tries to come through, but getting stabbed onto now. No textiles there. Anatan loses the tower. End up losing the workers too. Radari just keep chasing on in. Carves up a second. Two of them front line not going to be able to hold. Lancers keep pulling back. Spearman count is going low for B. Backline does look hella strong for him. However, composite bows is in. The problem is, so are the Radari. Oh, no. Okay, Macedonian's still pretty strong, guys. There's nothing to see here. Just a casual Macedonian win. And a comeback dream becoming reality. As B is about to strike a second point on the board. GG gets called. ABBA still a big fat L. Should be called Abel. Hey. Yeah, not the best performance out of them there. I mean, I don't know what else could he have done. I guess you could have scaled 2TC, but you could be under pressure. I wonder what his threat point was about 2TC, because like the thing that he was worried about happened anyway, right? Which was the Golden Horn Tower and Center. So heading into Gorge now, Roos versus Jean is going to be coming out, which was the 2 sniped civs from Hillendale. The alternative choices they went for probably going to be your standard picks, I'd imagine. But let's have a look. Uno momento. Yeah, China got sniped away from Anno. Ottoman sniped away from B. He's never getting Ottomans. I don't think they're getting Ottomans China ever in this series. The most obvious ban that should keep coming out, I'd say. I'm missing. What's the Civ pick? There it is. So reminder, straight after this, we've got Vortex versus Beastie. 4.5 hour stream coming in. Lul. It is comical how you get into playoffs since like you go from 8-hour broadcast days to 5-hour broadcast days. And I can tell you, you cast, you get paid the same regardless. You don't get paid hourly in casting work. Actually, has there ever been an example where they've paid hourly? No, I don't think so. So typically in casting, one of two things happens. You either get paid per day or per series. Don't think I've heard, like, any time in this industry that I've had someone come to me and say, yeah, we're interested in paying by the, like, hour. I'm instantly like, okay, I don't know. I don't think these guys know esports. Because it's like such an outside way of trying to communicate rates, you know? One sec. Right, there we go. Oh, I'm going to run an ad break. 1 minute. Oh, this breeze is so nice. Emma came in clutch, chat. He filled up the water tank on the back. My fan. Blowing nice, refreshing, cool air. God, this is a good jug. It's like a double whatever thermo or whatever, so it keeps them nice and cold. Oh yeah, did you guys hear about Bolt Gun 2? I think there's a demo of it currently on Steam. I'm trying to remember if I completed one. I might have completed one or I almost completed one. I found the game really cool, but it did get a bit repetitive towards the end, was my annoyance. But overall, pretty sick game for the most. This feels kind of very hard to make those Doom-esque games interesting enough anymore. You have no AC in Iowa? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bro, like, you got no excuse. You got no... Oh, it's a broken... Okay, there you go. Yeah, but you got no excuse. Like, you live in a country where AC is a given. I live in a country where it's not. You're meant to be prepped. You Americans are meant to be looking weirdly at us and going, why don't you have that? And I don't know why. It's just like an infrastructure thing. But you know better. I remember a friend telling me, I think they lived in Boulder, something city, and he was saying that in the summer it got so hot that like you could get third-degree burns by touching handles on cars to try and open doors. I was like, Jesus Christ, no, just no. Not given when you're poor. Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to shame you like that. Aren't AC units like super cheap in the US though? Because it's like a given and everywhere? I mean, that's the thing that Americans always make out like. The way Americans talk about it is as if like we should have it in every building in the UK. We're like, well, not really. They're not cheap here. A couple hundred for one. But that's like a dedicated one, right? So that's like... The way that I hear Americans talk about AC units is the equivalent of like the UK talking about boiler units. You know what I mean? Where it's like that critical of a thing. No? He thinks ACs grow on trees? They do. Have you not been to the AC tree unit? Down in like down in the Midlands? They sell them by the dozen. They grow like apples. Georgia has one of them too, instead of peach orchards now. South America AC is everywhere, but everywhere else in America it's not given. Oh, okay. Okay. And you're not in like South, then, I guess. Fair enough. My apologies. I wasn't trying to like money shame you. I empathize. I get it. Like I'm not living up the rich Monopoly man life. So I definitely feel you on that. Yeah, like I come from a working class background for realsies. This isn't a Victoria Beckham interview. My dad did not drive me to school in a Rolls Royce. It's time! Jean versus Ruse. Game number 6. B has struck back again. He will not go into that Dark Knight so simply. But now, can he overcome the Ruse? Because this Civ seems to be on the rise. Crafty people are coming out with new builds. I'm wondering what Anatan's got in mind. It's a heavy Knight Civ against Jean. She historically hates these. But you would have to build worse Knights against better Knights. Let's find out as we head into Gorge in this playoff series between the top 2 CIS players. Anyone else, whenever you say CIS, feel like in your brain, okay, this might just be a me thing, but hear me out. When I see CIS, which is like how you refer to, you know, like Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, all those countries, I immediately start hearing the Who song in my head from CSI. Am I alone in this? Anyone else get this? I mean, it's just one letter difference in order. My brain just goes there. Like, the CIS players. Woo, 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 woo. So Anatan with the double scout, by the way. This is... I like this Ruse pick on Gorge still for this very reason. It's so powerful for the sheep game. But, unfortunately for him, B played it quite well. 20 sheep for Anno, 17 for B. I'd call that a win for green. You don't get that? Fine, I'm alone on this again. Thanks for mocking my working class brain. I think Anno has this in the bag. I don't think it's as incredibly easy as a win when you don't get the overall sheep advantage. Like, he's up 4 sheep. I don't think that's crazy. This play that the Anatan does, sometimes you end up with 70% of the sheep off of it, and then it feels like a GG. But this is crazy. Hold on a sec. Le Car Sports Chamber of Commerce coming in. But guys, remember, we are a professional esports channel. So unlike other ones, we will not make a million phallic jokes about this landmark choice. The chalk is coming in. Wait, no, wait, he switched it! No! He chose socks. All right. B's are strategically brained guys. Like, that's the difference between getting the level up on time, Kappa. And wait. So he still wants greed, guys. I think he's aware there's a high probability of 2TC from Anno. And he was going to scale trade, but then he went, that's kind of dumb because it's Roos. So he'll build knights and he'll build horse archers. I will lose my trade. 2TC, however, he has to dive. What's weird is Anatan's position on his Kremlin. This doesn't look like 2TC macro at all. This just looks like fast castle to me. So we've got fast castle Roos versus 2TC Jean, I think. Doesn't fast castle kind of win? Yeah, well, this is the thing. Horse archers a while ago got their base damage nerfed. They went from 12 base down to 10. But if you get caught stuck in feudal, my concern is that like horse archers melt through you quite fast. Same with Jean. I say that, it looks like he is adding in stable. So this is legit just going to be raw knight v knight. In fairness to Anatan, because B is going 2TC, it does give him the edge. But the trade-off is, unlike Jean, who has chivalry, you can't keep diving, right? You're limited. And to make matters worse, B is continuing the new meta. Guys, Jean is a spear civ. Did you guys know this? We've seen more spear plays out of Jean than we've seen non-spear games. It's becoming very popular. It's very efficient too. You consecrate this building, you save yourself 60 food a minute. For comparison, if you consecrate into the TC, right, you save yourself less. Just needs to get the TC placement pretty fast here, though. An opening of 2 spears would be preferential, but it actually goes for the knight instead. Probably going to just be a safe town center towards the deer. Like, you can... It's not the best because it's the split on the deer, but here looks pretty good. And that also blocks a back rotation. Like, it essentially connects your base area. There is a slight dive point down the center, but if you're running knights as Roos, unless you've got a lot of them, you probably are thinking twice about running past a Rax in between these 2 town centers. Because if you get the timing right, you're just going to get stabbed, right? Roos Knights okay against Jean Knights because of Boy of Fortitude. That's in Castle Age, though, my friend. We're in Feudal. But that's about to change up. Look at Anno's macro. I don't know. Like, was Anno 100% expecting 2TC? I mean, he would have seen the stone early, right? With 2 scouts, you must have seen it early. So he knew it. I think he just built one knight to bait this reaction of spears, which just looks terrible for B now. Right? Like, you know, B, he's going to have to build more spears, but now it's going to be against horse archers. And I do believe we've got the S tier landmark for Rouge coming in. Yeah, you heard me say it, chat. Not going to be the way of the high trade. I think Abbey of Trinity is just so much better now. Especially if you're on these timing builds. Like against 2TC, Abbey of Trinity gives you a very fast timing into mass relics. Moment of truth. Nano. Wait, what? It goes high trade house? Okay, I'm wrong. I'm wait. Yes! Wait. Please stop. He's going Abbey of Trinity. Guys, it's just so much better. Like, you're talking about pre-9-minute tech up into castle, and you get Warrior Monks half price, only 120 resources. I think high trade house would have been way too greedy. It would have slowed down his timing into relic gathering, which also then increases his risk of getting sniped on relics, and also increases the risk that B scales enough out of 2TC to be ahead. So, yeah. Same logic as, like, if you're Shu Shi and you're going fast castle, you're going Shalom Monks, right? But if you're waiting until 10 minutes to go castle, less value in that timing, really. Better to just play off the Mount Lu. High trade house is trash. Yeah, I mean, at this early point, it's good. There's a lot of wood. But in general, High Trade House got nerfed a bit. I think also Abbey of Trinity got buffed enough that it changed dynamics entirely. GTC Jean too slow? We're going to find out. It feels like against fast Castle it should be, especially with Castle Age Knights. We talked about the potential for Horse Archers. I think he can still go for that when he sees a lot of spears, but Castle Knights are going to be pretty damn strong here. We've got 2 in the field. And Horse Archers are following this up, so Veterancy for Knights should be queued momentarily. He's got the gold. Prioritizes getting the Monk out first. And remember, the Monks, like, this is the other thing. The Warrior Monks are insanely effective against feudal opponents. Because the Warrior Monk gives +1 armor. And why is that so impactful? Well, remember that Golden Horde Civ? And we talked about how +1 armor changes everything? Remember Ottomans diving with +1 armor? Like, +1 is a lot against a feudal force. +1 armor is a 20% damage reduction against archers. Can't I just go Knights, Horse Archers? Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Like, he has a very linear plan here. He's just trying to play off of the fact that his economy will be bigger, so he'll get away with it. And what worries me is the longer he plays this age, the better and better mass Horse Archers get. You don't need Knights. If B's plan is to stay in the feudal age, mass Horse Archers can win, even against French Knights, to be honest with you. Because at this stage, French Knights, they kind of have plastic armor. They're at 3 armor. He can put them up to 4. Horse Archers are 10 base damage. And yes, Boys Fortitude applies to Horse Archers. It applies to all units that have cavalry tag. That even includes scouts. Horse Archers rotating around now. Royal Knight almost died. And he will die for his sins. Gets found. Gets tired. Gets killed. Right? He's going to chase after him. Guard around the relics now. He knows what's the objective in this game. Scout keeping an eye on the backside. Looking for any sort of exposure point because there's a risk that B is going to have to move out for additional food sooner rather than later, I'd say. Knights need to be a little bit careful here. They are ring-a-ring-a-rosing into weirdness. Nice move across, though. Not going to feed anything over. You didn't hear? All right, Grandpa, open your ears. Boys Fortitude works on all cavalry units. That includes even scouts. If it has a cavalry tag, Boys Fortitude will improve. So I'll give it the +25 health. This one right here. I remember this tech used to be something like 150, 200 resources. 500 resources now. It just shows you how dominant it's been for a long time. Never buffed, always tough. And still good enough to get most games. Ranged armor being prepped by Anno. More monks on the way. Pushes in towards the gold. He knows what B's up to. He's trying to think about a castle play here. Makes sense. Well, when you're going heavy on Horse Archers like this, the last thing you want is your opponent getting Castle Age Knights. Scares him off the gold temporarily. The ranged armor coming in, he'll be able to dive again soon. Horse Archers, remember, they are better at trading against standard archers now, unarmored units. Because they did lose base damage, but they got an increase their attack speed. They went from 2.1 to 1.75. So slightly worse than foot archers, but much better health-wise, much better damage-wise. The creeping out now towards the berries. No farms getting added in just yet. Still, Anno, has he got many relics? He's only got 1 home, second one on the way. Like, B has actually done a very good job at blocking relics here. Anno at this rate is going to have to go for a direct fight. The Warrior's Monk Blessing is going to be a big deal when you're approaching 10 plus archers, but this really wasn't the timing Anno was looking for. Like, B has a 12 worker lead. You've only got 2 relics. Scale-wise, it's starting to teeter-totter towards B. Because remember, not even a Golden Gate, it's a Kremlin. Like, there's not much in the way of buff benefits here. That being said, there is a militia pull. The militia pull's an interesting idea here. I think he'll save it in case he gets Gove. But, man, I had to open my mouth. He pulls 2 tickets. Here we go. So 2 militia groups coming out. Remember, you now get gunners once you reach Castle Age. Cool thing about gunners, spears go down to 1 HP, they die. Gunners go down to 1 HP. They're a backline, so unless you're targeting them, they're going to keep killing. Marching forward. He knows his timing. B still hasn't even started a tech up yet. What XP does JD get from Militia? I think it's very low because the Militia cost is so low, right? It's 30. 30, so I assume 0.5 XP? No, I think 1 XP maybe. I have to double check. What's their tag here? They don't have a cost, so it might be nothing. Militia hand cannon's awful. It's 12 base damage. It's not that bad. Are you kidding me? It's 12 base damage on a unit that moves at 1.5 speed. That's decent. You're against a feudal opponent with spear archers. That's decent. And the snatch is real, man. That got him in. Got him out very quickly. 2 more relics on the way home now. Wolves coming in so that B can secure the ball. Pressure is ramping up. Guildhall on the way from B. I'm concerned about a direct fight right now, though. This horse archer count is high. And hello, he finds him. Guildhall denied. Huddles him out. Knights diving in pretty deep. Warrior Monks get the buff, so now the Archer Fire does no damage. 1 damage per shot. Horse Archers are still poking from the other side. Good split from B to get on in. I know, in a bit of a weird one. Just needs to A-click at this point. He's stuck on top of the workers. Textiles from B every single game in this series, I think. It's proven worth it time and time again. And 2 TC now. It's okay. Anotan's position is not too bad, right? Like, think about what's happened here. He gets 5 relics, but he's down by 14 workers. Relic distribution, difference makers. It's going to give you an extra 10 workers worth of gathering on gold. That's pretty damn strong. Like, 80 gold per relic. Sets you up nicer down the line as well. Like, if this goes deep game, you now have reserves, which you need against John anyway. She has Guildhall. You don't have a comparative landmark. He's never afraid to arm the peasants. I mean, there are maybe games where he should be. I feel like every game has had an arm the peasants moment from each player. By the way, these militia almost dead. Anno can heal them. The monks have done everything they need to, so the best thing to do now would be to pull them across for healing. I say that actually, he hasn't ran the relics home yet. It's such an underrated play with Abbey of Trinity. I think that's why Kremlin and Abbey of Trinity work so well together, is you can make militia last a lot longer. B. Now marching out with the archers. He is vested up. Warrior Mon Blessing does trigger, but he doesn't have the range. One knight is going to distract a lot of them, though. Now the backstab coming in. Just a few horsemen against mass horse archers. Not going to end well. Anna really needs to be trading with the archers, though, and he's taking way too long on the melee. Knights can now carry him, however. B has to retreat. Guys, like, this is... Are we watching French, or are we watching something else? He doesn't have knights. It's such a weird French game. He's building mass horsemen to counterplay horse archers. Oh God, the problem with this, guys, it will get the horse archer count down. But when the dust settles, B doesn't have anything for mass knights right now. That's what is worrying the crap out of me right now. Like, he just doesn't solve the heavy cav issue. It's so unusual to see French... And there we go. Okay, he's fixing it now. But it is so unusual to see French losing the night game. It's nature of 2TC, I guess. But I'm glad he's finally adding an arbitrary, because he looked kind of dead without it. Oh, no. Dude, guys. I want you to count his gold veins and location. He can't build anything if he can't hold this gold. Knight's going again. The villagers are also out. No, come on. B. He's hemorrhaging. All of a sudden, he's done such a perfect job. That's 7 worker losses. Gap's been closed. If Anatan just keeps headbutting this location, I honestly don't know how B does this. Because he needs mass arbitrary, but he needs gold for that. He has got level 3 on John, but still. This is just crippling. I didn't even glance it because I was expecting a gold down here, but it got cheated out by the big stone. And now the dive in. Militia again, just flooding to give the number advantage. And they move so fast. They've still got half HP. One knight chasing away all the workers. B fully armored up with 20 plus eco at this point. Champions are going to hold the choke point. So it looks like he's not going to die just yet. But man, is the idol crippling. Horse Archer's also annihilating the workers. Shivs come out again. That's not the look. That's just not the look here, man. B now behind on economy. Nanatan just setting up more farms, right? So he's going to have the permanent economy himself. He's still got deer on the south side he's moved out for. Berries as well. He's got plenty of food to work with. And you know, B, he doesn't have raiding. He's anchored defending them in his base on this gold vein. Unless he wants to rush stone and secure it with a keep drop, which would just feel pretty underwhelming at this stage. There's not much gold left. The idea of going out just feels so risky. He's going to try it. Starts to rotate. I think Anno knows. Is he going for a decap? Because that, yeah, that's going to ring the bell and give him away. So Anatan can rush over here. Kills the knights to go hunting. Keep that sacred site timer ticking. We're down to 7 minutes. And oh no, B, he sees it and retreats. He can't get the decap for free. The knights. Wait, no, the auto click. The auto click. He realizes he's going back across. Okay, so timer will continue to tick down. Anatan hasn't gone for the unique text, right? No Saint's Blessing duration. He did at least take range, though, which is the bigger, more important one when you're playing mass horse archers. So remember, he's going to get plus armor, plus damage. It's a free damage differential between you and similar units. And Jean, wait, is Jean dead? She's actually dead. Oh, no. No. He gets the dunk. Jean down. Remember, range Jean has level 3 Jean rather has range damage reduction. You wouldn't believe it watching that. Melts. Yeah, I don't know what you want from me, man. He just spent the only gold he had on buying back Jean. And she could just die again if she's not careful. Spears. Time to get sniped out by the horse archers. More XP farming, but you got a long way to go. Only 20% of the way to level 4. A little bit of weird A click there. Some horse archers dying extra. The eco lead is sustained. Right, Anatan has an insane amount of gold. Like, this game couldn't actually be much more drastically different on gold gathering for the two sides. One has the world, the other has a penny. If I got a penny for his forts, it would probably be sad noises at this stage. Army sizes are similar, but the difference in quality is truly damn nice, guys. It's over double army value in favor of Anno. Flash coming in, Divine Restoration pumped early. Gonna pull him back into open fields. I mean, that's the thing. You can keep your ranged in range and keep your opponents out. Horse archers are just kind of standing their ground to get rid of the spears because knights will win this game. And that's breakpoint. He's dead. B has nothing. He's trying to mass spearmen from scratch. There's still a handful of horse archers. And there are far too many knights with boys fortitude. Not the best game for Warrior Monk moments, I'd say, but it doesn't matter. Didn't need it. Who out-knights the Knight Civs? Bruce, apparently. He has feudal spears because he has no gold. He still can't get the upgrade. Look, he's 2 gold short of veterancy. That's how hard this game has been for him. Knights have now crept into the farmlands. They're at least getting harassed away. But the whole army's coming over here now because you just set up double farm cluster away from your base. And the ball. And the high armor. Okay, yeah, come on. 07's in chat. B will not make it to another grand finals. The top ranking player has been figured out. And Anatan, this is quite the recovery arc after his LAN experience. Lanatan and online Tans, very different beasts. KP01 on series predictions. I do it for the cast curses. What can I say? It means Marine Lord's not going to win the event. You're welcome. NA should bribe me to say it more. He has 37 farms already? Alright, 4 minutes left on Sacred Site. I just don't see a world in which B breaks him. Unless Anatan's mouse and keyboard run out of power. And in fairness, I'm pretty sure Anatan doesn't use the epic, high-quality Logitech mouse and keyboard, so there's a good probability that, like, his mouse and keyboard breaks. He's already aware. It's like, okay, if he wants to have a hope in hell, he needs this gold. Because this is the thing. You harassed it long enough that now when he gets it, it's irrelevant. He's got veterancy on spears. Knight upgrades are coming in. Pole axes is just going to carry this game, guys. Pole axes gives you +4 damage. Does Logitech sponsor you? We do work with them. So we have a light sponsorship. We check out some of their events in the year. Get sent free gear. I mean, it's good quality gear, dude. They are by far the most popular mices in pro play. I found it funny because, like, inside Emma has like a very old SteelSeries mouse, and she used this one. She's like, "Whoa, it's so small." It's like, yeah, but it's good. It fits the hand. I'm not a fan of big mice because I fingertip grip. I feel like big mice only work for palm grip. Alright, so Anna's just biding his time because he doesn't need to go in. The only thing that he gets by going in is risks a comeback for B. He can just wait, and that's buying time for the premium. Streltsy queued up. Yeah, it's not about horse archers anymore, chat. It's just about raw knights, raw gunners. Also, he's still got Kremlin tickets, which can come in clutch here to defend a sacred site. Because the Gremlins have upgraded again. Yeah, and they're pretty cheap. 30 food each. By the way, I'm gonna say it right now, not the coolest Streltsy unit in RTS. That I still give that title to Cossack. There's the villager pull from B. He goes out in style. He goes out the way he always wants to be remembered. Jean already sniped out. Anatan will continue the trend of destroying B online and end his championship bout before it can grow beyond 1. My god, that wasn't even remotely close. Turns out elite upgrades really do make the difference, folks. What do you think? Bruce back? Bruce looked pretty good in this game. I mean, John isn't an S-tier pick for sure. But Fast Castle back on the menu, really. This Abbey of Trinity build has been slept on way too long, and players are quickly locking onto it in this tournament. So GG's, commiserations to B. That means that he is out. He is gone. Shall not be seen anymore. Anatan continues on. He will face off against Wham in the round of 6. Next up, we have got another series coming in. It is going to be Beastie versus Vortex. They're getting in lobby now. We have a few minutes, which means it is prime time to talk about our sponsor. You guys ready for this? Oh. Boom! HelloFresh, baby. Click that link. Check it out alongside me. It'll be different for your guys' area because you're in America. I have to go to the UK. Different meal choices here. But we have got meals on wheels coming through. I've ordered them for the week of 29th because we already done our shopping for this week. But pretty cool deal at the moment. You can get 50% off the first meal. You can also get yourself a wok if you're in the US. Which, if you are, like, if you take cooking seriously, woks are game-changing. You can use woks for practically everything. And I feel like they're better than most with the heat distribution for cooking. But I have got some delicious meals coming. So I've already put my order in. We went for the heavy-handed one. So we've got 5 meals coming, serving 4. So it should be 2 adults, 2 children. And we got the 5 meal deal. So that came out at £53, which is like, that's actually not bad. To feed 4, that works out about £10 a day. That's decent. It's mainly there as well because I added in chocolate because I'm a greedy mother ducker. Because you get desserts added in for free. But we went for these. So we went for the campfire-style sausage meatball chili and rice. This sounds really... It's basically chili in sausage form. And I'm a big chili fan. So they give you all the ingredients. For those that haven't seen how HelloFresh works, basically, you'll be sent the ingredients in small packages. And then it'll even give you a guide sheet on how to cook it. You can even download them here if you want. Or you get them with it in like laminate form. And it'll go through the whole process. So they'll all be portioned up. This is a great move, by the way. Like, if you are in the summer and you're sweltering in the heat right now, last thing you want is more time in the kitchen prepping. So them doing the prep for you is so nice. It saves you time in a hot, small kitchen, because most of us probably have a small kitchen, to just get it done. So this is like total time to build 35 minutes. And honestly, you guys are like, also, let's keep in mind, you guys are RTS gamers. You're all about build orders. HelloFresh is giving you the build order down here. So this looks delicious. I'm looking forward to trying this. Like basically a chili rice bowl with sausage instead of mincemeat. The Marry Me chicken actually impressed. Like it looks really good. So this is chicken with mashed potato with a tomato and I think it was carrot. No, sorry, not the carrot. It's just a tomato-based sauce on it as well. But this is apparently a bestseller. So sun-dried tomato cream sauce. Sun-dried tomatoes are good. I think Freya's going to love this one the most. Then we've got the beef, chickpea, and spinach Rogan Josh. I always thought Rogan Josh meant that it was like a curry, right? Which I think it is. But when you hear Rogan Josh, you just think of Indian meal. Which I believe this is meant to still be Indian, but it just sounds a bit less full spice, which I think is perfect for the summer. So this one, I think this one might be my favorite. Big chickpea fan, especially with yogurt drizzle. Oh man, yogurt used like I feel like a lot more cuisine should be using yogurt in their recipes. So this one is apparently rated as easy as well. They come with different rankings, so like if you just can't be asked and you want something easy and quick, you can tell how long it's going to take. This is going to be the other one that I think is going to clash for top spot because I've been suffering on the Mexican front because like I love fajitas, but I can't have fajitas now because I have to be gluten free. So this is going to be my burrito bowl to make up for that. We've got smoky Mexican style pork with a burrito bowl. So you can get it with either British pork mince or you can get British beef. I went for the pork because we always have beef anyway, so I thought we'd go a different way. But I believe does this come with avocados? Yeah, it does. So we've got spring onions, intense tomatoes. I love that they're called intense there. A little squeeze of lime. I always hear a squirt of lemon from that little memeful thing. Tomato puree plus a smoky base paste. And these are all going to come in like the measured amounts for you and sealed up. So you can just like clubber it all in and just get cooking. So it's a really easy one to make. This one's going to be the fastest at 25 minutes. I'm excited for this one. And then finally, I thought we'd go a little bit different. I've never had risotto before, weirdly enough. So I put in the oven-baked chorizo and sweet corn risotto. I think this will be Ezra's favorite because it just looks like a little bit like mushy baby food. I mean, risotto always looks that way. I'm curious if Freya's going to like it. But this one, like we've got sweet corn in there, a lot of sweet corn actually, diced chorizo, the risotto rice, plum tomatoes, which is always a win, as well as some nice hard Italian-style cheese with wild rocket. These look pretty good. Now, this one, I think this one's going to be the one that tastes good, but doesn't look that good, if that makes sense. I don't think Emma's ever done risotto before, so I'll be interested to hear how that goes. But this one looks divine. This one, is like it's convinced me by like the sun-dried tomato sauce. This one looks really good. This one looks absolutely godly. Like I'm a sucker for anything that looks like it's like Mexican salsa and like chopped up tomato type stuff on top. So these are gonna be really fun. I was limited, by the way, because these are based on wheat free. So if you aren't on a wheat free diet, and also by the way, I got desserts for free, so I added in a fruit selection. Got to be healthy. But if you aren't wheat free, your life is gonna be much more divine than mine. I think this was reasonable options for gluten free. But if you aren't on a gluten free diet like I have to be, there are an insane amount of extra options here that you can go for. Oh, dude, I want to switch week. Actually, the honey, miso, and mushroom beef sounds really good. But like, for example, I would have went crazy for pasta dishes, but like, obviously they're not wheat free. But if I can I find pasta dishes here? Yeah, pasta and risotto. Like, I remember last time we got this, some of their options from Italian were really nice. Like, these look great. Like, oh yeah. Super quick chorizo and tomato spaghetti, 15 minutes. Boom. Looks gorgeous. I'd gobble that up if it didn't kill me. It kills me because I have celiacs, so don't worry about the ingredients. You should be fine. But yeah, there's some really nice ones. I love. Oh, dude! Oh my god, guys. Okay, like HelloFresh, I love you, but here's what I need in the future. I need gluten-free pasta included. I guess we could order this and just buy our own pasta, gluten-free pasta. I love arrabbiata. Arrabbiata is, mwah. For those who don't know, it's like a tomato sauce, but you add in chili pepper. It's so nice. That looks goated. The tortelloni? There's the problem, like, I couldn't just replace our own pasta because it would beat the point of the dish, which is to have the spinach and ricotta tortelloni. Wait, tortelloni or tortellini? I thought it was tortellini. Yeah, some great options here. They also have, like, desserts. They've expanded, by the way. Like, it's not just the main meals you can get your hands on. You can get your hands on a bunch of, like, side dishes. I noticed they had lunches as well. So you can grab lunches if you want instead. Like hot dogs. They literally got hot dogs. Oh, the one I was really envious of. Oh, by the way, that looks so good. Cheesy tuna, sweet corn pasta bake. They had one on the week I ordered for where it was tuna paninis. I was like, I want that so bad, but it's not gluten-free bread. But yeah, pretty cool. They do cater to different allergies. So if it's not gluten-free, but you need to be like milk-free, you can go through here and you can sort and filter down this side. But really big shout out to HelloFresh. They're feeding my kids next week. We're gonna eat good. So if you want to mirror me and you're in the UK, you should be able to. If you're in the US, your options will be a little bit different. Let me know what you go for. But ! HelloFresh, use my link, use my code, you'll get a discount. This was a really good deal as well. Like I said, like we got a half price. So the deal I'm on is like half price and then 20% on follow-up boxes. And the one that people in the US can get with my code includes you getting your hands on a wok that's worth like 50 or 60 bucks included, which is really nice. Yeah, big shout out to them. What do you guys think? Let me know what your favorite is of these ones you're seeing. Like, I'm still kind of torn. I think I'm just going to keep it classic. Spring onion salsa sounds too good to me. So, like, this is my favorite, I think. I think this will be my favorite. The smoky Mexican-style pork burrito bowl. But that's it. Once again, shout out to HelloFresh. I'll show off the box when it arrives. It'll be on the 29th, so just over a week from now. Because I'll show you how easy it is, the way the ingredients come. I loved it last time I got it because you got the little cue cards on how to do it as well, which is so helpful for most people who probably aren't very good cooks. But big shout out to them, and looking forward to seeing what you guys get across the month. All right, let's get ready to roll, though. I believe the game should be starting momentarily. Sausage with cheese is good, too. I think one of my favorite sausage dishes that I done is I done this one where you cut open the sausages and took them out of their skin and chopped them up. And then what you done is you could do it in like just like a wok type style thing. You threw them in with and fried them with like, you know, chopped bell pepper and tomatoes. And then what you do is you'd add a bunch of stock, so like 400 milliliters, whatever. I think it's less than that actually. And then you threw rice in. And then you let it boil the rice in the flavorful juices with the sausage and everything. I want to do more of those styles because like I don't get to do enough of that. Like you can do that with pasta as well, right? And I think it's such an underrated way to cook because you just infuse the flavors into the baseline calorie ingredient, you know, like rice or pasta. But that was one of my favorites. That was so delicious. But Emma, because she was pregnant at the time, she started to go off it a bit. So I haven't cooked it since. That was a really nice one. That was really nice. You'd add like a bunch of paprika as well. You could spice it up if you want chili pepper. Damn. Now I want it again. All right, no problem, Camian. GG, buddy. Have fun with the World Cup watch party. Wait, who's playing today? Is England playing again? I might be doing something next week in London related to World Cup. We'll see. Need to hear back on it. Let's see. Are England playing again today? I don't think they are. Wait, when does England next play? Wednesday. Wait, no, that's already happened. That was Croatia. 23rd, Tuesday, against Ghana. Oh, mate, got it in the bag. No offense, Ghana. But, like, we annihilate Croatia, and I'm pretty sure Croatia is much higher ranked than all of our remaining group options, right? By the way, the boys aren't in lobby yet, so we haven't missed anything. Let me update the stream title as well. So we've got Beastie versus Vortex starting momentarily. Netherlands and Germany. Who's interested in England? Yo, that's future World Cup winners. Actually, like, dude, if you didn't catch the Croatian game, I have my reserves on England's ability to make it to semifinals. That kind of convinced me. The defense wasn't clean, but the killer instinct to score was there. Like, I think I made a comment. I tweeted out a comment that I think the Croatian goalkeeper needs a hydration break because they were pummeling him with attacks, man. I felt bad for him. All the picks. I'm now about to pull them up because we've got a few minutes. So give me a second. to just making us look good. I mean, there was an interesting strategy. Do you guys hear about the thing that Michael Owen proposed, which is like basically halfway through the game, substitute the free forwards around Harry Kane for England? It was an interesting idea. It's wacky. I don't think they'll do it. But I liked his thought process of just bringing on a full fresh free in the second half to just completely stampede in both halves. So, Gorge, Stein Map, Lipany, Coast Cliffs, King of the Hill, Dry Arabia Hill, and Dale on board land. Vortex opens Byzantines, Falls, Golden Horde. BC gets the French Ibids. Shushi, Macedonians are split. Ottomans also for Vortex, but he fed over the Chinese. I think Beastie's better here. China is just more reliable, I'd say, than like Ottomans at the moment, because of the way you draft and ban anyway. Shushi's really powerful. French is great. Knights Templar, House of Lancaster. When you've got... Actually, you haven't got that many water maps, so yeah, this part of his draft is a little bit more flimsy. Like, you don't even have Lakeside, weirdly enough. I don't know, if this was the map pull from last series, Beastie wins, but more land-oriented, I kind of feel like both got a slice of the pie. Maybe a slight edge for Beastie because you got French, IU good against some of these civs here. Shushi, very powerful. China, very powerful. Knights Templar, House of Lancaster, Rus all have some interesting 2TC builds. So there's some potential there. Game 1 on Gorge is going to be Ottoman, China. Wait, they get the best picks through? Or, like, arguably some of the best picks. Ottoman's the most banned. One of the most banned. China, one of the most banned, too. That's a very interesting way to kick off a series. They aren't in game yet, by the way. But let me check. What's the power rankings? Because I'm pretty sure Croatia's still in, like, top 20, no? Because we're number 4 in the world. Croatia's 50. Yeah, so we basically beat our hardest by far. Because, like, Ghana's a long way down. Panama is 40th. Ghana's 65th. I think we're going to make it out of the group stage, guys. Sorry, English people are going to be abhorrently annoying. What can I say? That's pretty powerful. We're actually not that far away from toppling Spain and France on this ELO. That's pretty tight ELO. All right, anyway, let's get ready for the games. Auto's banned so much that when it does get through, people just forget how to play it. It's a weird one, right? Like, I think there's some players that will be prepping it a lot, and that's why against B, it's always going to get banned out, for example. He'll prep it a lot. But there'll be some players that just... They'll say, what's the point in me practicing this? I should never get it. And it's like, it's always like you can use that against them. Like, you give it to them in the draft, like, oh, okay. And then it's like, well, I'll pick it because then I'll get the other seed. It's like how Sengoku worked for a bit. You know, where it's like you drafted Sengoku because you knew you'd never be allowed Sengoku. Wait, is that true? Holy crap. Guys, did you hear about this? The co-founder of Ubisoft died in a plane crash. All right, some of the Reddit comments are dark, man. I can't even. That's pretty big for Ubisoft, though. Like, the Guillermo family was a very big influence. And I think Claude was the lead out of them all. Or second, like, highest ranking in the family. All right, they still haven't started game yet, by the way. UK tourists are banned from wearing English shirts in Spain between June and July. Wait, really? All right, that's kind of... I'm not gonna lie, that's a little bit cringe. Do we get to ban foreign flags in our country now? Then, like, I mean, if we really want to go down this route. Okay, I'm gonna say, like, let me know what you guys' thoughts is on this, because I do find this kind of an interesting thought. Should you be allowed to wave a foreign flag in someone else's country if you're not like an embassy or something? Because I'm kind of still surprised this day that countries allow it. Because it's a bit weird, right? Like, it's almost like foreign invasion. Like, it's not, and I think it's because we're modernized enough. But, like, I would imagine just 100 years ago, that would be, like, a super taboo thing. You'd only be allowed to fly your own flag. Exactly. Like, I find it weird that you can fly foreign flags in a country. Because what is a flag a statement of? It's a statement of ownership, really. But what we've turned it into is a statement of national pride. But legitimately, a flag is used to signal an ownership state, right? Which is like, you know, you take over a fort, flag goes up, England has this fort now, right? Like, it's always been used in that manner. So I do find it very weird that people are allowed to flaunt their flags in foreign countries. Shirts, though, I think banning shirts is a bit cringe. Like, I'm just gonna say that's an L for Spain. Could you imagine how much judgment we get if we done that in the UK? You can't wear a French shirt here. Sorry, Thierry. Like, I don't mind it with football shirts, because football shirts is national pride. It's not a statement of invasion. But yeah, the whole flag thing I've always found weird. Really weird. It's also like darker side of thoughts, flag burning. Like, if you burn the national flag, like, you get in serious trouble. If you burn like a foreign flag, would anything happen? It might bait someone to burn your flag, but then I'm pretty sure, is it not in most countries a crime to burn the national flag? It is, right? It's taken on the same, like, it's taken on a more serious level, I think, than like burning the currency, which is also illegal in most countries. People do it because they don't get caught, but the problem is, like, if you're burning a flag, it's like, it's a bit more obvious. They're fining people $650 for the shirt. Oh, okay, dude, that's extra cringe. Holy crap! If we done that over here, that would like bankrupt some people. What? Dude, I tell you what, like, Spain, no, that is a money making. That is a money making scheme for Spain. Considering the average earnings in that country, 650 euros charged for freaking fine. Holy crap, they're living life good. Like, we still got all these houses we can't sell, but we're gonna make good on these idiotic English people that keep coming here. Right, the boys still aren't in lobby, by the way. Well, sorry, they're in lobby, but they haven't started. We're still waiting. I'm keeping an eye on it. We'll be ready to go as soon as. Do we have an ETA for this one? Like, what are we actually waiting for? Can we go 30 seconds without a China debate? No, I think they make great products, and it frustrates me because they're cheaper. There you go. I started a new re. Oh, by the way, how's the Zero Space demo doing? Let's talk about that for a sec, because I think they're now wrapping up the interview of Anno. I forgot they were doing interviews. Hopefully they have someone on who doesn't debate what the players say so much. Is my Steam store broken? Bro. A little bit weird. Ooh, Final Fantasy sale. I'm trying to... I didn't actually get... So, I need to get part 2 of 7. I never got... I only had the first part. And I also need to get... Was this the newest one, XVI? Was this good, chat? Is this actually worth getting? I'll probably still not bother to get it anymore. I've got so many games, man. So many games to get through and catch up on. Really? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you asked me about God of War. Yeah, so, like, it just looks really weird. I don't think it's even on here. Because they've got the guy from The Boys playing the cube. And also, like, I actually 100% agree with people's, like, outrage on this. So, guys, they basically made what is coming across as a woke God of War, because female main character, who I think people highlight looks less attractive than she normally does as well, because apparently in modern video game development, it's taboo to make women look attractive in games. But absolutely fine to give, like, a male character the biggest abs you've ever seen that you could, like, lick butter sauce off of. But I get the frustration in that there has never, ever, ever, ever in the series of God of War been a situation where you played as anyone but Kratos. To my knowledge, anyway. So it's like, I understand people's frustration in that it's like a weird pivot. Because, like, the fair point that some people have made, and I'm sure there's some people that are, like, sexist in there, but there are ones that are making a fair point here, which is, It would be just as stupid if you made a Tomb Raider game where you played as a guy. Do you know what happened when someone wanted to make a Tomb Raider where you played as a guy? They made it. They made their own IP. It's called Uncharted. Just make your own IP. But like they wanted to piggyback off of it, and I get the frustration because people have a deep attachment to Kratos. You play as Atreus. I haven't played Ragnarok still. So do you play as Atreus for a lot, or is it small pieces? Because that probably would have been the smart way. If they knew they were doing this, which they've been making this for like 4+ years, the smart way would have been to have had like 1 or 2 flashbacks where you play as Laufey or Faye. But like, to me, the bigger problem is not that you're playing as Grill. It's whatever the hell this is. Have you guys seen this? This is a voice acted person. So they have a cube.
And the ribbons, obviously.
Who's your companion? And the cube. I don't know. I'm gonna find more of it. Yeah, the Borg baby. Do you know who it's actually voiced by, guys? I saw shots of him walking around in this weird rig they created for him. It's Jack Quaid. It's just such a weird ass role for the guy coming off The Boys to hop into. Oh man, it's so funny to me. Blending a bunch of cultures, mythology, and religions, so I think it's amazing. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I think I'll probably spin up the game. I still need to play through Ragnarok, as was probably apparent from I didn't even know 50% is Atreus. So, like, I'd say they've laid the groundwork more there. But also, like, I think I can still understand people's frustration. It would be different if it was, like, you played half the game as Laufey and half... Yo, no, okay, can we... Because I think this is taking place in, like, the afterlife or wherever she is. Could you imagine a prequel to Atreus' birth where you play like this is how you could have done it, and I think you wouldn't have got any backlash as a follow-up. You do a prequel where it is Kratos and Faye, and you make it a co-op game. And then you go into God of War Laufey. I reckon that would have done away with any frustrations anyone had. That would have been the perfect way. If you really want some... Because, like, it sounds like with Atreus being 50% of the game, they want to make it less about Kratos. Because he's going to die eventually, lol. So if you want to do that, I think the way you build the foundation is actually make a spin-off co-op game where you play as wife and husband and wife, pre-Atreus, and then it moves into this. Because this one is apparently happening in, like... It's happening in parallel with God of War Ragnarok and God of War, the one before it, right? There was definitely an easy way of doing this, I think. An easier way. Dude, they still haven't started yet. Oh my god, lay an egg already. Alright, we can talk more about games. I remember the grief about Star Wars protagonists not being hot enough for guys and was never a part of that. Dude, like, I don't really care. It's like, I think the problem that I have is if we want this sort of thing of, like, characters don't need to be 100% pretty, fine. But I think the depretification is somewhat forced at times. The irony is, women's existence in video games did actually start off kind of not caring about the sexual elements. In that, like, it was sexualized, but not in a, like, ooh, big titties, let's go away. Because you had Tomb Raider, where they literally, like, made the character more compelling by just taking the two vertices that were her tits and pulling them out a bit, and that was the change they made early on. You can look it up; it's crazy. But then you had Samus, who, like, you get to the reveal, and, like, they've done that sexy Samus thing, didn't they? Where I think she's just in her boots or whatever. And I don't feel like we just had those, and it's almost like it was sexualized. But I don't. Did that cause damage? I don't think that caused damage in my eyes. They became kick-ass characters beyond it, despite it. Weirdly enough. So, like, to me, I don't think you have to desexualize or, like, uglify characters to make them endearing. The reality is, Kratos having god-tier pecs and looking like a pristine badass actually helped people connect with him over the years. Versus if you made him look like an ugly, malnourished, or deformed human being. That's my take. If there's a reason for someone to be ugly or deformed, go for it. She looks like a badass. I've heard some people say like some of the angles are making her look really malnourished or some crap. Which I kind of get where they're coming from because I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, chat, this is the actor from Daredevil, right? She's very pretty, right? You know the one I'm talking about? It's Deborah Ann Woll, I think. Like, she's stunning. It's like, I kind of get this is where I, like, get the argument people make about, like, they've kind of de-beautified her a bit. If that is her. But it looks like it's meant to be her regardless, right? Like, to me, that looks like a carbon copy attempt. But they've, like, maybe added a few more creases and whatnot. But, like, the counter-argument, to be fair to them, is they might just be trying to motherify her. Is, like, you know, give a little bit of, like, what's it called? The crows? I can't remember what it's called. When you get, like, the smile, the grin type thing from Wrinkles Over Years. Maybe that's what they were trying to do. Because, like, the reality is this woman's meant to be in her late 30s, I think. But I know what the counter argument is going to be from people who wanted her to be hotter. It's going to be she's a god. It doesn't matter. She's a god. Literally, she's just however old. Like, she's however she needs to look. Not makeup in the era of the Vikings. Yes, but these are gods. And remember, traditionally in most media forms, gods get glamification. Like, if you want to make the makeup argument, why do elves look how elves look in Lord of the Rings? Like, you're telling me Orlando Bloom isn't getting makeup in Lord of the Rings? 100% he's getting makeup. He's getting his ass powdered. And typically, like, this kind of paling and no wrinkles or whatever has historically played into the godly look more, the divinity look, because they're perfect sort of thing. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think... I think the argument over her looking unattractive, like, this shot in particular makes her look more aged, but I understand why they're aging her to be more motherly than, you know, in her 20s in rockin' parties and whatever. I think the bigger frustration that I do get is this sudden pivot of, like, Kratos isn't even in this game, at least as far as we know. He could be. He actually could be. It could be a 50-50, which I think would be pretty cool. And in the current day and age, we have a lot of DEI stuff happening. Like, we let's be totally real. We've seen games where it's very clearly, like, trying to bring more girl main characters. Like, I still remember that whole argument has been going on for ages over 4. You know this one? Like, 4... Was it in the comics? They made 4 into a woman. And it makes no sense. Because, like, the argument that gets made, which is quite fair, is instead of basically transferring ownership of these entities that have existed as these beings and these forms for a very long time, stop being lazy and make empowering new characters. Because then you don't annoy the people who like this character this way. And if you aren't crap at your job, you will create something meaningful over time here. You know? Like, that, I think that's my balance on that argument. I get where people are coming from when they just change something for no reason. Like, anyone who's been paying attention to the Harry Potter stuff, this is a perfect example. I don't understand why out of all the characters they could have chosen to make black in the Harry Potter TV series, they chose the most distinctively described as a ultra pale white guy, i.e. Snape. They also, by the way, chose the character that by Harry's father gets strung up in a tree to be black. That a bunch of white kids, when they were younger, bullied immensely. I don't think that's doing what they think it's doing. Unless they are now going to completely change that story arc so it never happened. But, like, you when they say it like that, it sounds as it's going to appear, right? Like, you genuinely chose the worst possible player to turn into a black character to turn into a black person in the Harry Potter remake. They could have done, Dumbledore could have been black, and it would have been absolutely fine. But like now you're gonna have to change the book stories entirely. If you keep that section in, it's not gonna look good. Like, you know, the idea is meant to be that you like, if you remember back when you watched that and the Snape getting bullied sort of thing, you're like, yeah, serves him right for being a dickhead, right? Like, you maybe like, it's on the edge of like Harry's father being a bit extreme, but like, that guy's a problem. But now, so like, it's that classic thing of like, skin tonal, like whatever, that there is a context level subconsciously when you change things around. You know, like certain races, you change the character and they're really smart. Has connotation stereotypically. Hang a character, give a character gun, like whatever. It has certain role identifications that feed in. Yeah, I think they screwed up with that choice big time. Don't agree with the God of War outrage. I don't think it's DEI. I think it just follows the story. With HB, yes, that's DEI. Yeah, no, I don't think it's full DEI. I agree. I don't think it's full DEI. I think probably the better way to handle it in a time where everyone's worried about DEI would have been to have just made a prequel game where husband and wife meet, connect, you play as both of them, or it's a co-op, right? Maybe it's not a fully expansive game. Maybe it's half a game, right? It's like a prequel type feeling, not the complete package. What's the girl in Witcher 4 look like? They uglied her up. I haven't seen that. Did they make her much uglier? Well, they tried. Technically, she's meant to be ugly already. She's got a giant ass scar on her face, but you know, people still didn't mind. That's why, like, of all the mistakes they made with the TV show, I kind of like that they just made sure she's young enough that no one even thinks, "Wow, attractive." If you do, it's kind of weird. That's like, and like the reason that proof that is correct is I still hate how much hate the Last of Us TV show Gale gets. I think she's a good actor. I think there's maybe an argument that like, if you raw carbon approach it how they look in the game to the TV show, she's wrong fit. But I think she does a good job of the role. I haven't seen the most recent season, but like season 1, I thought she'd done great. But like, she just got so much hate because she didn't look like a carbon copy of the game character. And the game character, like, to be honest, did not look young enough for how young they were meant to be in the game anyway. Predictions. Let's get predictions up. So game 1's coming in, guys. BC versus Vortex starting in 1 minute. What? Did the writers do a bad job with the new season? Oh, that sucks. You know what? Like, you know what the good thing of Last of Us was? That one episode with the guy from Parks and Recreation. It was the best episode. Like, the backstory of how they met. That was... If you guys haven't watched that episode of Last of Us, just go watch it. It's like its own individual experience. It's so well written. I love that episode. That was the worst? You didn't like that one? Why didn't you like that one? What, because it just didn't add to the main story? They completely ignored the canon. Was that character in the first game? Or did they interweave someone from the second game? I don't remember him from the first game. Maybe I need to go back and play Last of Us 1. I will say this, though. I don't mind if it's a good angle if something spins off entirely. And here's why. Like, you know when Transformers came out and everyone was, this is not the comics. Dude, you already have the comics. You already have the cartoons. Got to make something different. Dude, I need to go back and play Last of Us 1. I remember the whole creepy guy who basically wants to, like, marry Ellie. All that stuff. And the later on parts. But I don't remember the Frank part. Was it significant? Should I remember this? I feel like I remember everything else about that game, but I don't remember that relationship. They added the LG... See, I guess then, because I forgot about it in the game, to me, the LGBTQ stuff didn't feel forced. It was just kind of like, it happened, if that makes sense. I know, I'm going to have to go back and play the game and see how I feel. Because up till now, I thought, I quite liked the way that was approached. All right, let's go. It's time. Enough about very triggering conversation for some people. It's time to trigger aggression. Vortex in the red is Ottomans going up against BC in the yellow is Chinese. Game number 1 of this elimination series for the Elite Classic 4. It's going to be on Gorge. And this is an interesting one. BC having a bit of a mixed bag out of the group stage. Vortex, to me, looked quite strong. Obviously had some opponents he was going to naturally struggle against, like Marine Lord and Wham. But I think he pretty much locked in against all opponents you'd expect, and even exceeded against some. I think, if I remember correctly, Vortex got a 3-0 against Marine Lord, so very powerful performance at times from him in the groups. Gonna make for an interesting series. Ottomans, Chinese, and Open are also just not really what I was expecting. Both sides literally got S tier 6. Like, you know, if you're talking about most pick, most banned, these two are the most obvious ones up there. Let me switch scenes, by the way, because we need to be on this one. Boom. Yeah, Beastie. I'm starting to wonder, man, like, is he going to be able to turn up and perform? Because the thing you have to remember about Beastie is he streams a lot. And I don't think he scrims a lot within that. He has been squeezing in some practice games this week. I think he played against Wham and someone else. But then also there are the countless hours being put into Alden era at the moment in the middle of an S-tier tournament. In fairness, Vortex kind of done something similar in the group stage in that he played a 2v2 tournament and the 1v1 tournament. So there's a lot of intermingling. But I would argue that that type of cross-exchange is more obvious in value for Vortex than Beastie. Like, Beastie playing Olden Era, like, it's a great game. I love that game. But it's not necessarily going to give you as much tactical feedback as Vortex playing 2v2 tournaments where you learn different ways of using civs you'd never think about in 1v1s that you can potentially then apply. So, you know, in terms of, like, the way that recent time has been allocated, I think Vortex should have the obvious edge. Minaret Madrasa coming in. Imperial Academy on the other side. Spears coming in early, so kind of frustrating if Beastie is planning Pro Scouts. I don't think China always needs Pro Scouts. It is a nice, convenient element to have for a civ that likes to stay condensed. But in this game in particular, like, do you play Feudal All-In against Ottomans? I don't feel like I've seen many Chinese players succeed with that recently. I think Ottoman players used to fall victim to it because China was so good and Ottomans wasn't figured out. But now Otto players, they tend to play Feudal very clean. And that's what kind of worries me about an All-In and All-In. I feel like, is it not safer for China to get Pro Scouts in Castle where possible? Because then you just come over the top of Lancer spam, right? So great start for Vortex. Just identify on a map like Gorge as well, you typically do get Fort Gold. Like, I think the furthest back gold, sometimes you used to get it here. I haven't recently seen that. The furthest back I've seen is equal to the TC. So it's fairly easy to block resources. Yeah, the only thing that you can guarantee on Gorge is tree line spawns at the back. But I always say, like, when you get a detail like that, add in the extra details. If we know for sure that the tree line's going to be back here, that means we know for sure that the gold, the stone, the berries can't be back here. So it gives more value to Dark Age players. Vortex, even adding in a third spear. And interesting, he goes on the stone. He's already got the military school up, right? So this is, yeah, this is just all been passive. He hasn't been forcing it. Why is he on stone, though? Optimal timing for level 2 on military schools, i.e. H2. Free on stone this early. Yeah, I think this is just military school. He's got blacksmith coming in. I would be shocked to see 2TC here, because I think if you go 2TC, Beastie can just go fast castle. Sapahi's still broken, but they nerfed them, guys. They have 5 less health now. Did the devs not give you everything you wanted? And well, probably not. Yeah, Sapahi is still pretty good. Beastie now adding in the spears. He's just going to try to deal with the deer laming. Not going to be able to get there quick enough to do anything about it, though. Still, this is a little bit annoying for BC having to stop off with the spears. He knew he was going to need them because he's up against Sapahi. But it does kind of give you more... let's say vulnerability points. I mean, your opponent's age 2 now. He's got second military school coming through soon. But he is adding in stables. So, like, in fairness, Beastie's move hasn't been counterplayed just yet. Vortex has got a lot of wood, but should be first allocated into a military school. How are we doing on predictions, by the way? So, looks like 100% on Vortex. What a balanced affair out of you guys. Guys got to get him there for the Gamba quicker. I don't know. I don't think China's completely irrelevant here. You know, you could argue Ottoman's got some slight nerfs, and China, for some reason, somehow still hasn't been nerfed really at all in a long, long time. And it is going to be Pro Scouts. So, challenge now is, can Vortex do anything about that? First Vizier points here. It's mass melee defense from Beastie, so there you go. Fieldwork's going to come through. The reason why we see Fieldwork so often is I feel like the melee openings has only escalated in recent months. You know, you used to see it with Knights, occasional spears. We see a lot more spear strats now, and that actually enables the monks, because the monks can't be sniped if it's mass melee. They can only really be sniped easily if there's range units. And also, similarly, you can't really lose units that easily. And what is up? My boy Sherman King coming through. Thank you very much for the subs, buddy. And Lex, boys, you're all spoiling me. Lex Yav, thank you very much, mate. How are we doing on the leaderboard? I hope we've ranked up from rank 11, back in top 10. My boy's got to hold on and flex. Thank you, Lexi, bud. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all. Age of Empires 4-time S-tier tournament. Beastie, some of you might know from the Olden Era category. He's been playing Olden Era a lot on his secondary account. Vortex has been putting time into Age of Empires 2. He's probably been playing Zero Space as well. But this is latest Age of Empires game, S-tier tournament, top 8 players in the world. Single elim, best of 7. If you guys have any questions, you don't know the game but want to learn it, let me know. Always happy to help you out. I've got more hours cast of Age of Empires 4 than I think everyone else combined at this stage. Awesome. I look like that dude from Top Gear. I get that a lot as well. But thank you for jamming it in there. I've literally, on an official WePlay broadcast, had them pull up a picture of Richard Hammond. He's my dad that never came back from the gas station. He's still out there somewhere. I don't think he even smokes. All right, so Sapai coming in. We got Light Cav, we got Archers, we got Spears on both sides. Beastie went Pro Scouts. That's going to give him deer at home to gather, so he's going to be a lot more boosted on food income. The scary thing about dealing with China is they just zog really fast, man. It's the supervision pass. They can up production speeds. They waste less time on buildings. But the cool thing about Ottomans is with the blacksmiths, they do get an influence aura to increase production rates. They kind of compete. I actually think in a prolonged Age 2 engagement, Ottomans is a little bit stronger. They have all these extra auras that come through. You know what it's kind of like? It's kind of like Temple early game with 1 stats. Is the way to think about it. Whereas China, I see them as more like a... I think I rate them best as a mid-game civ. So more like Dungeon, I guess, in Olden Era. Once you get like Minotaurs and Booster Strats. Whereas Ottomans comes in a lot earlier, like when you're just using like Marksman, Swordsman. And the aura effect, right? Like the idea of these +1s is he's going to have the healing. He's also going to be able to get into the meta soon. Like actually it would be a good time for it. We have got a Barbican coming in. So Beast is setting up the defensive castle. Interesting to see Song coming back into the picture. Not often seen these days. At least early on. Vortex is playing autos correctly. Every time they don't take advantage of the mill schools. It's because it's tempo timing. If your first few units can do more, it's worth subverting military schools in terms of going production instead. But it's a defensive civ, right? Like, it's better to get the passive scaling in this situation in most occasions. Spears wiping out the horseman, though. And Sapahi, they're waiting on the flank. There's too many spears, though. Like, Beastie just has so much mass. Vortex is starting to save up, though. So Castle kind of seems feasible here in the next 2 minutes for him. Yeah, he has good map control. He also has the double Imam, and because BC lost his horseman, he doesn't have a way of stopping Vortex from picking up these relics that will generate gold. Vortex doesn't send even 1 spear to Deer. Why? Because he probably would just get cut at this stage, right? Like on the rotation, your opponent's built an army, you expect him to contest you here. You could use that as a distraction, arguably. But it kind of seemed like Vortex's goal was to stop the Barbican going up, so he went for an all-in. All-in didn't quite work, though. Yeah, I don't think he actually killed enough to make it worthwhile. Destroyed value down here in the bottom left. I mean, Vortex only has a slight edge there. Beastie gonna be macroing for Castle much quicker. Vortex just trying to sliver in here. Army is close by, though. Villagers didn't pull back. Okay, he could have had that kill, weirdly enough. I don't know what this guy was doing. Everyone else ran, but this one dude here is like pussies. This is why you never get the premium beef. I don't know how he's getting beef out of a deer. That's just how good of a gatherer he is. An Imperial Pass now on the way. All right, guys, time for God tier vision. This is like playing Olden Era, getting expert scouting, and then still getting like the spyglass for extra 2 range. You guys ready? Watch that mini map. It's pretty good range. It's all right range. It's not too bad. Barbican does well. Barbican does okay. But you know what's better than very strong vision? OP vision. Oh, look. I found every single army all of a sudden. That's nice. Oh my god, the ultimate snitcher. And remember, the Imperial Pass also lets him scout where all the enemy workers are. It's so powerful on a map like Gorge in particular. Because you can see what's happening. He's playing out onto the flanks. Dive now coming in. Beastie just kind of walks into melee with the archers. Imams are healing them on the dive. Vortex is prepping for a tech up. He's essentially going to throw away the healers to get more damage done. Upgrades now in on the archers. Veterancy's there. Supply holding on to the attack speed buffer, and they commit it. There's still a few spears left over, but they don't care. He's going to get the army wipe. Beastie just trades out that back line, but he knows he's toast there. It's archer mass removed. Lancers to replace them. He still has an Imam. Wait, what? Bro still got healing. Are you kidding me? Sipahi can fight one Lancer at a time. Decides to back off, though. Hand cannon shots hurting too much. He keeps him pinned in. Mehmed now on the way. So Vortex will be finding his way into age 3 with more passive production. These elite players change their strats depending on the player facing them. Like, is Beastie Soul play different? I think we're getting to that stage. Instead of it just being, oh, this Civ plays this way, we're seeing more diversification of strats and understanding that certain players play certain ways, you know? Like, for our Olden Era friends, if I'm playing Dungeons, I'm probably going, like, Medusa or Minotaur strats all the time. There's probably a wacky guy out there that's doing a mass infiltrate strat, which is odd. Right? Like, we've seen, for example, if you're playing against B and he has Marlians, he's more likely to do a weird mass feudal sofa strat than most players statistically were. More doing it now, but he was well ahead of the curve and remains more aggressive with it. So there's definitely those elements to consider. You know, if you're playing against Corvinus, he picks Knights Templar. You're expecting 2 TC every day of the week. That being said, now everyone's doing that. We're seeing him steer into, like, throwing axes builds and whatnot. So yeah, people definitely have their flavorful elements. Like, if I'm playing against French Lucifron, I'm probably never anticipating defensive arbitrary. I'm expecting French Night Raids constantly for like the first, 20, 25 minutes. I think the cool thing about that is something we talked about in Age of Empires 4 years ago, actually, is what's called implied odds, right? Like, or what I call implied odds. It's the expected hand, the expected way. Is that if you see this Civ, it's meant to play this way. So there's actually a value, and we see this in poker all the time. There's a value in contradicting the meta. Because RTSs are usually a game of hidden information, and also this game is a counter system one. If your opponent doesn't have good vision and expects you to like mass knights, you could catch him off guard by massing infantry instead. That's always something to consider here. I think players have gotten better at using that ever since they nerfed scouting range, and people understood how map control works better than ever. Alright, this fight's kind of rough. I don't like this. Sapar here just... They're forward-tuning. Actually, that's kind of sick. With the extra range, the archers are tanking. Yo, what? That was... It looked ugly, but that was actually pretty crafty by Vortex. He doesn't really want archers anymore. So he put the archers in front of the Sipahi, and light cav beats heavy cav. Wow. That's it. Knights now overwhelmed again. I mean, this is a bad fight all of a sudden for Beastie, no? This is one Lancer. Actually, no, wait, hold on a sec. Starting to mop up. Well, there's no meta. I don't think we've had a meta in 15 minutes of Austin gameplay, which is unusual. It's like the #1 power spike in Feudal. The fact we never got it is kind of shocking. Enough scanning range like 5 years ago? No, it was more like 2. So I literally had this discussion with the devs at the time because they added spyglass. They said no one could ever proxy base. But like these change, like people always forget a change happens. It doesn't actually get used overnight. It takes a long time in some cases. Especially when you're talking about like a deep-rooted mechanic. Knights now marching to the backside. Are going to intercept Spy, shut him down. We have got the Janissary point, by the way. He went Janissary company. This is such a Vortex maneuver. The all-in pull. Gunners now marching towards BC's base, but crazy thing is BC has a lot of archers still. Yeah, so now looks like Vortex's goal. When you do this type of strat, it's an overwhelm. He's looking to break through the Knights quick enough that he doesn't care that his Janissaries are counted. Knights to dive in. Oh, but he baits him! Mango down, but I think that's worth it, right? You kill, was that 3 Lancers plus the Scout? That costs more than the Mango. And the Mango was free anyway. And this just gets you close to the breakpoint, right? Like, look at Vortex's count now. 14 Sipahi. Barely any Knights to hold them back. Beastie needs perfect positioning in his base to withstand a dive. And it looks like we've got a pivot. 17 on stone. He's going for a castle drop. Need it fast. Vortex now steering to the backside. Relic game is 2-2 split. Go straight off the village. Nothing else to do right now while the army catches up. So we'll just look to get a pop lock in space to slow Beastie down. It's just Janissaries, man. It's no joke. 12 Jannies. These Knights will not survive initial contact. That was sick as well. He pinned with the 1 Spearman. Sipahi now rotating. Oh, Flock. A mass migration there. Shifts everything north. Okay, so that was quite smart by Beastie, because one very frustrating thing about Gorge is you go one side and then you have to go all the way around the other. It's a game of ring a roses, but you never complete the circuit. You could technically dive through here, but it's very risky with things like Janissary. So instead, what Vortex does, he backs up, he'll retrieve the new line of reinforcements and then move across. But hold on, there was an intercept attempt that didn't go the way Beastie was hoping. Guys, that was a bad trade. Health-wise, that was an overwhelmingly bad trade. I think Vortex done 3 times the damage. And Beastie has no food. Okay, guys, he's cooked. He's cooked. Like, he's flambéed. You know what I said about that wok you can get from ordering the HelloFresh? You should go get it quickly. Order it up, because you can throw yourself a freshly killed Beastie inside it. Cooked delicious. Just make sure you follow the ingredients correctly. Just replace pork with Beastie loin. He's about to take a shot to the groin. Oh, man. Sipahi with attack speed buffer. It's melt mode. Game number 1. The Spaniards' aggression oozes through and destroys the Serb. Yeah, this is over. I mean, do we even have a castle? Where did he drop it? Where, pray tell, is the castle drop, Beastie? Did he sell it for gold? Like, what happened? There's no castle. There's nothing. This is why Ottomans are banned. China gets through. Ottomans, they get banned by the majority of players for one very clear reason, and you just saw it. Their all-in timings are so scary. Sipahi's still just too good. And I'm just checking the bans now. Ottomans, 95 bans. Malians had only 78. Then the next one is 57 for Byzantines. This is by far the most banned civ in competitive Age of Empires 4. And Vortex just showed you why. He'd done this not against a D tier civ. China is a solid A tier civ. Still dismantle them. China themselves gets banned quite a lot of times. Right? They get banned 26. They got picked 29. They're one of the most picked civs. Doesn't look very good from this game. Could have gone straight Sipahi. No, I think the Janissaries was very smart. Like, here's the mind-boggling detail. Has anyone noticed what he still hasn't built in 20 minutes of Ottoman gameplay? And yet still has destroyed his opponent. He never built a meta. The no meta. He didn't need attack speed, armor, any of it. He still beat him. And now, we've got the Great Bombard. He did? When did he build it? I feel like it's being sniped so quickly. I'll dive in again. Did he have it for the big fight? Am I blind? No. Oh, melt mode. We're just doing it again. We're going to run it back at time again. I had one last push. Did he get... I felt like he got sniped pretty quick. But he didn't have it when he was feudal pushing, right? Like, that was the crazy... When he dove the TC here in feudal, that was the shocking one. Because he sat here with imams and everything. Like, I would say he hasn't been that meta efficient. At least every time I've looked up, maybe I'm just not looking up enough. I feel like I haven't seen this on the UI until now. Good eyes from chat, though. Thank you. I don't get to sleep much. Okay, we're trying stone again. Just, I don't see the way. Goodbye, sir. Fortitude is on cooldown at least, but you're not getting away from that unscarred. Oh my god. Body block, Supremo. GG gets called. Ottomans are most definitely the GOAT of AoE 4. Am I blind? How many Sapahi did he... how many metas did he have then, chat? Was it just one? And then another one right at the end? Free total. He didn't have it on the feudal dive, though. Like, I mean, I'll hold it up if I was an idiot. Did he have it on the feudal dive? If he had it on the feudal dive, I feel like it died almost straight away. I mean, we can quickly... We've got 4 minutes until they're actually in game. I can quickly check that. Because that'll be good to check. Because I'm being an idiot otherwise. Not the first one, second one. Okay, so the critical dive, the one that, like, melt moded, he didn't have it then. Because I think that first dive where one imam survived was the most important dive. Because it wiped out the initial archer wave entirely. And then when the other critical part was the mango loss. The mango loss was such a good trade. Oh god, AX isn't going to be quick enough, is it? We've got 3 minutes until we're in game. I'm just going to trust you on this. I'm not paying enough attention to metas then. Oops. Let's just go next. We'll call it one of those days. I don't know, dude. I do feel like... I mean, I feel more awake now, but I felt very disoriented earlier. I feel a bit more awake now. I think at the start of Series 1, though, I was really out of it. So it's funny I'm not noticing stuff still. I don't know why I'm not noticing. Maybe it's just the heat is getting to me and I'm getting tired. I don't know. It's been weird at the moment. Allowed to miss things? No, no, no. I'm a caster. Like, I'm not allowed to. No, no, no. Someone's got like a little notebook. They're keeping track. Ah, oh, that's refreshing. Sorry if you could hear the gulps, but damn, that's tasty. Do we maybe play Olden Era after stream? I mean, my games are going to be more trashy than Lexi's. Because, like, I haven't had enough time to play games, sadly. So I'm still stuck stomping noobs to climb up the ladder. But, like, I don't know, that's why I've been trying to get a few in on like offline to like get up rank, because I just don't think they'd be that interesting to watch. Like, I'd say we play quite well, and then we just get to final fight, and it's not even close. I had a game. So I felt like I was bullying. I had a game yesterday where I got so many sentinels that I blinked AoE'd into his formation, and all of his good units died, and he just surrendered. Olden Era is more fun to play than to watch. Yeah, like, I think Olden Era has a problem with spectating. It is a bit tricky. Like, to me, like I said, like, what the devs need, what would be sick for Olden Era, they just need a format. And if they'd done this format, I'd run tournaments in it. I'm going to cast them. They just need a format where it's like Teamfight Tactics or Dota or Chess. It's like you have 8 players in a sprint format on their own individual maps, and every few days, at least 2 of the players are clashing. So don't have them necessarily all clash at the same time, but have it like staggered. So that like there's always some sort of action to catch for a spectator sport functionality. And then you have like an overall life force that gets depleted as you lose, you know? I think that would be really cool. Olden Era already has a pro scene, technically. There's just not a lot of money in it. All right, I'm going to run a minute of ads now. So Dry Arabia for G2. Let me have a look at what we got. BC tried to pick Shushi. Vortex tried to pick Jean. We get Golden Horde versus Ruse. Golden Horde sound like they could be pretty strong. How high level Ordinary games play out? I would say it gets quite merciless in that, like, one small error and you're screwed. Like that game I mentioned where I dominated the guy with Sentinels, I accidentally hit end turn on turn 4. And I thought that was going to screw me. And then he, like, but by the time he'd broken into the center of the map, I'd farmed everything. All right, let's get ready, though. I don't have the faintest idea of how to play Ordinera. Well, that's the thing. Like, about watching versus playing, that's a big engagement point for a lot of people. I think more than anything, Ordinera is the type of game that you like watching too. So two forms, right? Learn to play, but also see meme builds. Like I had, like what was that? We had that game I streamed where I done an infiltrator build in Sprint, and it was hilarious. Because infiltrator is like, sounds like one of the dumbest ideas I could do. All right, there you go. Predictions go. Now let me flip around. Is Roos actually good? That's what we're going to find out here, folks, because the Nightmare Fuel is in Beastie's way. Beastie in the yellow has got Roos, but he faces off against Vortex on the perfect Civ for this type of player. It's Golden Horde time. This Civ is the scourge of ladder play. It just keeps getting nerfed from pro play performance, but also, I think, from casuals. The Tortugud has become a toxic detail in the competitive AoE4 scene and the ladder. And Roos has been seen nowhere to solve this. Can Beastie show us the way? He's going to be going pro scouts this game. He's already going up to 5 scouts in the Dark Age. Confidence oozing that he cannot be stopped. Question mark is he going to dominate the sheep? Doesn't look like it. I think Vortex has got enough to be kind of content. He'll get suffocated out towards the end here, right? So 13 sheep to probably 17 to finish off. Interesting. Like, we don't often see people building this. Wait. This is a scout rush. This is not just about... This is a scout rush. He's going for the burn on the Uvu. Oh, my God. I'm back in 2021. Double hunting cabin. 6 scouts. Oh, my God. When was the last time you saw this? You guys remember Mongols doing this in 2021 with animation canceling? No animation canceling anymore, but it's smart. It's pretty crafty. If he wants pro scouts, it reveals the play early, but it gives him a way of either forcing Vortex to lose the Uvu or now build Dark Age Spearmen, which just gives a clear opening for Beastie to play towards archers. And this is kind of tough. Because the other problem is if you have to go Dark Age Spearmen, you're not getting towards tier 2 Uvu very quickly. Vortex already too committed. Khan Tortugud gets queued up. Beastie sees this and says, oh, great, I'm getting a kill. You can pull a villager, but remember the Uvu is out of range. So if you do that, this many scouts, they'll trap a worker. And that'll make the play worth it for Beastie to get a worker kill. So I think Vortex, realistically, okay, he's going to try. Dangerous, dangerous move. Beastie pulls the sheep home. He can move for the villager now. Vortex needs to pull away faster. Oh, you sick son of a gun. No, he gets pinned. The scouts, he got the trap. All right, Vortex, you might as well repair. Because, like, 07... Wait, he's not trapped? Wait, what? I am so confused right now. How did he get out of that? He looks stuck. I think Beastie accidentally A-clicked the scout away ever so slightly. What is body block? What is pathfinding? I can't believe that worked. But the idea was sick. So Vortex, instead of getting pinned, what he keeps doing is he tries to tap, move, tap, move, tap, move. So you don't just casually get surrounded. Vortex with the double juggle. Oh my God, the outbrain effect. I mean, in fairness, it is still idle time forced, resources wasted on repair. So, you know, Beastie didn't get nothing out of this. But this is not looking like pro scouts with a Ford Kremlin. Like, so this is now it gets a bit weird. If you built 6 scouts but you don't get the Uvu kill, are you happy? I feel like you're pretty frustrated, no? Vortex coming in again. Batu Khan is on the way, 15 seconds away from a heavy cav unit. And he doesn't care. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to repair. Like, both of them go in. The reaction speed of Vortex is so on point. The moment, and oh my god, can we just surround? There's 6 of you. They nerf scout hitboxes. Did I miss a patch note? Because I feel like this grab used to be a lot easier, right? It's weird. So commits to the burn now. Batu Khan's going to start scaring away the torch damage. And Tortugud are on the way in 35. Also, you can't really stand here long because it just makes the Batu better and better. Funnily enough, villagers also get buff damage. This is so ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, your first 5 minutes of Golden Horde gameplay. For once, they're the ones not having a fun time. It's so comical. And Beastie, he's going to TC. Could he ever... I mean, presumably he's going to do it here. But if the scouts have been distracting, is there ever a play to drop a TC here? Probably too risky against Golden Horde. A lesser civ maybe, but Golden Horde's very good at all-inning. Okay, so like BC says, I don't care. I lost 1 scout. I'm not going pro scouts anyway. Vortex is already moving out, flanked here. Let's get scouted out. BC's going to try to maybe mess with it a bit, but scouts already too low. I'll give it to Beastie. This has been a very unusual, non-meta first 5 minutes of gameplay. Don't remember the last time I saw a Roost player do any of this. Kremlin gets discovered, so Vortex just has to back off now. 2 TC being built up. One scary thing, though, like, something I'm not the biggest fan of, is this Kremlin now doesn't protect the main location. In fairness, it's where BC should be putting most of his economy, right? Because he's got double berry and deer. And he's shoving the deer in. But, like, the danger is the actual spawn point of your production is now at risk of a full dive 5 minutes down the line. Cool thing, at least, when you play as Roos, you can always set up those arrow tower slits, those arrow turrets, castle turrets, that gives you +2 damage in all garrison slots in your towers. But he would need stone for that, which he has now abandoned. Vortex now just forced to set up archers really far back, actually. Not ideal. Slows down reinforcements a bit. Beastie, what now? Fast castle? Usually Golden Horde do very well against fast castle builds, but it's 2 TC condensed. You didn't get the normal scale point. I feel like your Uvu was slow to go up because the repair slowed down a lot. It's going to take Beastie, what, probably 4-5 minutes to have his economy in a good state for attack? Should be faster than that. I mean, he hasn't dropped deer yet. But presumably he's going to be adding in units. We see spears, so not looking for super fast castle. The reason, by the way, is Tortugud are way too good at diving. They have 230 HP. That's a lot. To get that number on other civs knights, they have to reach the castle. The damage is admittedly lower, but it's worth the trade-off every day of the week. Good now with the poke in, just trying to idle out. They can do this for a while before really healing it on the health. Vortex going castle. Okay, but his timing's not better. Look at the macro. Beastie only added 2 spears when he saw this wasn't scaling that much. And the Kremlin kind of undiveable. I think this is a very smart call. Like, the cool thing about Kremlin here, remember, is it gives him a boon. If you dive him, he can summon militia to hold back these torches very well. Only 30 food to get 2 units. Free if he gets the castle. And this has to be Musky Yasak, right? You're going to be teching second, so Relic Uvus feels pretty pointless. Especially if this is an Abbey of Trinity's build. If this is an Abbey of Trinity build, I don't think Relic Uvus gets you anything. Because there won't be any relics by the time you can get them. I think it's interesting how sometimes Age of Empires 4 can, to the truest form, seem cyclical. Like, we're seeing that right now, Roost returning to Fast Castle, which is what they used to always do anyway. Abbey of Trinity, now on the way. Muscovy Yasak on the other side. Pretty much everything we expected. Question now is, can Vortex start prepping enough Keshik for a full dive? It's got to be what he's thinking, right? What's the alternative? He could just play slower into things like crossbows, but that means you're definitely feeding relics. I mean, he doesn't have a stables coming in. 13s on wood suggests we're either getting more stockyards for food gathering, or we will be seeing additional production. And there it is. Confirmation in stables, drop on the way. So I'll have enough time to, scale up to probably about 10 to 12 heavy cav units at this pacing. Not too bad. Roost Knights with Boyers beats Keshik? Yes, but you need to count. The thing about Tortugud is Tortugud absorb the shots so Keshiks don't die. So, like, you can kind of get out microed if you're Beastie. It's the tricky part. What I think is really underrated here, and I wonder if Beastie will do it, is the Warrior Monk Blessing. The Warrior Monk Blessing is very good in fights with Keshiks and Tortugud because they're lower damage heavy knights. Like, Tortugud, in their case, very lower damage heavy knights. So the +1 armor and the plus attack is a huge damage differential. Much more so than if it was French knights. Ranged armor coming. Vortex. He's looking for that perfect moment. The moment he hears tech up, the Tortugud want to go in. I mean, the increase in armor. It's going to be, what, +3 in total? He gets 2 from Muscovy Yasak, 1 from Veterancy. Makes you bloody tank, even against the Kremlin. And then there's the extra health as well. Check these numbers. Boom, 48 more HP, 3 extra armor, 2 more damage. Easy, boys. Guarding on the relic in the meantime. Do we have any on the way home? One has already been banked by Beasties, so off to a great start here. He's going to try to sneak out. Vortex doesn't see that. He dives towards the Abbey of Trinity. Wait, was that a sprint? No, it was. I thought I saw a sprint placement. Okay, I'm blind. No sprint placement, so no high DPS. But does get scared off by the spears. Still, he's encircling, right? He's trying to find the angles from both sides. Men-at-Arms switch up by Beastie, by the way. I like this. Men-at-Arms are much cheaper now. I say much cheaper. It's only 10 food less, but that is a lot. Like, considering how scarce food is early on. And then add in the effect that Warrior Monk's going to have there to bulk you up. We just said that, like, the problem with the Tortugud Keshiks is they are lower base damage. They don't clear front lines as quick. So Men-at-Arms is a cheap, solid solution. Whereas Spears is obviously vulnerable to Archer play. Warrior Monk's going out wide. Other relics, I would be shocked if he gets this one or this one currently. Unless he fights, unless he wins a fight. BC now switching crossbows. Vortex is finally getting relics too. So he actually has a great opportunity here to get the majority of relics. 3-2. Other thing that does worry me a bit for Beastie is that Vortex does have good food income still. Like this boar's over here, you can drag him close. And there's that monk picking up the goodies. Takes the easy one first. Infantry comp as Roost, I feel, is not the play. Why? I'm kind of curious. Like, what's your thoughts on that? Why would you say that? You think on 2TC he should be night spamming? That's pretty expensive, right? Do you have the economy for that? I mean, he's got farms coming in, but like, I think part of why Beastie has farms coming in is because he isn't building knights. How do you afford this if you're building knights on 2TC, right? Like, remember, RTS is a games of trade-offs. You make one choice, it makes the other harder. You know, you go 2TC, you'll eventually get more economy, but in the meantime, you're spending more economy. The whole idea of 2TC is you have better eco. Down the line, yeah. But like at this stage, if he built knights, remember what we said about Keshik interactions. The Keshiks are gonna heal because they'll keep switching targets onto Tortugud. So if you're in a melee, it's very hard to kill Keshiks, but crossbows can kill Keshiks. All these low health bars will just start disappearing. I do think Beastie maybe went a bit hard on farms, though. Like, he's lucking out at the fact Vortex isn't pushing right now. I think you could have probably scaled this a little bit slower and been a little less vulnerable. Because he's barely producing any units right now. Yeah, he went hard on the wood, and you see the numbers. Board Berries getting blocked out has been tricky for him. Yeah, like he... Oh my god, yeah, no wonder. Look, he didn't get most of the deer, right? There's half the deer left here. Secondary deer not possible. His board's way too far out. Like, I get it. He needed a farm transition, but it felt like such an aggressive switch, the amount being built at once, that now there's this big, giant goal for Vortex to try and shoot and score into. Men-at-arms, more warrior monks coming. They're pretty beefy. 120 resources for a 190 health unit is actually decent. Archer. Burn power's decent. I mean, you commit, right? You've got enough archers. Yeah, BC just has to let it go. Town center cannot be protected. Not against this much firepower. Unless the militia, hold on, baits him in close. Okay, I eat my words, Beastie. I keep forgetting about militia. It's been too long. He buys himself a little bit of time here. It's like one Keshik went on the other side, so a little bit of backstabbage. And remember, militia are quite tanky at this stage, 115 health. And the other cool thing, like, actually, what's really smart from Beastie, look at the warrior monk count, guys. We talked about this in the Anatine game, we didn't get it. You heal. With this many warrior monks, the militia don't lose health. They just get rejuvenated. See? Like, you fight against the kill. So we'll be able to keep, like, half the militia at full HP. Vortex coming again. Vortex never built Karash, even now. I think, like, it's quite good here against militia, no? Because militia are low base damage. Ouch, more like a joke point right now. Jumps in with the torches once more. Militia health bars are not looking pretty. The problem is, like, you can heal them when you stand still, but if you're moving, there's so much movement going on that BC's not really rejuvenating as much. Archers. Good count. Practically a critical mass where you can snipe almost anything with one hit. Even the warrior monks almost flop instantly. And then, like, 5 HP left. Sniping a lot of them down. Warrior monk count down to just 3. Lines are thinning. Beastie. He's got a fat eco lead. Up by 30 workers, yes, but just not able to trade out as well as he'd like to here. Heavy cav count is still about 15. 30 archers in total for Vortex. And now a dive into double TC. Confidence surging. Army size. Wincing up at the fact there's so many more Golden Horde units coming, but it looks like it is going to be a reset. Vortex says a bit too far. Gets the Sacred Site locked down in the meantime. 3 relics in total. Maybe Rams would be the way here. I mean, I think Vortex lost a lot of mass with that dive. He idled his opponent out. He got some worker kills, yes. I don't think he done enough. No, the concern I have now is, like, this worker lead is going to be realized. Your 30 workers up, and Beastie has got 34 farms. Yeah, like, the lead is real now, right? Before, it was a fallacy, because when you don't have farms, what you're doing is you're bursting through a limited food much, much quicker. And Beastie, I think, has he been raiding back here? The men-at-arms or something must have dove in. I was checking over here. I don't think this is where they died. But there's been worker kills. Somehow Vortex got raided harder than Beastie. I don't even know where to begin with that. What? It was the men-at-arms, right? Very unusual. Vortex, if at first you don't succeed, dive, dive, dive again. This time weaker than the last, though. Yeah, like, this doesn't feel as threatening anymore. Vortex looks like he's just trying to feign it to go Imperial. I mean, he needs some sort of boon, right? And I guess stone armies can be that for you. Yeah, guys, I mean, if someone caught it, we'll hire you for exposure as an observer. I didn't see the Beastie raid. Like, his comp doesn't make sense for a raid because the one thing that could have raided was the Warrior Monks, but they were here. So that means he either pulled a few militia, which I don't think was the case. I think he pulled a few men-at-arms and walked them all the way across map, probably to, like, here or here. Just wild either way, man. The fact that he got 8 kills is crazy. Stone Army's now coming through. Beastie with bigger military force. It's got to be suspicious. Like, why is Vortex so small? Horrible fight, man. We're 1 minute 30 away from him. If Beastie realizes what's happening, he has a great push ahead of him. I mean, presumably he's going to be moving up soon, at least to take out Sacred Site. Doesn't need that ticking time bomb. Full retreat. So, what's the goal now for Vortex? Because he's scaling more Keshiks, more archers. I mean, archers can kind of carry, right? The elite, if you can find the gold to rush into elite plus incendiary, which with his gold income is feasible, right? He got 3 relics, he's got 3 sacred sites. He has actually got a lot of gold gen. Passively, he's getting 540 gold a minute. Finally, that is going to be interrupted. There's a move out, Beastie's army. He knows what's up, right? Like, he has to. Why else is Vortex avoiding him? Keshik's actually creeping, which forces Beastie all the way home. No, no, no. He realizes it's a bait. He built reinforcements. He pushes. Marching in now. Keshik's get scared away. They're going to have to rally back. Beastie's army is a little bit split here, but he's close to the base. 8 seconds out from Stone Army's complete. And Vortex is going to need something strong. Maybe hand cannoneers was the idea. Let's find out. Tech up completes. Starts to queue up the Batsukan again. Needs to start pumping out Tortugud, really. Flash comes in. Heavy Cav get home. And there's the elite effect. It's already in for the Tortugud, remember. Goes for the hard commit. Men-at-Arms bogging him down for the time being. Archers target firing out that backline crossbowman, though, to try and carry the fight later, but it's hard. The count heavily in favor of Beastie. He's up by 40 eco, double military. Men-at-Arms now into the worker force. More economy going down in Vortex's base. Attack damage levels are going to start to level up, but it feels quite late in the engagement. Looks like he's going to stabilize against this first wave, but damage definitely looking done here. Beastie with good food income could look to Imperial now in the next minute. Double elite tech on the way. Can't push to punish the Men-at-Arms, but Beastie's going to have crossbow reserves. Still got the Kremlin on the front line. Didn't get a spring ever, though. Militia points were expended. He only has 2 left over. So probably going to have to wait a little bit longer before going Imperial himself. So there is a window of opportunity here. And is he building them? No, he's building Tortugud. So he's not scaling into Keshiks out of this. Which is very surprising, actually. Because Keshiks cost about the same as Tortugud, but then you don't spend any food. Interesting choice. Yeah, because remember, you can get 2 Keshiks for 130 stone instead of spending 400 resources. Or you can spend 240 to get 2 Tortugud. And considering he's already got elite Keshik upgrade in, you would have thought the Keshiks would be better. Guess he likes the health, man. I mean, it is 310. Tanky boy. Vortex pushing in again. Food ain't the issue for Vortex. I'm just thinking, like, DPS, though. Keshiks do a lot more damage. Yes, they have 100 less health. But the burst is so much stronger, right? He has 17 damage compared to 23. Then you have the healing. He can technically get the healing for the Tortugud, but I doubt he's going to get it now that he's got Stone Armies. Could be his first game in him. That's true. Like, Vortex's game average length is like 12 minutes. What are we doing here? The farm count, though. Beastie. 59 farms. Sheesh. Warrior Monk with a clutch raid. What up? The Lone Warrior. And we actually have duration tech coming in. We didn't have it the whole time. Keep in mind, by the way, if Vortex gets towards full pop, Golden Horde get hella scary. The damage buff over a long fight is crazy. That's also a good reason to have Torgood in fairness to him. If the Batu Khan has Torgood, he can't be sniped, which means he gets these tears from Khan Warcry. And level 3 is worth a 30% damage buff. That's more than you get out of university. It's really powerful. Okay, we have got the freebies coming in, the Roost Tributaries. They also get the bonus armor, remember? Crossbow's getting kited perfectly. Elite Archers doing decent damage. Yeah, he's looking to fin the wave so he can die for the crossbows. He's getting plenty of resources, though. Almost time to trigger Imperial. Vortex. He's got the counterpoint here. He's thinking about it, but yep, BC retreats. He creates the space. He's moving for a sky drop on the 8k gold on the left flank. Not just that, he's pushing army over there too. Vortex needs more. Horseman switch coming in, but he doesn't have batch production, no? Definitely not. Nowhere near it. That's going to take him what? If he wants to actually get it, it's going to take 4 minutes. And that would mean kind of wasting stone armies, right? You wouldn't be producing army in a game where you're already outnumbered. BC's last dive was bad for him. Looks rough still. It was a bit early, but honestly, with this type of economy lead, you can get away with a lot. I think Vortex lost too much army is the problem. What Golden Horde does well only works at like 100 plus military in Castle and Beyond, right? Like it is an unlimited push. They are, the thing that makes Golden Horde one of the best civs in the game is once you reach pop cap, I can't think of many civs that compete well against it. Because of that Batu Khan buff we talked about. If you're maintaining max pop cap, it means you're in a meat grinder. And a meat grinder lasts a long time. And that means the Batu Khan gets all the tiers of his fighting from the Warcry. Remember, you have to fight to get that. So yeah, that's where Golden Horde tends to break the game. I am shocked, by the way, that we're now 26 minutes in. And I don't think we've had a single Karash the entire game. It's less important now, I'd say, than earlier, but like even in Feudal Age, he didn't bother to get the extra aura. Other PCs using men at arms throughout the games. I mean, they're very cheap and efficient. I think Anatan showed this in the group stage. They're very good on Roost because of the bonus from the Warrior Monk. Like very tanky unit gets plus armor, plus damage. Speaking of Warrior Monk, annoying guy goes down. Triple Sacred Site locked in again for Vortex. Doesn't the Roost Warrior Monk buff late game work really well to counter the Batu Khan? Not really. I mean, it's a buff, right? So buff's always good. But there's no way that getting like +1 armor, +2 damage, whatever, is going to be plus 30% damage. Early on, yes, but in Imperial, no. Because percentage scaling is really good in late game. Because number high equal percent more valuable. You know, like getting 30% on 9 damage isn't a lot. Getting 30% on 25 damage is a lot. I have to disagree. The main reason Golden Horde is broken, in your humble opinion, is the fact that they get 50% eco buff by producing 50% more units basically with the batch upgrade. Agreed. Batch is very powerful. Challenging to get to, but powerful. But to counter that argument, there are civs with much better economy, you know? That can zerg like crazy, and they would still get in a fight against Golden Horde and lose. Once, you have to remember, once you've reached maximum population, what matters next is the quality of the units. There's a reason why Sengoku, Mad Samurai, in that free-for-all the other night were destroying everyone. They're that good. Stats on units matter. We got a push in here. A dive on both sides. Horsemen rotate into the back to eliminate the economy, to slow things down. But BC already has 6,000 food in reserve. Elite crossbows have pushed up, but the backstab is coming in, and Vortex catches him out! Beastie's army about to be erased! Golden Horde! Full Horde mode activate. Doesn't even need the damage tiers. That backstab, pristine. These secondary upgrades, just miles ahead here, right? Like, he's got tier 5 techs while BC is moving towards tier 4s. Horseman raid in the back, a little bit of out time. This isn't too important. It's the big win in the center. Vortex needed this. Now we've doubled the military firepower. I don't think he has batch production still. Let me just double check. No, no batch productions, guys. He's doing this without batch productions. That guy who told you batch productions breaks the game, Vortex doesn't want them. He just wants more mass. Now, this is what I meant about the 30% as well. Like, elite archers, if you get that 30% trigger over a long fight, they're currently sitting at 13 damage. So they'll get an extra 4 damage, like 25, 30 seconds into the fight. That's pretty nuts, right? Bringing archers up to 17 damage. You feel like an Order of the Dragon unit on DPS. Makes you pretty good against Streltsy too. Goes for the snipes on them. A few horsemen try to rotate. A few Doodah. The upgrade did just kick in though. Streltsy count. Beastie spamming a lot of them. He's got 58 workers on gold. He's tapping through this fast. Already down to 3,000. Vortex does have to retreat. He gets another damage tier. So good for the start of step retreat. Look, 15 damage on archers now. Horseman trying to backstab. Does get in. A little bit of a weird standstill moment there for Vortex. But he takes the opportunity to take out the Streltsy. It turns into a trade. Another tier in. 16 damage now on elite archers. This is what I mean. Beastie, it started off so well. And the more you fight, the worse it gets. It's ridiculous. The fact that he's still in this, despite the fact that Beastie has 60 more workers. And the damage buff, it lingers. It's still there. So the fight remains good for him. The Batu Khan keeps rejuvenating him. He's maintaining Tortugud. He's queued up 3 more batches. Oh my god. BC might have Streltsy, guys, but remember how quickly he's eating the gold. This is down to 2,000 now. Sacred Site timer renewed again. Beastie says Streltsy are expensive. It is crazy that he's almost tapped the 8k already, despite the fact that Streltsy cost less gold. They're a 90 gold cost. I mean, how do you deal with Golden Horde in a meat grinder? I'm trying to think if there is a better civ for meat grinding. And I don't think there is in AoE 4 now. No civ benefits from a prolonged engagement like Golden Horde does. Right? Like, there's no other mechanic that does that. It's so unique in that element. Like, it's weird because I think Golden Horde gets envisioned as a highly technical civ. But in the layman's realms, right, in like your standard play, where you're probably going to Imperial in a lot of games compared to like pro level, the idea of what they do is pretty linear. Is like, if you can get there, what you want is to bloat to 200 and then select all enabling. And it's good enough, is the crazy part. That's not to devalue, like, Vortex is playing very well, right? Like, a pro level is an entirely different ball game. But at a casual level, it has that resemblance in a different form of, like, Order of the Dragon Men at Arms. So Vortex is buying time for a reblob. This is the other thing as well. Like, Beastie has infinite economy, yes, but he never has military mass. He's always going to be outnumbered because of what he's doing. Just so many farms, man. 59 farms in operation permanently. Golden Horde getting extra tier techs because, hey, turns out percentile scaling is really good. So up in the melee damage. We talked about the elite archers going up to, well, now it's going to be more than like +8, right? It's going to be like +10 in the end, full scaling. But the Tortugud are at 20 base damage. So they go up to 26. They become a real knight with the scaling, which is kind of nuts considering they are still tanky while becoming a real knight on DPS. Takes time, once again, but that's the cool thing about leaning into Tortugud. Your opponent can't run away from you easily. Not with Streltsy, not with any infantry. And if you build only horsemen against this, you're going to die anyway. There could have been a play into Knights, but I think what Beastie understood is that Knights is once again a meat grinder. Melees don't kill each other fast. They're slow killers. So if you build melee against melee, you're always going to be playing against 30% damage buff. Back. Just raiding. I mean, the idea is a classic for BC. This is how he's won more games than I can count. Late game, get cavalry, flank raid, just rinse and repeat. Ironically, against a Civ that can wall, but can't wall very well. And the Knight switch is now on the way from BC. Incendiary is also coming through, which is interesting considering he's building Streltsy. If you've got the gold, I guess. I mean, he can use it to upgrade his castle defenses, right? But Vortex, I think he only lost about 5 or 6 workers from this. I mean, it's only shifted down by, I think, 4. Obviously, it's been producing throughout as well. Yeah, it's like, that's fine. I wasn't losing units while we were doing this. Now, 117 military. Burn begins. Where is the Batukan? Am I blind? Is he here? Kind of it feels like a little bit of a slip up to not have the Batukan here. There's no damage buff. I think he used him to defend against the raids. Where is the Batukan? Oh, no, he is in there. Am I blind? Wait, why doesn't he have a... I thought he has a symbol. Did I imagine a symbol now? He normally has a symbol, right? Why does the symbol disappear in Imperial Age? Wait, what? That makes it so much harder to spot him. Even though he's got a stupid giant trident on his back. I could have sworn he had a crown. I don't imagine that, right? Or a symbol because of the Tortugud interaction. I don't see that for the Tortugud either. It's like the symbols have disappeared. The Clash coming in. Knight backstab. Damage buff begins to scale, though. Only at tier 1. He just needs the meat grinder to go longer. Archer's getting rid of the Streltsies. There's tier 2. 16 damage again. Even Horseman at 19 damage. Knights are chang through him, though, and Beastie breaks him. Forces the GG. Overwhelm and destroy. That was a sick switch from Beastie. Streltsy Horseman was not cutting it at all. But the Knights cut deep. We talked about late game, and why Golden Horde are good is this idea they take a limited population and inflate it by 30%. Beastie's ID... Okay, what's the problem here? I'm building half crap, half good. What if I just built all good? Mass Knights, Mass Streltsy, a fight that is far too fast for the Golden Horde to ever get their 30% edge. Great strike back, gets Beastie on the board, and gets Roos a big win against one of the Boogeyman civs. Told you, Knight Streltsies? Yeah, but he wasn't doing it was the problem. I think what was also important there for Beastie is that that raid on the backside was pretty critical. Sorry, just got things in the background. Because that raid at the back forced a weird split. So instead of just trying to start a fight sooner and generate, like that never happened, right? So we never even got the constant power spike. Yeah, it's like a very interesting game for that reason. I think Beastie's like playstyle there was very good at counteracting what Golden Horde do well. So 1-1 now. He ate. You saw the 8k guys. That 8k disappeared so fast. Vortex was fighting in choke point. Yes, but it was it was Tortugud Horseman, right? So it's like meant to be units that kind of hold on. And he had his archers. His archers were sniping a lot of Streltsy. But like he just had no answer to Knights at that DPS exchange. But really well played by Beastie. That was impressive, man. I didn't expect it to be that clean of a run through. But did he have biology? Did I miss biology, chat? He must have had biology. Those Knights just didn't die. Alright, so Beastie with the win. Dub that one. Golden Horde problems. Throw gold on them. Yeah, it's like... How to describe it? Well, I did. As a MOBA player, I hate that I'm saying this because it contradicts the logic of MOBAs. It's like the glass cannon logic of I don't need a defensive item if they die fast. That's basically what Beastie just beat him in with. Which, by the way, like pro level MOBAs is wrong. It's the other way around. Of like defensive items are really good. Like you build BKB, for example. But like what he basically just done is said, oh man, if I had very big critical hit items, I'm gonna kill him quick enough that nothing's gonna matter. That's pretty much what happened there, right? But we've got Jean versus Lancaster on King of the Hill. So 2TC then, I assume. The snipe outs were HRE denied from Beastie, Macedonians denied from Vortex. I know, I think Lancaster's pretty chill here if they good positioning, right? Because they can pull back and heal. On a map like this, shouldn't it be a bit harder for Jean to get kills? I guess we'll see. I'm going to run a minute of ads now, by the way, so you guys don't get them in-game. Sorry, just taking a sec to respond to people in the background. There you go. Put music on. Just trying to organize some more HelloFresh deals for some of my wonderful creators. If you know any creators, send them my way. Yeah, it's kind of like, dude, running a talent agency is interesting. One of my big sell points, like, I'm gonna bluntly say, is like, I do think we're the good guys, but sadly it's because like others kind of made it easier. I speak first-hand experience with talent agencies, by the way. A lot of them can feel exploitative. Though, like the craziest one in recent times was, you know, the VShojo, the one that represented a lot of VTubers. Finding out how that relationship worked made me like sick. It actually made me like practically physically sick. So if those don't know, VTubers, a lot of VTubers all condensed into one agency called VShojo. The rug pulled the creators for millions and just ran away with the money because they went bankrupt. But what's crazy is those VTubers were convinced that the way that an agency should work is they should take a rev share, I think it's up to a third, of their sub money, of their YouTube rev money, all those things. That, by the way, that's crazy for an agency. That's what we call a manager role. It's different. Like as an agency, you typically take a slice of sponsorship deals you bring the creators. But these crazy mother duckers were legit taking, I think, 30% of everything. Crap disgusted me. All right, anyway. Done with like the behind the scenes revelations. Let's get to it. It's time for King of the Hill. It's back. Vortex versus Beastie. It is going to be Jean d'Arc up against House of Lancaster. Beastie in his signature yellow. With the House of L's looking to get a big W in this critical series. Playoffs here. Round of 8. Only one proceeds. And Lucifron awaits them in that next round. Best of 7 between them. 1-1 split on the games. Very interesting game already with that Roos Golden Horde one in particular. But Jean d'Arc versus Lancaster. On this map, I mean, it's interesting. Whenever you put Jean up against civs that have healing, it feels a little bit trickier to get your value. Let's see what the two have got in mind, because we have been seeing a lot of Lancaster 2TC builds. I wonder if we're going to get that here. Wait, what? Lancaster Castle? Wait, oh my god. Oh my actual god. Is he going to build manners in the center? Because you get arrow slaying placements with this. No. No, that would be way too slow, right? Manners are too expensive. What? Guys, is this the first Lancaster Castle build since they reworked it in pro play? This is something new. We've been seeing a lot of 2TC Lancaster. We used to see a lot of all-in feudal. This is very different. Maybe Fast Castle Central Sacred Site? Could be a possibility. Vishojo specifically doesn't take a cut of Twitch and YouTube, but a huge cut of merch. Where did you hear that? Because I heard this directly from VTubers that were represented there. Like, they were taking a slice of all the pie. I can't believe that. I'm shocked. I'm so curious now what he's going to do. Because the musters got reworked a bit as well, right? But I don't think they're that worth it. Rework's a big word. I mean, it did. Like, technically, it got reworked by reworking the manners. By reworking the manners, you reworked the landmark because you turned it from good into crap. You know? Puppy did it against Beastie? I must have missed that game, then. You make it out as if I've watched every single game from the group stage. But remember, we were casting a bunch. So, no, this is the first time I've seen this. Knight's now coming through. So Vortex just doing stand play. So what is the strat with this then? I've not seen this on ladder. I've not seen it in pro play at all. It can't be that popular, right? Like, you just referenced one game. Has it been used multiple times? Have I just been unlucky? Let's see. On King of the Hill, it has to be to propel yourself towards the white tower, right? What did the rework do? It made manners crap, remember? Manners used to give a fixed amount of resources. So Lancaster Castle was broken because you just scaled with that, right? You just built a bunch of manners around the Lancaster Castle because you felt safe and at home with all the arrow slits. And you scaled up into this infinite resource cycle. But, you know, the changes, obviously the levies are still very expensive now unless you build multiple manners. Beastie has got an insane amount of stone. So he's going to be spamming him up the wazoo. Did one mana fast castle with Lancaster Castle against French, and it was very bad. Yeah, this is 2TC. So this is literally just this is the equivalent of a Kremlin, by the looks of it. Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, he's gonna have enough for a mana once he starts chopping wood. And by the way, like, I expect a few manas. I didn't really expect the Lancaster Castle. Manas are very good on this map because when you go to 2TC, you're just bulking your economy in one location. There's not really much food you're going to access against Jean. So you're probably going to have to sit here and build farms. But that means you're putting everyone away early on. Yeah, it looks like BC strat here was simply to get a good TC placement. This is literally Kremlin logic. Is that, a knight can't dive a Kremlin. Well, a knight shouldn't really be diving a Lancaster Castle either. Right? It attacks 12 damage every 1.25 seconds. You're going to die fairly fast. Drop begins. Free sheep spawn. Always a nice boon for Lancaster to do this. They get 4 sheep for free when they build a town center. We've got flanks for Vortex. Has got archers on the way across field. Beastie. Presumably he's going to have to add in spears quite early. Unless he's taking... Wait. No. Unless he's learning from B. Guys, remember B, who is now out of this tournament, rocked Beastie's world in the group stage when he mass villager defended against a Macedonian all-in. He kept shortbowing everything that came near him, and it worked really, really well. And in fairness, Beastie has got a lot of economy close together, right? It's like 16 workers. John with a very deep dive. Does get scared off. Pretty sure building the mana before the second TC is better. Would make sense. You're going to spend about a minute building the town center. The mana takes 45 seconds. If you have 8 villages there, that's going to be generating, what, 40 resources a minute? Then you spend the extra time in rain. Yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from. I think it's if you need a drop-off building with extra workers nearby. Like, if you pulled 12 workers somewhere, 8 of them build a TC, 4 of them are gathering, yeah, maybe. And there's the mana drop. Look at this beauty. Oh, so let me just get you guys a count. 21 workers. One of them just went down. Whoops. 21 workers in range, which means he's going to be generating 105 resources off of the map. Pretty nice start. It also now gives him arrow fire on the mana, which just made this 50% harder for Jean to dive. We all remember this build. It used to be a lot more toxic. If you remember when Lancaster first came out, Lamecaster, as they were appropriately named there, all you would do is just build lots of manas on top of each other, and no one could say or do anything. The only thing they got to do, actually, was die. It was not fair. Thinking back, even now, it just makes me feel dirty. Beastie is prepping the castle, so White Tower's going to be coming in soon. Lost to buildings games back then? Yeah. I feel like over time, we've done a good job of removing that. Remember the very early days we'd lose to Barbican rushes? They're gone, mainly because China have better options now. Oops. See, guys, you can get people out of toxic strategies. Just make other things much better. I also think with the rework to Lancaster Castle, the tweaks rather, they kind of made Lancaster Castle rushes cheesier and more effective again, right? Like the ones where people drop them next to your TC. Because you still can't place them in range, or did they revert that? And yeah, she killed the villager inside the castle. This is like a dumb mechanic. Basically, if your shot is in the air, garrisoning won't save it from being hit. White Town now coming in. Not the high ground, though, Anakin. Guildhall mirror timing here. Vortex not behind on his tech. Through the window? No, dude, it's... Look, I don't see the problem. Of course the arrow is going to hit his target. We always brag about how great the fact that we have heat-seeking arrows is, that you can't dodge them. So why should a building make any difference? Like, you get in the building, all of a sudden the arrow turns into the Kool-Aid man. It doesn't need a window, it's just going to break through that wall. What people don't realize is all archers in Age of Empires 4 use railguns. True story. Damn. Just saying railguns takes me back to Red Faction. Oh, what a game. What a game, chat. Red Faction 1 and 2. Oh. They just don't make them like that anymore. True story. Red Faction 1 was Minecraft before Minecraft. You could dig holes. Underrated game. I still hate it when people get into discussions about how Battlefield started the Levolution, you know, where you could destroy the maps. I'm like, you couldn't be more wrong. This is how KOF used to play out? Was it? Like, well, you get 2 TC strats. You've always had that 2 TC versus like castle drops on high ground. Vortex hasn't opted for a castle yet, though. Refugees from EGCT. Wait, what happened? The stream crashed? Okay, I shouldn't laugh. But like, they've got a full production crew. How did it crash? I ain't got those problems here. One-man army. Salute. You mean the stream crashed or the game crashed? Oh, well. Welcome, one and all. Got you covered live, baby. Four-man ops army. We do the casting. We do the production. We do the observing. We do the banter. We do the shout-outs. We do a lot. All right. Movement coming in now. Wall's not up. Has got textiles. Good play there, actually, to minimize the damage of Jean. She's having a sucky game. 218 XP. That's a very dead worker, though. Gets the one, shifts over. Idles him out on the backside. Beastie now scaling into crossbows. It looks like the early Earl's Guard went for a little bit of partay. I'd say it didn't work out that well. Beastie did get a kill, right? That's kind of okay. He's guarding against the boars later on from Vortex. Very weird game. Awesome face cam. Exactly. I've embedded myself into the scene. Because obviously, like, I've got to make it all about me. Look, guys, I'm playing the game. Oh, hold on a second. No. You would believe I'm playing. I just got to do this. Hold on a second. Let me just... Let me make this even better. All right, there we go. It looked like I was playing. I'm gonna stop now. I'm probably like tilting people who wanted a smooth visual experience. I have now put control group 2s on these. Let me just control group something that's never gonna get touched. Here, you can have control groups. Poor guy. We playing as both players. That's just how I roll, guys. Like at this level, the level of skill is unbridled. Statistically, I have been in more grand finals than any other person in Halo 4, Kappa. Put APM. Yeah, I'm just gonna start dragging my face across the keyboard. I was gonna do it, but last time we done that, it really did make people motion sick. Gonna be rough for Beastie. Oh, we actually got Demi Lancers. Very pricey, but he feels like he needs the units. I don't know if it's gonna be that rough. I mean, it's Guildhall, right? It's not Royal Institute. But it might be about to get rough. We have got Stone Gathering on the way. Red Faction Rocket Launch was absolute peak. Hell yeah. Dude, it legit was the Minecraft pickaxe before Minecraft. Changed my mind. Nice denial there. Relic game is looking okay. Vortex has 2 so far. Red Pals gets put on Sacred Site. It'll be giga rough. Yeah, but we're not there yet. Guildhall needs a few more minutes at least. Guildhall's sitting at 700 food. Like, we are not at Red Pals drop. That's like 18 minutes. So Beastie has time. He has a decent number of farms already. He's up to 11. Plus, he's got the Guildhall effect, which is generating 111 extra food, 69 wood. He doesn't have a second mana yet, right? He's just keeping his economy on one spot. 6 minutes on that Sacred Site, though. TikTok goes the clock. Castle drop pulls coming in the next minute. Okay, he's almost got what he needs. Long walk, but he has at least got the wheelbarrow for it. Demi Lancer's annoying on the flank. Needs a reaction. Pulls a few knights. Doesn't overreact. Clear win condition, right? Like, Beastie needs to break this soon. This gets down to 2 minutes. It gets tricky, especially with a castle now on the way. And Beastie hasn't preempted into siege. He also has a lack of big gold reserves. He's going to tap his 4K. He's got one more over here. Then it gets a bit tricky. And if you start thinking about siege, siege is very gold heavy. Crossbows is already gold heavy. You know, if you get forced into something like Hovelar, another gold heavy interaction, Men at Arms, Knights, a lot of good options are going to require gold. Castle drop coming in. Army's marching forward though. BC's timing does look good. Army side's looking strong. Scout reveals it. Get that decap. Demi Lancers are wasting a lot of the time on the flank here. The Knights will win most definitely. But it has weakened the punch in the center. Beastie parks himself perfectly. Vortex. No, the workers! He sees them! Vortex went the wrong way. Oh no, Ringer Rosie. Second group now being pulled. Castle drop. He's going for it on the left side now. Beastie is going to retreat over here. Big clash about to be on the way, but the decap already begins. Vortex, he may have already backed up too much. Oh no. The army, I mean, he's going to have to hard commit. Nice, go for the charge in. Baits and switches, archers. Trying to snipe out the crossbows. Gets a side clash with the knights. Spears aren't really attacking back. Divine Restoration comes out early here. The snipe down the spears is fast. It's vicious. The castle drop is quick, but Jean also swiftly denied. And the decap, no! Vortex! He failed to block it. Nobody got on the site. Timer reset, and with a 40 worker lead, most definitely a GG. Oh! The Sacred Site time. That Ringer Rosies, the villagers getting caught on the wrong side. The long loop, just buying the necessary time. Great read there by Beastie to pull back at the perfect moment. Gets him an easy peasy win and puts him ahead in the series. Damn, that was kind of brutal to watch. I think the castle goes up. That gets very weird. But, like, the problem is, even if the castle gets up, because now the Sacred Site's down to, like, the final quarter, Beastie can ape mode it long enough that you will lose the cap. Like, the only way I think that works with Vortex, he has to be in position the moment that the decap begins. So, Beastie with the win. Next game, Already rolling. Byzantines versus Knights Templar. If you come across, by the way, we will be casting all games today, all games tomorrow. Basically, like, we're going to start casting pretty much every tournament here. So, a tip of the hat. Follow bare minimum. Subscribe if you want. You'll get more tournament games here than any other channel. Because we're just going to do it all. All right. So, let's set predictions up. Game 4. Oh, we also have better music. Hill and Dale coming through here. That's no flame. It's just like, I mean, dude, come on. It's like the best Yakuza song imaginable. So, Hill and Dale coming through. What was the snipes? Okay, snipes out on HRE in Delhi. So, we get Biz versus Knights Templar. Knights Templar have looked pretty good on this map, right? You guys remember the Anatan game? Easily the best Knights Templar game of the tournament. Even though he lost. I'm going to start predictions now, though. So, you have a minute and a half on ring game. But yeah, this should be 2TC. Maybe Biz does 2TC too. And now I'm going to run a minute and a half ads so that when we get in game, you guys don't get them. But once again, subscribe. One sec. Check my guys. Chicken, 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 chicken. One sec, just tell them one of my creators something. And then week 2. Happy to see KT. I mean, they look decent on King of the Hill. Like, they're very good at anchoring, but map control becomes their weakness, I think. Now the game is finally fixed. FC is dead. I don't think Fast Castle is completely dead. There are some Civs that do it very well. Like, Shushi's got some insane strats for Fast Castle, actually. But, like, there's conditions, right? There's, like, there's a counter triangle of things and whatnot. One second, I need to send something across for one of my creators. What's it called? Attaching video. Oh my god, dude. Why is it when you put files in... It's so stupid. It's so weird. When you attach files that are too big, the way they position themselves in Gmail emails gets weird. It, like, jammed itself in the center of, like, the message and couldn't be moved. Surprised Shushi isn't going full Zugzug. I think it has counterplays, right? Like, your Fast Castle strat's pretty good into Knights. There are some situations where Zugzug gets online, but I think it's such a cheesy strat. There is that element of, like, awareness, right? And players know how to deal with Juke strats quite well these days. You just have to be careful. I think there are ways you can win with Chuknu, but you almost have to, like, force your opponent down the path in a weird way. You thought it was about this. It's about this. Oh, crap. I need to remember to feed the cats after this game. Kitty cats might be a little bit hungry. Knights Templar on a land map? What is going on? I didn't expect this until 2030. What and all, we're on Hill and Dale, where this Civ has been seen to deliver wild games. Anatan vs Marine Lord may have just been the beginning. Now we have Beastie in the Yellow's Knights Templar looking to put himself up to match point in an elimination series. In his way, Vortex of Team DS in the red takes to the field as his priority pick. Byzantines coming out to try and rally the series and get him back on even footings. Going to be an interesting matchup. One, welcome back to the channel. Hill and Dale had a few appearances so far in this tournament. Some very one-sided games, some epic games. I'll give Hill and Dale some credit. Like, some of the late game situations have been enjoyable. But I think what I've noticed about Hill and Dale in this tournament is a lot more quick endpoints. I think you go back 2+ years ago of Hill and Dale, it was a lot easier to get away with greedy and silly things that you never should be allowed to get away with. Players have gotten better at smelling blood and pouncing on it. And that... Wait, what? Now, hold on a second. What am I seeing here? A Dark Age rush from Byzantines is not your usual. He's worried about 2TC, isn't he? All right, so we've got 2 Limitane marching across. Guys, remember I said that Vortex was playing in a 2v2 tournament at the start of this tournament? I think it's rubbed off because in that tournament, him and his bro in Dry Arabia always played French Byzantines, and every game began with a Dark Age Spearman rush. So, Jazz Hands is back again. Don't Vills have bows for KT? No, that's English. Played Age of Empires 4 for some time in the past. I would like to come back and try to compete. Is it worthy or is it too cruel for newcomers? You want to like be a pro player? You'll have some catching up to do. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but there's going to definitely be catching up to do. Like, it's always the way of RTSs that embed themselves over years. But, you know, like, we're seeing young players coming through. So, like, you have to find the hours. I'd more weigh up, do you enjoy the game, and then go from there. Yeah, like, it's always, like, I think some people... Out of it. If you're going to force yourself to play a game that you don't know if you like, make sure the prize pools are very big. But if you're like, oh, man, I'm like a pro from another game or whatever, and I want to put my time somewhere, probably not Age of Empires 4. You do it because you enjoy the game, and you hope it scales from there. Age of Empires 4 doesn't have that much money going into it each year to go around. So unless you're a top 3 player, you're not having a great time. And depending on the country, you're probably still not having a great time. Right? Because like Age of Empires 4, I'm trying to think what the prize pool in STs was last year. I think last year, collectively, it was... Double check. 50, 80... It's like 160,000. $160,000 does sound like a lot of money, but then you start dividing it up. Like, if first place, for example, in an event is getting $5,500, right? Now, math that out. If you win every S-tier event in that year, which, like, there were 7, $5,500, you're getting $35,000, which isn't a lot. Like, what does minimum wage come out to at the end of the year? I don't know what the minimum wage is in the US, but the point is, like, to be the very best in the game, 35K is normal. Right? What I'm getting at is if your goal is, like, if you are some god-tier gamer that can go play any game and be the best, go pick up Counter-Strike. You'll be a millionaire. It's a hard game to get into, but I'd argue most games, when they are 3+ years deep in pro play, are going to be hard. Even if you're a pro from another game, it will take you like 6 months to get decent. Vortex letting the stone get mined. Why? Wait, why is he letting the... He's got to realize, right? Like, I mean, the gold isn't that important. Vortex is at least aged up now. He has got Grand Winery. So we'll have Mercs following up pretty quick. I mean, you want to block the deer, right? Like, this is the obvious TC placement. Is like right here. Gets the deer, gets the tree. And okay, there is a tower. All right, good eyeballs from Shade. Yeah, but I think my why is like, why the gold over the deer, right? I mean, I guess you can't stop it. I say that. That's actually a little bit looser. Whoops. Damn, I thought he was stuck here. It gets even better. So, like, now we have to ask the question, because we had this discussion about whether to be pro, did the Dark Age Spear Rush pay off for Vortex? I think it was okay. And here's why. Like, the racks into double spears, like, playing Byzantines, there's a good probability you're on a few spears anyway at some point. You force an outpost to be built. Outposts are not quick constructs. That slows down the TC timing. And now, look at what the follow-up is. Worth it to already deny the Pilgrim. Great start. Do you need the tower? I think the problem is, like, BC couldn't guarantee it was only 2 spears. And also the slowdown has, like, this ramp-up effect. Like, if you take even longer to get the stone, the TC is going to be further delayed, so the ROI gets kicked down the road, right? Meanwhile, your opponent will keep scaling stronger and stronger. So it's going to be Jav plus the Limitane. This is what I meant about how it plays out quite nicely for Vortex. Is that if you're going Limitane, you're going Javelins. That's the nature of the 2-unit comp. You rarely see pivots like longbow spears. Those are when someone doesn't really want to ever attack. But most games, if there's Limitane, there's Javelins. And you always want Javs because you're playing against Knights Templar. The best unit they can build is Archers. Okay, so Deer now locked in. BC hasn't got the short wall here, but he has at least got one here. He's got back short wall coming in. Limited options of approach for Vortex here. And you might want to quickly find English, or you found the wrong channel. Like, dude, I literally look like Richard Hammond. What makes you think I'm anything but British? Pilgrim sneaks through. Nicely played by Beastie. Imagine if he went Sergeants. You want him to go for a 0 ranged armor unit against Byzantines that build either Lombos or Javelins. I'm just going to leave you alone in the dark room for a minute to reflect upon your sins. You're a ballsy man, though. I'll give you that. You're that crazy guy at the bar that no one wants to fight. Mainly because they're not sure if you'll hurt yourself or hurt them. But you're that guy. Like to see Vortex go 2TC. I kind of expected him to when he saw Knights Templar. But he thinks he can break it. And in fairness, Byzantines is an underrated civ for breaking 2TC. Kira's Siphons are so strong. You think Sergeants is a 200 IQ play? I think Swaggy just wants easy wins against you guys on ladder when you get Knights Templar. I mean, he has got a 4K goal, but yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not entertaining this. You're crazy. You're gonna build Sergeants against Jav Lombos? Can I queue into that game as you? I like free elo. Alright, so Kira Siphon down the way. Has got the undermesh as well. Sergeants are good guys, I swear. I mean, they deal melee damage versus Javs who only have ranged armor. But how are you ever reaching them? You don't move fast enough. I'd have to be on dial-up internet for you to reach me with Sergeants. There's no world in which that happens, right? They're the same speed. Alright, Kira Siphon burning. Limitana get the torches out too. And Javs can stand underneath TC for a while. The villagers are more tanky, because remember, it's Hospitaller. Archers do step up. Javs go for the trade out. Vortex just wants to kind of stick him in a grind here. Scout somehow absorbs the fire. Javs are starting to get kills. Kira Siphon's going to be able to pull back. And second one now coming in. I think that was a good start for Vortex. He definitely lost some units, but think about the idle time on the TC, the repair, etc. Right, and he kept the Kira Siphon in very good health. Javelins are still scaling, which is the key thing. Actually, wait, did he lose 2 Javs? Hold on a second. He lost... How did he lose 2 Javs to that? I mean, the Horseman barely got a touch in, right? That's kind of crazy. Maybe not okay. Oof. 6 Javs in total now. That's enough to one-hit kill an archer. That's the important metric he needed. 4 doesn't cut it. Double Kira Siphon. Man, it's summertime and it's heating up. It's getting hot. Horseman, thinking about raiding and gonna think twice. His TC's dead. Like, I don't see a value point of repairing it, right? And Beastie agrees. He says a 10 worker lead will have to do. He pulls away. Great start for Vortex. He may be 10 eco behind, but he can scale the systems to balance this out. Unfortunate deer spawn. Quite a rare one as well, right? I feel like 80% of deer spawns are side or back on Hill and Dale. So pretty rough. Then again, the alternative is, like, I feel like quite often you get deer at back, you can get stone at front. I say that Vortic's got both at back. Is moving to those deer now, by the way. Still has double Kira Siphon. He could burn the wall and go through. Choke points are kind of his friend, right? Because he's got jabs. You get that deer spawn every game. Yeah, but that's because you go 2TC every game. So, like, that's your own fault. Maybe you diversified. The game would be like, man, oh, look. He's evolving. I'm going to give him, like, a back deer spawn now. He's earned it. Dealer's coming around. He can reef the houses, right? Yep. Sees it, goes straight for it. Go for the GC. No, don't. It's 8,000 HP. It's kind of different. A little bit annoying for the house there. But it doesn't quite finish it quick enough, so new house is coming in. Won't really cause a pop block. Beastie, saving up. I say saving up. Unintentionally, he's not gathering gold actively. Backstab starting to come in. Jav's trying to have a poke at it. Decent amount of Limitane. And oh no, look! You didn't wall the other side. He has a retreat route. Javs can just keep poking freely. And Vortex is getting ready for cast. Guys, you want to deal with 2TC? Like, Byzantine or a Boomer Civ. Come on. They do more than that. They attack and boom. It's the power deer. Munching it up quick. 4 berries plus the deer. And the hilarity is that you can't even say the economy is OP. System buff isn't really working here, guys. Like, the system buff really is not working. Beastie now 40 archers. If 40 archers isn't good enough, I don't know what will be. Starts to march in. Limitane. Maybe could get a turn and poke. Horseman touching them. Spears still turning around, though. He just keeps running. Gets a stab there. Needs to protect the jabs. Sidestep should be clear, right? Jabs could intercept on the archers. Spears could chase the horseman. Instead, he just continues to retreat. Vortex wants to keep as many javelins alive as possible for the veterancy. Horseman count. Only 4. He's got 5 in total. 4 more in queue. The weird part here, though, guys, is this is Golden Horn Tower with level 2 cysts. And the Kira Siphons escape alive. They'll never know us. We blend in with the trees. What have we been doing? We've got 50 archers now, Beastie. He's saving up for castle. Vortex able to retreat. Second wave coming in, so the horseman shouldn't really be able to do damage anymore. He gets away with the jazz. Veterans he's going to be coming through. The Kira Siphon. No! No! Just stop moving! Blend in! Blend in! Oh, the terrain's not brown enough. But that does suggest he has a race crime report in his hands. All right, army's coming back up. Veterans with javelins is swift. Beastie is now prepping for castle himself. It is going to be Angevin Empire, so he's going heavy spears. All right, crazy counterplay here. What if Vortex just went for Varangian? I feel like that's an underrated play, right? I don't know if he has the food is the problem. Especially with this. Hello. Small horseman raid around the back. Vortex about to get eyeballs on it. BC going to be a pain in his ass. He's going to start marching up. The Kira Siphon not dying is actually big here for the burn through. Scares the workers away. Big idle. 19 workers moving across base without wheelbarrow, only mini wheelbarrow. Horseman being a nuisance on the other side, but double snipe there. Well played. Akratoid coming in powerful. In fact, this is just kind of a waste of the horseman, right? Like, against Akratoid, they're not going to do anything. A little bit vital force, sure, but worth it for Vortex to clean up. Now the houses. Wait, Beastie, how big is that tree like? Yeah, got a little bit of wood to work with. He's going to need it unless he kills the Kira Siphon now. One house to be taken down. We'll snipe it out. Veterancy for Limitane plus javelins. Cataphracts joining in as well. We have got Angevin spears on the way. Food-wise, Beastie's kind of okay. He's got deer, he's got berries, he's got options. And the burn on the house continues. I like this idea from Vortex. Like, he's outnumbered. It's problematic. But there's so much house in the area, there's nothing else to do. You can at least grief him a little, force him to invest more wood, slow down the ramp up. And relics-wise, only one player's going for it, right? So Vortex has one on the way home already. We still only have level... Ah, this hurts. Are you really in Castle Age if you're level 2 Cistern? Like, guys, come on. This is slow production for Mercs. And Tane, oh man, they're gonna get melted. Vortex is crumbling, guys. Are my predictions this chalk today? Have I miscalled both series? Is this gonna be a 4-1? Because Vortex is on the road, man. I don't see a world in which this army beats this army. Not that there's now that there's Angerman Spears, no way. Your Cataphracts have to do so much work. They're so small in count. Pulls back the archers. Oh my god, the damage? What? Cats! Meow! Meet the dog. Meet the beast. And the Cataphracts, they do mop through the Angerman Spears. The damage been done. This is just not getting off the ground. This right here is North Korean missile standards. Failure to launch, man. He hasn't reached that scary boy point. He's lost all the Matane. He's lost all respect for himself. Cataphracts must have cataracts because they can't see what they just charged into. It's death. GG called. 3-1 score. Beastie now 1 game away from booking a day up against the other Spaniard. This is very terrible. Yes, let's go with that. All right. So, next up, what maps have we got left? So, map-wise, we've got Coastal Cliffs, Lipany, Dry Arabia. Wait, did we do Dry Arabia? We've got Baldland as well, right? Yeah, we've got 3 maps. Yeah, Lipany, Coastal, and Baldland. What's up, Chauncey? How's it going, buddy? How you doing? And pick-wise, we are going to be seeing... Vortex picks Macedonian's Deli, Macedonian's Snipe. Beastie picks French Sushi, French Snipe. This seems like Coastal to me. Delhi's pretty popular on Coastal Cliffs. Could be Lipany, but like I think... Does Macedonians make more sense or less sense on Coastal? There is less gold on the map, but Macedonian seems like it's had a decent pick rate there. What's up, Kazi? How's it going, bud? I guess we'll find out in a sec. Should be getting the lobby momentarily. Oh, outcome. Beastie win. Yeesh. Quick day, chat? Quick day? I say quick day. We've been streaming 5 hours. It's not that quick. Quick day? Quick day? Yeah, confirmation. It is indeed Coastal Cliffs. Oh, man, I just know my maps. I watch too much AoE 4. When next 2v2 tournament, please? When new maps, please? Have we had many new maps this year? I mean, the DLC ones, sure, but like they're not competitive. I don't know, feels bad, man. I've talked about this before, like the value points of KPM, there was several, right? KPMM wasn't just great for stopping gatekeeping of pro play. It wasn't just great for iterating new gameplay styles. It was also great because it allowed new maps to get testing to decide what was good and what was bad and how to iterate. But like you take those out of the equation, you strip like the tournament count down. You don't have the ability for many maps to come through rapidly because they're not getting tested to be fine-tuned to a point where they can be good. And like tournament organizers with an S-tier tournament are not going to take a chance on an unknown, right? Or rarely will anyway. Just kind of the rough nature of it. All right, are the boys in? No, they're still in lobby. I guess I'll run ads now. I'll run a minute and a half of ads so you guys don't get them in game, okay? You're welcome. Let's see who's pinging me in the background. There's There's always someone that wants something. I wonder if we play Olden Era. What do you guys think? Steam Next Fest games or Olden Era? By the way, guys, reminder, we are working with HelloFresh and Opera GX. One of them's free to do, one of them's not, but you get delicious treats. So exclamation mark Opera GX, you want to get your hands on a browser that has a bunch of handy inbuilt features. You have got the ad blocking experience. You've got CPU RAM limiters, which is clutch when RAM is so expensive these days. Also does have an upscaler to improve the quality visuals of video feeds that are low bitrate, which most Twitch streamers are. So that is completely free to do. Exclamation mark Opera GX for that. Highly recommend them. They believe in you guys. They've now sponsored us 4 or 5 times in total. And then the other one is HelloFresh. We just done our order a little bit earlier in the day. Some really delicious looking meals coming, which should be arriving end of this month. Really hyped for those. In particular, the smoky Mexican style pork burrito bowl. Oh my God, dude, I'm getting hungry just saying it. But if you want to get a really good deal, we've got you hooked up there as well. Because not only are they comboed up with us to provide you with awareness of HelloFresh, but you'll also get yourself a nice discount on your initial sign up, as well as be able to build yourself towards a quality wok. Which, if you're not Asian, you probably don't know how valuable a wok is in the kitchen. If you are Asian, you're already knocking and talking about the flavors. Yeah, once again, big shout out to them. Appreciate HelloFresh's support as well. All right, let's get ready to roll. I'll get predictions started up. You'll have 5 Minois. Steam Next Era games? What does that mean? You mean Steam Next Fest? I mean, it's only demos, remember? Oh, and tomorrow, I was contacted about a RTS. So tomorrow, I think after the games, we'll be looking to do that. So we're looking to stream a brand spanking new RTS. Came out a little bit earlier this month. So we'll have a few games of that and check it out. Yeah, in terms of Steam Next Fest, I think we talked about like County of Fortune, right? Corsair Cove. I mean, it's not strategy, but I really want to check out Impulse. I keep forgetting to do that. Impulse is a new shooter game. Basically looks like it's trying to be kind of like Titanfall, which I'm so game for. Big hopes for Zero Space. I think it just needs to get its character development right. I haven't seen any of that yet. I hope they do have something. I was saying this yesterday, like, you need to deliver like a Jim Raynor. I think RTSs take this for granted nowadays. AoE 4 has the same problem. There's like no iconic characters. Sorry, but it's true. There's a few attempts, but none of them hit, you know? It's weird. I think like as a community, we used to at least we'd say things like Stray Bora. We kind of stopped that these days too. Those moments are important. So important. Those characters, those interactions, they make the experience so much more ineffable. But you know it matters, is the thing. Like, even now, think back to Guild Wars, right? Like, Guild Wars 1, for example. Rurik. The GOAT. Guy dies, spoiler alert. But, like, Guy is... I can still picture his sacrifice and his flaming goddamn sword that makes him so incredible. That character didn't even have dialogue. Well, like, didn't have, you know, vocal dialogue, I don't think. You just need something that, like, paints a picture in your mind. You know, AoE 2 has this with literally the priest, Wololo. Even the voice lines, things like Rogan. You know, how many people quote, work, job's done. Like, it seems memeful, but it actually, like, it does matter because it's basically telling you that game has built a connection. Now you need to basically back science. How did it get that connection? Why did it mean so much? Why does it invoke an emotion? Little tip for anyone who ever wants to get into marketing. Good marketing is 90% emotion. People will do all kinds of things based on emotions. Angry, happy, sad, whatever. Like, if you can channel your marketing efforts around that, you will be a great marketer. All right, I need to flip the scores, don't I? 13. Oh my god, he's broken. One and all, Beastie is looking like he's plowing on a stomper. Like, honestly, guys, looking at this guy right now, if he wins 4-1, rather, he's in semifinals in my eyes. Lucifron is having a great tournament, but, like, playstyle-wise orientation, if Beastie can tackle this beast 4-1, I'm worried for Lucifron in the next round. Vortex now tries to make his stand with a Delhi Sultanate against the most desirable and realistic Civ to make it through a draft in competitive Age of Empires 4. Beastie has got the sushi. He allowed this. He had bans, remember, he had snipes. He sniped out French instead. And people keep telling me that French isn't A tier. Come on. It's getting sniped over sushi. Get me out of here. But we are going to be on Coastal Cliffs for this. Few options to keep in mind here, like Pro Scouts is a possibility. Pretty popular for Sushi. Wouldn't be surprised to see it. But what I'm curious about is whether this is going to be Fast Castle or All Feudal. Probably All Feudal. Sushi have two builds, right? Right now, Jiangnan is the focal point, but you can use that to go for an all-in scaling Zerg army in Feudal, or you can use it to Fast Castle and then get quality army out much quicker than your opponent. Essentially beating your opponent on the transition. I would say for a map like Coastal, Feudal is more desirable. Because when you go Fast Castle, on a map this thin, the Lancer spam strats is a little bit more flimsy because the map isn't fat enough. Whereas things like Palace Guard strats and Duke strats are substantially more effective because of how straightforward the map is, right? There's no wide arcing here really to be had. Beastie should be taking up soon. No Medigardens these days. That's a dead landmark. Yeah, I just... Medigarden's weird, man. The way they killed it is weird. Like, they guaranteed, with the change to the Jiangnan and Meditation Garden would always become a later secondary to unlock some. I do like these changes, though. This has been a resurgence. Vortex goes for Tower of Victory, which was recently buffed twice. It is a blacksmith's, and now it accurately gives a 20% damage buff to all infantry units on their attack speed. Medigarden has a nice use. Yeah, but it's never a primary, it's a secondary. When have you seen someone go Medigarden first? I haven't seen it once in pro play. I think the only way you'd see them do it is on a water map. But I would argue that you don't really draft Shushi for water anymore now, right? Like, they're so good on land, why would you? It's kind of wasteful. It's like the idea of Japan. Japan didn't necessarily get terrible on water with the Shinobi strat. They just got very good with the Mounted Samurai. And most of China's landmarks are? Yeah, but, like, China has this same conundrum, but it's in some ways worse, like the Barbican, you know what I mean? Like, Barbican can be Barbican Sakura, right? But, like, they basically... They've assigned the same kind of tiering roles to both Shishi and China. It's weird. I really wish we had a world in which both landmarks were somewhat viable. And I don't really see that with Shishi or China. You always go one first. So, Vortex almost complete on TOV. Remember, this means he's going to be getting Blacksmith Tech straight away. Really smart choice up against Shushi because of the Chugnu risk. So there you go. Already Q's Undermesh, 3 minutes out. This landmark needed this buff, by the way. Remember, Scholars are not cheap if you do not go for the Dome of Fate. So it was a very creative solution by the devs to say, okay, we'll just include Blacksmiths. So you can start teching straight away. It's going to be slow because your Scholars are expensive, but that's going to make it fairer. Have two good landmarks when you can make both. I'm pretty sure that's the reason. I think there's like just better design choices really in general though. I've said this about Barbican and Imperial Academy. Like the way you make Barbican and Imperial Academy feel like a real choice is that you assign either the extra tax drop-off tech or the discount of Imperial taxmen to the Barbican instead, right? And similarly with Jiannan versus Medigarden, I think it's okay to have like Meditation Garden give some passive income by default. You know, just take this alignment of making other civs good. Like A3 has this. Minework and Arkan are both good. They both have uses. But then you have other civs where it's completely polar. Like Grand Winery and Hippodrome for Macedonians is one-sided. Because Grand Winery is not optimal on a civ that has bad wood income and will have limited food and range. It doesn't make sense. It never works. The way you'd make Meditation Guard, the way you make Grand Winery good for Macedonians, by the way, is like decrease the food buff and give it the Kura Storehouse effect, where it adds in farms around it. Or alternatively, say that Grand Winery farms generate silver, but I think that's too cheap. Like, the point I'm getting at, though, is there will always be a meta, but there should never be a world in which you look at a landmark and go, I'm not ever building that. That's just a failure to buff, right? So Vortex pressing up with the Ghazi, Spearman following up too. Beastie did go for the Pro Scouts, already yoinking the deer home. That's going to give him a huge injection of food. But the rest of the deer are very hard to get. Yeah, this one very far outfield. The other two tightly together. I think in an ideal world, Beastie would have liked to have seen deer split left and right, because then it's very hard for your opponent to block out both, and you just commit all units to capture one, and it kind of staggers the process. Now it's always a push in one direction. There's no Benny Hills. Free Blacksmith is way cheaper than cheaper Scholars in Feudal. Initially, yes, but it doesn't scale better in the same way. Like, 20% attack speed is great, long term. But what I mean is, you know, the Scholars you save, was it 35, whatever gold? From 135, sorry, it's 55, isn't it? Yeah, so a Blacksmith costs you 150, so it's equivalent of, like, you know, saving on 3 Scholars worth of cost. But then once you scale past that, you know, unless you've got a really tight timing on getting Sacred Sites, how are you going to afford extra Scholars? You're going to have to pay through the arm and leg through them. Arm leg? Sorry. This headset's crackling. Weird. Through the teeth. Spear count good. Archer follow-up. This is where I think Vortex can get a win, is the attack speed power of mass archers. Beastie hasn't clocked it and switched into Horseman yet. Palace Guard can be pretty good. The problem's going to be that Ghazi do reasonably well at contesting Palace Guard. Like, it becomes a very much a raw numbers game, and as we know, Ghazi spam is just unreal. Spears. Any other civ would be like, oh, that's too expensive with the health bars. Not Delhi, nope. Only 2 Scholars, but you can always head home. Diving on the other side. Is this going to get pushed away? So Beastie defending well. Ghazi have to just shrink away from it entirely, which means more deer are coming home for Beastie. So food continues to inflate. Vortex is still some way off. That's the other trade-off of doing this build. Tower of Victory gives you less tech timing into Pro Scouts. So you're later in your timing, i.e. there's going to be less deer on the map for you to take. I think it's key for Vortex to hold firm here. If he gives a third stack over to Beastie, there's going to be trouble. That wasn't me threatening Vortex. It's just the nature and state of play, right? It's like if Beastie has to Pro Scouts to get 2 deers, he's okay with it, but he's not like over the moon. If he gets 3 deers, jackpot. Sacred Site now being captured. Archers reveal. Beastie has to retreat. Not a really good fight for him to turn on, right? And the problem is the Chugs slow you down. Always going to get caught here. Gets the brawl. Spearman now getting baited into melee. So Ghazi can poke from the side. Second wave's coming through, though. Palace Guard also into assist. Archers need to keep their distance, and they bait the Chug in. Vortex gets the find. The Chug are brute forcing their way through. BC somehow actually turns that into an okay situation. Just A-clicks a little bit deeper and pushes the Archers back. Okay, Vortex. He did at least get 1 Sacred Site off of that. But Beastie's got to be pretty content with things. Why? No, dude, stop losing games like this. I was looking at the numbers. I'm like, why is he up 4 economy? Vortex has 1.5 minutes of idle time on town center. at 10 minutes into the game. That's 15% idle time in the game. That's ridiculous. That's insane. At this level of play, that is way too much. Just think about how much better he'd be army-wise if he had those extra workers too. I know Shinobi can Chun down. Yep. You can find like points like this. They can do the same thing on Hidden Valley. Did you know that Spanish Bros always have a high idle time and still win series? I'm aware of that. But that's in situations where like everything feels quite balanced, right? On like a player level. Does 3-1 look balanced to you? Right? This is like fat person who could actually eat a whole cow. Steps on the scale. Twig guy who's going for like the lightweight tiles. Steps on the scale. The score difference is pretty big. One's going to get catapulted off the seesaw. He's now the step up. He's prepping for tech as well. Tube, maybe an overextension, but the spears close by. Buy some time. His horseman dive in. The pal scar being ignored too. And Beastie, he's winning the fight while prepping for tech. Oh, come on, man. Not like this. Ghazi do mop up in the end. So it makes it a little bit better. But Mountain Academy is now on the way. And the pal scar is still alive, so they're making it a bit annoying towards the end. A few horsemen to mop up the archers. It's basically just light cav left for Vortex. He's got double Sacred Sight. But Mountain Academy now on the way with 5. Not just that, guys. More pro scoutage. Finding additional deer behind this. I'm a bit worried. Vortex, he's not actively gathering gold. A tech up doesn't seem real here. Even if he does tech up, remember that he only has 3 scholars. This is, I think, part of why Tower Victory fell off, is that Delhi plays... I'm going to say their feudal timing was not powerful, but players got very good at understanding it and I'd argue better at surviving it. And if you survived a Tower Victory feudal timing, Delhi literally had no comeback. Because if you go for Castle Age, your veteran seems would take 1,000,000 years. And if you went Tower Victory, you've been building army the whole time. You just don't really have a way of now mirroring tech and feeling good about it. Now, look at the eco lead, up to 5 workers. We've reached 2 minutes of idle time. We've also got the Mountain Academy upgrade in just, what, 30 seconds? So inspection coming through. That's going to allow him to pump out lancers every, I guess, 7 seconds? So one stables becomes insanely efficient. Vortex now having to go back for feudal spearmen. Gonna start to feel like futile spearmen. Flash comes in, Chew, get backstabbed. They move deeper to be protected by Palsguard. They're just trading out against archers. Yeah, Ghazi, like, they mop up again, but the Chuga, I'm not gonna say completely irrelevant. He's building them, but they're not the main course. The knights are. My worry is there's still enough Chug to deal with those spears. Also, keep in mind, this is a game where Beastie prioritized getting 5 knights out over upgrading Chug. So he agrees his win condition is never Chug here. It's just heavy cap. Which I think most players can agree. Too many matchups are that at the moment. This has been one, I think, the most egregious metas about AoE4. It's like heavy cav has mattered more than anything else for a very good time. That's why the devs buff men at armor, by the way. To try and rebalance that affair. It's had some impacts, but it doesn't look like it's going to have an impact here. Lancer counting out to 8. Starting to sneak round. Vortex doing a good job of intercepting. Nicely played there. Horseman camping, waiting for those bad berries. Time is down to 7 minutes. Does BC now just focus on getting Duke? Because, like, the thing is, with double Sacred Side, there is this element of there'll be a direct fight. I might just force it now. Yeah, veterans see the Chug's coming. Next army is almost complete, so it's going to be birthing out extra Chug, extra Palace Guard. He hasn't vetted Palace Guard, which a little bit unusual. 175 resources, and you've had like 6 so far when you were in Castle, I think. Probably worth it at this stage. Now Lancers poking from the side. Chug sniping down the spears fast. Ay. I think he split aggro as well to get multiple kills. Lancers now have a hard commit. No Dali horses is there. Not needed. Spear count simply not high enough. Gets chased away. That should be the chase cross map. Half of the effective army is archers, guys. Only 8 spearmen total. Maybe if you get positioning right, like you could frontline with archers so spears can do damage. That's not a bad idea. The problem is, BC has the right idea. If he's only building lancers, I think Tower Victory spears could work. But tube plus lancers is too much. And you've got to think about the amount of army BC's been getting for free. Like on a rebate. Another wave comes in. More Palace Guard, more tube. I mean, at this stage, is this the 3rd army? So he's had a grand total of, what? 21 extra units? Just think about what that's done to the numbers throughout all this. Vortex would be overwhelmingly superior on count if it wasn't for the Jiangnan effect. Dali horse is now coming. Did deny the horseman in the corner. Goes to the wall up. Vortex, I mean, at this rate, the idea of going castle just seems to be slipping further and further away. He's also failing to wall himself in or defend, and we can see the raid approaching. Beastie knows the target. Checks the tree line, and he's going to feast. No textiles from Vortex. In a game where he's already so many workers behind, it's about to get worse. Yeah, out of time, pretty critical there. Another worker goes down. Next up is going to be the deer workers, which are already overstacked. Beastie's army is split, so Vortex does the one thing he can. He goes for a push, but the timing could not be worse. Level 2 range damage just completed. So Beastie has burst with tube to kill everything. And yes, he forgot to queue villages. We're at 2 minutes and 36 seconds of idle TC time. You can monitor it in the bottom left corner. Right down there. Like, it's a lot. And remember, Age of Empires 4 isn't like Age of Empires 2, where I think AoE 2, there are some strats where you can skip villager, or Age of Mythology, a better example. You can skip villager production with certain strats, right? Same with things like StarCraft, where, you know, you only need so many villagers and now it's a rush. AoE 4 doesn't seem to function that way, never has. Maybe the meta will develop to that point one day, that would be cool to see. But in this game, more than most RTSs on the market, it is paramount that you keep producing villagers. The sad reality is the fact that Vortex wins so many games where he doesn't makes you question how many titles he'd be winning if he could just lock this detail down. But he can't lock a thing down. He can't go any deeper. Big GG's. Congrats to Beastie. I don't even know if we can words. Impressive, dominant 4-1 victory over Vortex means Beastie looks in prime position to cruise his way into a semi-final showdown. I mean, he's got to go through Lucifron next. But Vortex and Lucifron historically have been fairly similar beasts. Feels too good they pay off in like 8 seconds? Yup. Anno called it. Nicely played, Anno. My predictions are all wrong today, but you know me. I like that. It's boring knowing the outcomes. It's much funner when you ain't got a clue. I mean, unless you're gambling money, then it's really infuriating. But I'm not gambling money. But if you guys have got money, reminder once again to check out HelloFresh. They're going to be working with us throughout the entire month and into July. Have a look. Let me know what foods look good to you. I know America's got different options than what I shoot a little bit earlier. But I am going to be feasting well at the end of this month for the order. Got campfire style sausage, meatball, chili, and rice. Oh, so let me just pull them up. They look delicious. Because that's all the series today. Yeah, look. We got... No! Log back in. That's not my order. I'm actually really, I'm more excited for the Smoky Mexican, but I'm intrigued by this one a lot. Beef, chickpea, and spinach, Rogan Josh. This is my favorite looking one. Smoky Mexican style pork burrito bowl. And then an oven-baked chorizo and sweet corn risotto. Looking forward to those. If you guys want to get your own meals, go ahead, check it out. Use my link, use my code. Code can be found right here. There you go. Killer Pigeon, HFZW. And it will get you, what was it? Yeah, 10 free meals. Dude, you guys get such a better deal than me in the UK. US is like eating good. 10 free meals. I get 50% off on the first 5. And then 20% on the following weeks. That's a bargain. Take that bargain right now if you're American in particular. But let me pay this out. GG's to Beastie. He's impressing me again. I mean, for a guy who basically spends so much time playing Olden Era and everything else, like you gotta give like the laurels where it's due. Name of the event. The name is the Elite Classic 4. But that brings us to a close for today. I think we might actually spin up into some Olden Era. What do you guys think? Olden Era, or do you guys want the Steam Next Fest games? What do you prefer? But in terms of what we can expect to see, by the way, this is going to be the schedule now. So tomorrow, I don't know what order it's going to be. I'm going to assume Lucifer and Beastie first, and then Wham Anatand afterwards. Actually, no, they'll see this as the highlight series. They'll probably try to play this one first. But it should be the same start time as today. And then it's just 2 series. And then the final weekend will be, once again, 2 series on one day, 2 series on the other. So only a maximum of 14 games each day. So a lot lighter compared to the group stage, where the group stage could be 20 games. Actually, we cast more than that because we shuffled around a lot. But should we do some Olden Era? I'm going to put a poll up. What to do? Steam Next Fest. Games. Olden Era. Alright, 2 minutes on the poll. Go, go, go. Only 67 games? Is that all? I don't know how many games we cast. We cast a lot of games so far this tournament. I definitely want to spice up the amount of cast games we do on this channel. Cold water. I need it. Okay. Guys, vote. Come on. What the hell? For YouTube, by the way, I'm going to end the stream here. So YouTube, if you want to continue watching, hop across to twitch.tv/killerpigeon. And we're going to keep rolling for a little bit longer with a different game. Because YouTube gets weird when you change category, in my experience. So there you go. I'm going to put a link in chat for you guys to come across. If I don't see you here, thank you for watching. Same time tomorrow, we return for Wham versus Anatan, the Whamatan, and Beastie versus Lucifron. So I'll see you there.